Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second, please, while I start. Sum things up and send out the links. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Today is February 3rd, 2026. The news we have overnight is that stock S&P futures gain as Palantir shares soar, gold and silver trade recovers from the historic down, it says. Nvidia hit the horizontal sloping support yesterday. All right, we're going to see what happens into Nvidia this week. It has bounced for now. IWM. What a shit show. QQQ has a horizontal sloping support as well.
5-6. Worst, you're passing up chances.
Still a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only.
Not just because I wrote my Sunday Think piece for CNBC Investing Club members, but because there's so often
we are above the 4 p.m. close.
And I want to warn
yesterday.
people that there could be some terrific buying opportunities obscured by these futures. We had a strange timeline on Sunday night. The futures opened about flat, but then they collapsed. Why? The only thing I could find was a nosedive in oil and natural gas, as well as gold, silver, and crypto. Every article, every snippet of news last night told us that our stocks would go down because they tracked the weakness in those commodities. It was presented as an ironclad tie-up. Problem is, it's completely bogus linkage. It's just plain wrong. Why don't we put things through some common sense? We'll kind of use like a filter, okay? Oil had been going up because of tensions with Iran. These tensions diminished as there had been some communication between us and the Iranian government this weekend. A meeting is now set between the White House envoy Steve Witkoff and his counterpart from Iran. It seems like there could be some sort of dialogue that can take war off the table. It's good news for 340 million Americans that oil fell 4%. Good news, not bad news. Natural gas falling more than 25% today, its biggest one-day decline in over 30 years, a function of more orderly distribution of gas in this country. After all this built out of pipe, America still has a very flawed distribution and storage system, struggles anytime we get hit with a nationwide
my mic was
cold
muted.
snap.
Hey, Ochoa, can you please stop spamming that every day in chat? Because it seems like I see that happening in chat like every, couple of 4 hours. You don't need to tell.
When oil and gas went
Thank
up,
you.
we
Good
thought
morning,
they'd hurt
everyone.
the
Good morning,
economy by
Zach. Good
putting
morning,
pressure on
Oscar.
the
My mic
consumer.
was muted. Good
Higher
morning,
energy
Harry. Good
prices
morning,
were
Ochoa.
considered
Good morning,
bad.
Yoko. Good
So when they
morning,
both reversed,
Francisco.
how the heck is that bad?
And good morning, everybody that is
Of course
tuning
it's
in
not.
on the
It's
WhatsApp
positive.
group as
But
well.
the journalists and the traders they quote either don't understand that or they wanted the market lower. Both are irresponsible.
Good morning, Donna.
How about gold and
Good
silver?
morning,
Okay, these have
Said.
been the
Good
subject
morning,
of
Dill.
intense
Good morning,
speculation,
Edison.
mostly by
Good
Chinese
morning,
investors,
Harry.
by the way. These speculators were apparently undercapitalized, using too much leverage, lots of individuals.
Market is
I'm not that
opening.
focused on gold, as the rising price only hurts new jewelry. The existing jewelry actually goes up in value, and there's a lot more of that. Positive. Silver's not as precious, but it has more industrial uses, solar panels, electric vehicles, batteries. The rally in silver jacks up the price for all sorts of electronics and electronic vehicles. Expensive silver is a clear negative.
I don't want to listen to Jim Cramer no more.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics delaying the release of the January jobs report, originally scheduled for this Friday due to the partial government shutdown. The agency saying the release will be scheduled upon the resumption of government funding. Congress on Saturday failed to agree
Mood
to a
around
spending
tech is as
plan due to
cautious as I've
disagreements
seen since
over Homeland Security
ChatGPT
funding.
launched.
But a House
That's
floor
crazy
vote on
because
a
since
funding package is
ChatGPT
expected
launched,
this week.
there's been
An
things
XDesk
that
thinks the delay is unlikely to
diverged
derail
since
the market. Julian Emanuel
2023.
is Evercore ISI's Senior Managing
ChatGPT.
Director. Julian,
Talking
good
about
to have you.
ChatGPT and AI stocks today.
You think the market's going to actually thrive, and it's going to be driven by basically the tech trade. You're not worried about sort of the hiccups that we've seen recently in the AI trade?
Well, I will go back to December and the concerns about debt financing for the AI build-out started to surface. And unequivocally, the mood around tech is as cautious as we've seen it since any time since ChatGPT was introduced to the world. And, frankly, I never expected to be a contrarian in our view that we think tech will continue to lead the bull market higher. I love being a contrarian here. And you look at a day like today, there were lots of news items, a lot of them not so great, certainly challenging, particularly against the backdrop of gold and silver tanking as well once more. And the market traded beautifully, which you would never have said at 1 in the morning when I was awake. But, and the S&Ps were down 90 handles.
Julian, so I agree with you that the gold, silver, crypto noise is not necessarily signs that this market is falling apart. I think today's ISM, I'm just curious your view on this, because I know you've been bullish on tech. I know you think those are the horses that will lead. We know they are weighted to lead the market. But I look at this transformation in terms of what's going on. You've had trucking rates. This isn't just something that just happened. Have been at 2-year highs going into this. What do you think about this ISM? What does that mean for the broader
We
economy?
got an email from my transports analyst in mid-morning. These things are ripping. What's just incredible, and it's even more incredible when you think about the fact that we will probably find out that the cold of the last week or two is going to take a little bite out of economic activity. Definitely temporary, the way things are setting up, but the backdrop is the economy is really strong.
Kevin Warsh, the market clearly, for at least a day, the market was not happy. But is that just a one-day event, or is there going to be more to this story?
No, that's a one-day one. I think you think about the psychology. What is the probability that President Trump is going to nominate someone who's hawkish when President Trump is focused on providing liquidity and getting rates lower? The balance sheet argument is likely something to be put off for another day, certainly well past the midterms.
So you said you love being a contrarian in the tech trade. Does it also apply to the subsector in tech that would be software?
Well, I think the next couple of days
morning
are
like
very
button
key.
as we come
obviously
in.
have
Thank
that
you so
one
much.
announcement
Thank
after
you.
the
Good
close
morning,
today.
Derek.
That
Good
stock
morning,
seems to be trading okay. You have a bunch
Good morning,
of
everybody
names,
in the WhatsApp group.
mostly second tier, but
Good morning, Austin.
the mood after last week's price reaction on the
Market
biggest
is open
tech
here
giant,
in 2
software
minutes.
giant of them all, really very cautious.
Yeah.
And
Important
these
to mark the 4
valuations
p.m.
are
close
really
of yesterday.
troughing in our view. And frankly, a lot
On
of the
everything.
noise around the latest development called Multibook is something that, in fact, could be a tailwind for software companies rather than a perceived headwind.
I hear a little contrarian coming out when it comes to software, Julian.
And Microsoft.
Yeah.
Man, why do I feel like we're about to see a spike as soon as the market opens? Spike and then move, not up or down. I mean, not up. I'm just saying, like, just a spike, like a move.
Bring in Alex Kantrowitz of Big Technologies, also a CNBC contributor. First thought of you to opine here. Anything to see here in your mind?
Yeah, I don't think this is good for OpenAI. And if you think about the words that Jensen used in the fall compared to the words that he's using now, it's definitely a pullback. No matter what the camps say, they might say everything is hunky-dory. It's a real shift. In September, the press release said that Nvidia intends to invest $100 billion in OpenAI. Now Jensen is saying OpenAI invited us to invest $100 billion, and we'll evaluate it step by
Nvidia
step.
losing
So
steam
I
as
think
it
we knew
opens.
from the outset there was no firm signature on this deal, that it would be something that they evaluate as they go on. But there definitely seems to be less of as has been mentioned already, a commitment and a concrete belief that from Nvidia that they will fulfill all $100 billion. And for OpenAI, I don't think that's a good sign. And it does come down to the fact that the company, when this deal was signed, was doing great. It was out in front. Now there's been a lot of competition. Anthropic comes in with Claude Code. Google comes in with Gemini 3. All of a sudden, you're not really sure if you're betting on the winner. And that's what I think we're seeing with NVIDIA.
What do you make, though, AK, about the other comment allegedly made, according to their sources, journals, about a lack of discipline at OpenAI? You have thoughts on that? You must.
I do. My perspective is, if you think about what OpenAI is doing, they're going after so many different markets.
Bearish.
You have the device that's coming with that big investment
bullish.
with Johnny Ive. You have an enterprise bet.
Look,
you have a
QQQ is
consumer
opening
bet.
below
There's
yesterday's
bets everywhere
high.
for OpenAI.
It is not a 3/3
I
higher
think
right now.
that might
Dow
be
Jones is pulling back. So
interpreted within
QQQ and
NVIDIA
Dow
as
Jones
a
is
lack
pulling
of
back, and
focus.
SPY
It'd be
and
one thing
IW
if it
trying
was
to
leading
go.
in every single discipline, but when you see other companies, for instance, Anthropic going ahead with Claude Code, or Google with this very competitive model with Gemini, that's when you start to say, do you need to be making all these sprawling bets, or do you need to focus? Because you could ask OpenAI, what is your bread and butter? And it's not 100% clear what their winning horse is going to be. So that's how I read it.
This is yesterday's high. We broke yesterday's high by a cent. So today is a little bit higher on QQQ by basically a cent at the minimum. Position.
Morgan.
Hi, Melissa. I'm back. That's right. So we now have a report, this one from Bloomberg, that Elon Musk is planning to, in fact, merge SpaceX with XAI, this according to people familiar with the matter.
They're IPOing this year.
In
SpaceX.
a deal that has been apparently announced in a memo, although that information is not public yet here. We've been getting increasing reports and speculation that this could be coming, and coming as soon as this week. Now, apparently, a report that a memo internally has gone out suggesting this. I've reached out to SpaceX. I will let you know if and when and how I hear back here on this
SPY is trying to go higher with IWM.
But of course, it puts another
which
big
one fakes
AI
out.
player, in this case
XAI,
into the spotlight, with this idea of AI infrastructure spending in a day where we're already talking about it, whether it's NVIDIA and OpenAI or Oracle raising more capital to build out its cloud. And of course, it comes on the heels of just a couple of days ago, SpaceX filing with the FCC for the ability to build out and launch as many as 1 million satellites to space for a space cloud as it builds out, or considers building out, works to build out AI data centers from space.
IW, I'm trying to pull back.
Let's bring in Mackenzie Zagalos into the conversation. Morgan, stay right there. A big part of this, obviously, is the fact that XAI, Mackenzie, burns a lot of cash. I mean, this is straight from the Elon Musk playbook of take a company that is burning a lot of cash and merge it with a company that is a little more stable, and put them together, and it provides ballast to that, up and coming company, which would be in this case XAI.
Elon Musk.
Precisely, and you have XAI paired up with Colossus, which is this massive data center build in Tennessee. And so, you pair that with the fact that it hasn't really struck a chord with enterprise customers. It's struggling to gain appeal with commercial buyers, or retail commercial buyers as well. And so this is a way to offset the spend there, especially with SpaceX valuation at $800 billion. XAI just closed its round last month for $230 billion valuation there. Bloomberg reporting a combined value of these two companies of $1.25 billion. So if you pair it with the
it's crazy. Story, we sent the picture in the WhatsApp group yesterday on the fucking gold and silver liquidation last week on Thursday, right? The fucking market total put on the SPX spiked fucking insane that it made a bottom signal. And I think we had a bounce for yesterday and today. That's what I think that's what's happening on SPX. SPX is not going lower right now, right? So I think they're holding up puts on SPX somehow.
Business in terms of revenue is the
Look at the picture that we sent in the WhatsApp group overnight, right? That's the craziest shit I've seen, and I saw that on an Australian channel
which is also a defense
called,
contractor.
I don't want to say it, but he's a good guy that I've been watching.
That's right. It certainly does.
A year and a half, periodically here and there. Nvidia puts her flying.
Invested $2 billion.
Nvidia puts her flying. Nvidia puts her flying.
Both of these
Nvidia puts her flying. Nvidia puts her flying. Nvidia puts her flying. Nvidia puts her flying. Flying. This shit is bearish as a motherfucker. Q is bearish. SPY is following. SPY is following. IWM is at the roof.
Goes online.
Wow,
a little bit of
the
pun
motherfucking bears.
Here, but,
I'm going to say the word, the Bury Bears are here on the
of
video. Bury Bears!
The idea of
the Bury Bears are back since December, right? They thought they were gone. Bury Bears are back on the VR. Crazy.
SpaceX, though, of course,
crazy work.
given its track
I'm
record,
so
getting a lot
happy
of
right
attention
now.
here. But the idea of unlimited power through solar and cold temperatures in space. So you need to be able to fortify the hardware and actually test the technology and make sure it works. But you're looking at potentially, and maybe a couple years away, fully, to have this whole data infrastructure from space. So perhaps why not do this ahead of an IPO that could be the largest ever on record as soon as this summer, a $1.5 trillion SpaceX hitting the market.
Alright, no, it's still green. What the fuck? For a second, it just reverted. What the fuck? That's the craziest shit ever. For a second, it just reverted and then kept going. Oh my!
Now for Options
I just got scared as fuck on the video.
Into the chart.
It's going
Rick
more and more.
lead market technician.
That shit
All
was
right, Rick, take us through the trends you noticed in this chart.
Yes, AMD for a while was the laggard among this chip maker group, but now you can see it's stronger than the SMH semiconductor
I got this
sector,
shit so late
which is
yesterday
stronger
too,
than the XL
I got this
sector,
shit so late
which is
yesterday,
stronger than the S&P. So you see it's kind of one of the strongest of the strong at this point here. And when we do look more closely at AMD versus its competitors, we can see AMD and
all hail Nvidia, all hail Nvidia.
Companies here. Meanwhile, Nvidia and Broadcom are the laggards relative
horizontal
to the
sloping
group,
support touching on
QQQ, that were underperforming
and
are now
Nvidia
the leaders, and
at the same time, the higher time frame. This yellow line is the bigger time frame, horizontal sloping support. This shit can bounce. 183.8 has touched, right? 183.5 was yesterday's fucking price level for me on the video. Right? 183.5 might stop or might not. I think it's going to go, maybe not.
Both an intraday and closing basis recently. Now we've retreated near 235. That was around where we saw notable highs and lows repeatedly here, so that gives us a supportive area to consider going forward. We can also see that we had a notable low point here around 203 or so. That's around where price held on several times here, grinding out gradually higher lows. When we do look at our other studies here, we can see that our moving averages that we follow, our weekly 5-day EMA in dark blue, our monthly 21-day EMA in teal. Those are kind of the bookends for yesterday's price activity here. Those come in at 246 and 236 respectively here. So again, a couple of short-term boundaries to consider. Meanwhile, our quarterly yellow 63-day EMA comes in down.
This shit is crazy. Look at this candle on the video. This shit is crazy on the video right now. Oh my god,
situation like earnings.
What the fuck?
Really
market's not going anywhere.
Exciting happening in that regard here at this point. Finally, when we look at our volume profile study, we can see the notable nodes, the heavy trading areas, come in here near 220, 240, and 260.
This shit is great. I'm at 185, so this bitch is like every single time it bounces to 184, every single fucking time it's like.
When we look at our option expiration for February 20th, right here, roughly a 14% plus or minus move is expected for that February 20th expiration.
LOD is breaking on QQQ. They want to go lower on QQQ.
Market technician. Now take us through an example trade of Tom White, co-host of Fast Market and senior options contributor. So Tom,
IWM is bull tramping. Dow Jones is bearish. Dow Jones bearish. Dow Jones bearish. Dow Jones bearish. Right. Higher time frame trend line. Higher time frame trend line. What we saw on the pre-market stream that we started 10 minutes before the live
So I'm
stream.
using
Dow
that
Jones pulling
in
back.
the build out
QQQ
of my
pulling back.
strategy that
Right,
I'm
one
looking
third,
at here.
2/3,
The
3/3
option market
happening
pricing
right
in
now
about
from
plus or minus
yesterday's high.
7%
People are
move in
not
the
seeing
shares
because
post
pre-market went
earnings on
higher.
one day
1/3, 2/3,
anticipated
3/3
move. So
happening. This
implied
is not a
volatility
bullish
levels
cycle. This is a
elevated.
bearish
That
cycle.
allows you to
1/3,
collect more
2/3,
premium
3/3
on
candle
selling
traders are going to find
strategies.
out
So I
later.
looked at something that's
Man,
neutral to
SPY is
bearish.
not going
That
nowhere
gives me
though.
that
That's the
cushion
weird part.
up to
SPY is
about
going
that
nowhere.
all-time
So
high. Maybe that
does not. I
becomes
mean, you know what I
another
mean. This shit
area
could
of
bear trap
resistance
itself.
for a
Who the
third
fuck
time.
knows? But for right now,
So
hold
I
on. I
went
gotta
out
turn
to
on
the
the
February
SPX.
6th weekly cycle. So just 3 days to expiration. This is a
Man, I'm
pure
hyped as a
earnings play here
motherfucker
in
today.
AMD going into this
I'm
report.
hyped as a
And I'm gonna look at
motherfucker
selling the
today,
265
folks, all right?
strike call.
1/3,
That's out of the
2/3,
money. The stock
3/3
looks like it's going to
happening
open
on
up here about
SPX as
251.
well. No, this is
It's
higher
up a
than
little bit on
yesterday's
some
high. It
news
just
that
went higher
maybe
today, so
OpenAI
this
is
is
looking
happening
at
1/3,
alternatives to
2/3
Nvidia.
happening from
That fits the
intraday.
mold here of
QQQ is
AMD.
happening
But I'm
overnight.
going to sell that
Right,
265 strike
QQQ is
call
bearish
out of
overnight.
the money to the
1/3,
upside.
2/3,
And then against
3/3
it, because we
happening.
want to stay risk
SPY
defined
is
going into
1/3,
earnings, we're
2/3
going to buy the 275
intraday.
strike call.
Right,
So
realize
a
what's
simple
going on.
short
Understand what I'm
$10
saying. Things are
wide,
deeper than
neutral
what's
to
going
bearish,
on.
call
Right, this shit is
vertical.
what I'm
You're going
talking
to
about
collect
by
roughly
smart
a
money,
credit of about
understanding setup.
$2.20
Smart money,
on that. The stock
understanding
opens
setup.
up here
This
about
is this shit is
251.
not candle
That's
trading.
what you can make on
This
this
shit
trade.
is cycle
$220
analysis
per
at the
spread,
most
with
pivotal
about
fucking point.
$780
Why?
in risk,
There's a
but that's
fucking
all the
downward
way
trend
above
line on QQQ.
275.
There's a
So
downward
you've got
trend
that
line on
cushion
Nvidia.
up
I don't
to
have to
this
say this shit
break even
10,000 times, baby.
267.20, up about
All right, let's
6.5%
see.
above
Let's
where the
see.
stock
All right,
looks
SPY
like it's
could
going to
bounce
open
or
up
SPY
here.
could
We're
chop.
looking
That's what I'm
at
saying.
that
Like, I don't
all-time
know.
high of about
What if this shit,
267.08.
IWM looked like it was in a bull trap?
Break
Now it's bear
even
trapping.
just
If this
above
thing
those levels.
hovers,
So if you think,
if this thing
hey, maybe the
somehow
stock's going to
bear
pull back,
traps
the
or
bar's too
hovers
high on this
today,
one, or
SPY
at
is
least
going
consolidate,
nowhere.
or you can be
Cannot
wrong
call
and the
that
stock goes
manipulated.
higher.
That's just
You
market
just want it to
rotation,
remain
baby.
below that break
Market
even at
rotation.
267.20.
Market
You got a
rotation,
probability
baby.
of that short
All right,
265
market rotation.
strike that you sold in this
Call
strategy
that market
of being out
rotation.
of the money of about
I'ma shut
73%.
up.
So higher probability of success. That's the trade-off versus the risk reward.
Something deeper is going on here.
All right, thank you,
I don't
Tom.
have Tesla open, but I wanted to have Tesla open. I wanted to have Tesla open. Something weird is going on. IWM is flying up. SPY is bear trapping already, and QQQ is near the floor. I think what I'm talking about is going on. Right, those people that understand what I'm saying, people have been watching for a little bit, I understand what I'm saying, right? Connect the dots with the picture that I sent with the gold and silver liquidation from Thursday and Friday, and they got everybody fucking piled in on SPX puts, and then you know what I mean? I'm not even talking about 1 day, 2 day, fucking 0 DT. It's probably like weekly, right? Expiring into these days today, these weeks, this week, the days this week. You follow me? Shit, you understand what I'm saying? QQQ going lower. QQQ going lower in Nvidia bounce.
This is, Nicole, exactly what they needed to do, which was a beat and a raise. Here's some of the quotes from their CEO. We exceeded even our most ambitious expectations on demand from the U.S. Defense Department.
Shooting north.
President Trump's trying to raise that budget
SPY is hovering,
to $1.5
right? So it's
trillion.
showing
So
that even if
also
they go down somehow today with time, SPY is going to be
in growth
showing some sort of resistance, some sort of power, some sort of hovering because of IWM. To me, that makes sense. IWM is strong right now. Yeah, that's what you call this bitch. SPY is fucking completely fucking, faking out mixed, and QQQ is just completely down south. MACD and volume is bearish on QQQ, but they didn't even go that much on the MACD and RSI. There's so much fucking room for them to go on QQQ. QQQ going. All right, 629 to 624 in fucking 10 minutes. Time is 9:45 here in 28 seconds.
In the meantime, we got the big
QQQ is actually bearish today and not SPY.
to get all the jobs stuff. Nope.
Based on higher time frame analysis, we sent this in the WhatsApp group when it was right here, and I was like, mark everything. I wanted to say this is, depending on if it opens higher or lower, it's 1/3, 2/3, or it's 3/3, but they did what they did. They really did what they did. That's for sure.
Vote, late morning.
Today is a great day, folks. Let's hit the fucking like button on the live stream. Get this algo on the YouTube going, right? I am up crazy on Nvidia. I'm up fucking 20% now on my.
They already announced on Monday
I'm
that
up
we're
20%
not getting
on my
payrolls
portfolio.
on
I don't know what
Friday,
the
so
fuck just happened, but I'm up
frustration
fucking crazy. I'm up 24% on my portfolio right now. Oh my God, 182 Nvidia, baby. They did it. God did. All right, I'm leaving the video right now. I don't give a fuck. I'm leaving the video right now. I'm out. On everything. Oh my God, I'm out. I'm leaving the video. Oh my God, God did.
So the frustration
I'm leaving everything. I'm out.
Nicole.
Okay, I'm done.
You know,
done for the day. Sending in the
so
WhatsApp
now we
group
have
my portfolio,
Project
bro.
Vault
Straight up
for
green,
rare earths.
nuclear.
I love these Straight
up green, nuclear, baby! Let's go! I've been waiting for this shit for so long. I've been waiting for this shit for so long. Straight up nuclear, baby, from yesterday. Let's go! I shook off 50% yesterday. Let's go. All right, God did. All right, Burry Bears are here. All right, what's the title of the live stream today? AI stocks and Nvidia, baby. All right, let's go look at Tesla. Let's go look at Tesla. 190 something to 182 in fucking 2 days is crazy. Oh my God, my life. All right, Dow Jones is bouncing, right? Dow Jones is bouncing. IWM is bullish. Nvidia and QQQ is bearish. SPY is going fucking down.
Make the United States
crazy.
More independent, less dependent on China.
I'm done for the day.
Like I said, during the pandemic,
I'm kidding. I'm taking trades later, but like, I'm chilling out for now. This shit is crazy. I can't believe that worked.
Rare earth metals on our own.
Yo, I thought they were gonna fucking do it on Thursday. I was scared as shit.
It's the right move for the U.S. Obviously, the stocks of these companies are jumping on this news, but I think it's the right play for the U.S. to do for sure.
Everything touched.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday morning early, I saw USAR up 8%, critical metals was up 7.8%, U.S. antimony was up 5.8%, MP materials was also higher by more than 4% in the morning. I have to check end of the day.
From yesterday.
Definitely it's a story.
There's no way I get greedy as fuck here right now. Last time I did that, I got fucked.
Let's talk about the metals.
I was in the three-third of the ultimate three-third, so last time I did that, I got fucked. I will not lie, I ain't doing it today right now.
You're going to get
Tesla
whippy
doing some
two-way
weird ass
trade.
shit.
I think
you know what I want to look at? I want to look at
one word to
Palantir,
describe the metals market.
Anyone else want to look at
now is
Palantir?
Do I
Let's
know
go look
which
at
way it's going?
Palantir,
I
folks.
have no idea, but I know it's going to go
what a
somewhere
fucking
quickly.
Day.
Because yesterday, Friday,
Palantir's down
Monday,
3%.
and starting out today,
what
right
they do.
now I have gold.
Last earnings, what did they do?
About
Pump and dump. What are they doing
6.4%,
now? Pump
almost
and dump.
300
Palantir.
Yo,
Palantir and Nvidia moving like a motherfucker together. Together. Right? Nvidia popped up, I think, overnight. We're into the pre-market with this bullshit Palantir shit, and then the Burry Bears came
through. They have a neutral rating.
What a good day.
I thought that was interesting. The stock is around 147 in the D.A. Davidson call. They have it at 180 from 215 and a neutral rating.
What a day, folks.
An incredible record quarter. So we'll continue to follow the story on Palantir and everything else that you hit this morning, Kevin Hanks. We thank you there live at the CBOE.
There's no way I'm not taking that spike out. There's absolutely no way I'm not taking that spike out. All right, this is the floor. Where are we right now? We are in the 3/3 of QQQ. We hit the purple box. What is this purple box? I extended this at 8:45 in the morning. Right, this purple box is some sort of setup box they've been playing with last January 26th, so 2 months ago as well, or a month ago. But look, yo, look at this shit on QQQ right now. Actually, this purple box has been played with forever. All right, this purple box that we just touched, right, it's been played with forever. Oh my God. I'm sorry, I got so fucking excited, folks. I got so excited. This shit is though everything lining up. 3/3 QQQ, this shit is at. It's trying to bounce right now. IWM, bullish is a motherfucker. Bull control on IWM. Can't lie. This shit is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from literally yesterday morning. Never looking back. All right, let's see what happens on SPY. I'm very scared to short SPX or SPY because of the picture I saw overnight yesterday. I will not lie. All right, I need to see a significant fucking bounce and a fucking rally to fucking 697.5, right, for me to get shorted on SPY or fucking break all-time highs because there's so many shorts on SPY, right? I don't know if they cooked it or I don't know if they're cooking right now, but you know, they're clearly cycling. But the picture that we are talking about right now, I'm going to forward it again, right? That shit's from last Thursday when silver and gold got liquidated. The total put volume on S&P 500 index made a bottom signal last week on Thursday and Friday. And now we are seeing a significant bounce on SPX since the last, right, 2 days. Right? Since the bottom of here, they got, look at this fucking just straight up down day, right? And they got everybody bearish on it or some shit. And they just, I mean, for right now, yeah, I'm not calling SPY bearish here because of that. IWM is so bullish right now. I don't know if it's bullshit, but I mean, this is completely bull control. I'm not calling it bullshit because I'm calling it market rotation. Probably the market's going to call it market rotation too after the thing is done, but we will see what happens at like 11, 12. There's no major economic news that is, you know, scheduled today, but there may be some surprise, you know, presidential news or presidential live streams because the president is meeting the president of Colombia today,
on this program
the
on
White
the rate
House.
cut outlook and the U.S. economy
At around 11.
Futures. Watch this.
The president's frustrated with the Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve.
That's the most craziest shit today.
Inflation comes when the government spends too much. Why is it
182.5 was reached so fucking easy? I left everything. 190, 185, every fucking baby thing. Another bounce. Right? A bounce is actually what I want to see. For some reason,
and as rates that are too high,
right, I want to see some sort of chop or hold or bounce. I mean, it might not even bounce today, but I don't know. I don't want to full out chase the 330. That's scary as shit. It may just go lower.
Why does that matter, Maria? It matters because what
Dow
matters
Jones
most
flipped
to the Fed
up.
is credibility.
Right, Dow Jones was bearish and then it flipped up. What flipped up? The horizontal trend line that it tried breaking down or it tried rejecting again. So IWM is now bullish. Dow Jones is now bullish. Right?
And that's not just
SPY is halfway bouncing. QQQ is bearish. Things are mixed.
The most transformative time in American economic history in a very long time. Productivity should be booming in the next 5 to 10 years.
That was beautiful. Any Bury Bears on NVIDIA, that shit was beautiful, man. Overnight open.
No trouble getting through the confirmation
Craziest
process,
open in
but
quite a
North
while.
Carolina
Look
Senator
at
Tom
Palantir
Tillis is
dumping.
vowing to oppose Warsh unless the probe into Jay Powell and the
That's
Fed
disgusting.
renovation project is dropped. The president telling reporters yesterday, U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro will not be doing any of that. Watch.
She's going to take it to the end and see, like you're doing a small renovation, and they've spent almost $4 billion doing a small renovation. I'm doing buildings. I built a hotel, the Waldorf.
QQQ still bearish.
And, I did it for
QQQ still bearish. I'm going into 1DT here.
It's a much bigger job.
$2,430.
I feel badly for the new Fed chairman because he may not have an office.
All right, 2,400. Yeah.
I don't know what these people are doing.
622.
So it's either gross incompetence or it's theft of some kind or kickbacks.
Joining me now is U.S. Federal Housing Finance Agency Director, Chairman of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, William
Divergence
J.
at the roof.
William, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. What do you think the odds are that Kevin Warsh gets confirmed?
I think he'll get confirmed, and I think it's a really good pick. I think President Trump knows exactly what he's doing in terms of interest rates, and we need, frankly, a Fed chair that isn't politicizing the Fed and can actually restore credibility to the institution. You know, Maria, Jay Powell has just totally turned this into a political football. These should be very straightforward questions. I mean, why should somebody be spending $4 billion on a building?
Beautiful day.
Soon enough for Jay
Oh,
Powell
is it the dancing queen?
Frankly, we're looking forward to it in the housing market.
Oh, baby.
Well, what do you want to say to the critics?
I wish I want to marry you.
Was it really necessary to launch an investigation into Jay Powell? The chairman's term is up in May anyway.
All the NVIDIA shit was overnight, man. I look, you want to go in Palantir, but I'm not risking it. I feel like they're cooking a lot of bears here somehow with this move, so I'm not scientist to figure out something as deep. There's a gap here that will end 140.
I'm in the construction business. President Trump is in the construction business. We toured the facility last July, if you recall. They have a thing called a reverse bathtub. They put in a new basement. They renovated the basement. The water tables are low here in D.C. You have the Potomac River. They basically had to create this reverse bathtub. I mean, what is going on? Who's getting paid for all of this stuff? I hope the DOJ gets to the bottom of it, but again, that's up to them, and that's up to the people that are looking into it.
Well,
floor is testing.
The investigation is about what he said about all of that, right? Was he honest and truthful with the Congress under oath? I mean, that's really what the investigation, not necessarily.
Why does it feel like Christmas, bro? Fuck.
Honestly, I don't know what his testimony was. Some of the things he said. When people lie about small things, they tend to lie about big things. And who knows where all this money went? $4 billion is a lot of money.
Day. Oh, is it the dancing queen?
Wood that was put over the doors to protect the doors. Why do you need to pay people to put wood over the doors?
I'm losing it because of the video, man. I can't fucking tell you how much, right? I can't believe how fucking fast they liquidated the calls on Nvidia after this shit, man. I was thinking they were gonna hover somehow for a while somehow, man. But yesterday was God gifted. Today is the finale, right? I almost would have called this bitch a finale. 182 already hit. Like today is literally Tuesday. It's crazy. It's already Tuesday. What are they planning on this shit? 180, 178, and then flip up? Like what the fuck? That's the most like I don't know. All right, IWM higher into 950 now. Now let's draw the HOD on 950 and LOD on 930.
We are ready to go for when or if the president decides he wants to do that. But the reality is
IWM is above yesterday's high of the 3 p.m. Big, weird, right? Thingy-majiggy.
Nobody even knew that these two businesses existed. I mean, it's almost
yellow box
criminal that no other
broke out of.
utilize these companies.
QQQ is still in the 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, using the pre-market to fake out just like yesterday, just the opposite way. SPX is slowly going down, right? MACD is stopping, preventing, but it is going down. I think there's a lot of fucking puts on SPX right now, so fuck SPX. Palantir is going down. All right, we'll see, man. QQQ, my puts are flying. All right, let's see, man. Let's see, baby, man.
I think they're very strong, but I think it's very strong.
I'm adding into fucking QQQ right here. I'm doubling down. All right, I'm doubling down now. I'm 5K in.
And it's frankly, it's him. It's not me, but we are ready to go. And, we keep all options on the table. You know, we had all this cash, and the president decided to do this big mortgage bond buy. That actually helps the IPO, contrary to what people have said.
It's a beautiful day. Is it the dancing queen? I'm up 20% already on these QQQ puts that I grabbed on the bounce here. It looked like it was going to bounce, and it just went lower. All right, QQQ is in a 3/3 bearish cycle from yesterday. They are dumping QQQ. They are dumping technologies. They're dumping technologies. We were at 680, right? 628. We were at 627. We are now at 622 on QQQ. IWM is pulling back to the yellow box. IWM is pulling back to the yellow box. IWM is pulling back to the yellow box. SPX is going down. Tesla is going down. Palantir is going down. Let's look at Nvidia. Nvidia is going continuously lower. This shit is bearish party, right? But this shit is Nvidia. Bear control. Oh my god. Bury bears. Oh my god, imagine my 180 fucking Nvidia puts. That would have been crazy, but I don't give a fuck because I'm up 32% on my QQQ puts already, baby. Right? 32% up, baby. Crazy.
Doing something like this.
This shit is going.
We need that 10-year yield to come down, but again, I'm very confident that with the new Fed chair and with Scott Bessent and Kevin Warsh have worked together. They know each other. These are two good people who are going to be able to work on this issue. So I'm very confident.
Can you believe this? Believe this. God did. This is the 3/3 on QQQ. They're going lower, right? Wind direction is south. Wind direction is south. Wind direction is south based on QQQ and QQQ alone. It broke the 3 p.m. candle today somewhere at around 9:40, and they just left it. Wind direction is south. IWM is pulling back into the 3 p.m. spike candle. Nvidia broke down the 3 p.m. spike candle. SPX is breaking down the 3 p.m. candle. Understand what I'm saying? The spike candle from yesterday is an algo. It's a setup. It's saying stuff, right? Wind direction is complete south right now. Time is 10 a.m. Bearish control. My puts are up 47.
So when we look at the 10-year and we look at the Fed funds rate, we look at this high cost of borrowing,
40% now on QQQ. Time is 10 a.m. This shit is fucking nice.
And again,
look at this shit on QQQ right now.
This guy's too late.
Crazy work on QQQ. Wind direction is complete bearish.
Wall Street economists are basically expecting Kevin Warsh.
What a fucking crazy day. I'm up 43% on my QQQ puts now.
2026. There are some people who think he's going to cut.
Let's go, baby! Time is 10. 3/3.
Well, I'll leave that up to
time is 10 3/3.
Of course, but I agree with President Trump when he says that rates
what are we
should
talking
be
about?
Lower.
Yeah. Oh baby, oh baby! I said they're gonna fucking figure out way too late, right? I said candle traders are gonna figure this bitch out way too late, right? What am I talking about, man? This shit. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3.
Inflation has come in. Mike Lee is.
I mean, it might have broke high by 1 cent, but I don't count that shit, bro. This shit is bearish as fuck.
Components of inflation.
SPX.
Yes. So Trueflation uses a million different real-time data points.
Look at the goddamn bears coming in right now.
They're reporting it daily.
The Bury Bears are striking deep.
And so
the Bury Bears are striking deep into the hearts of the motherland. Right? The Bury Bears are fucking striking deep into the hearts of the motherfucking motherland, folks.
Yet we are tighter now than at any point during this inflation cycle. So that has not only put a tremendous
amount of pressure
on small business, on Main Street.
But I feel like there's gonna be a bounce 0 DT, but holy fuck. I really want to hold into tomorrow, but this shit is crazy. I'm up crazy on QQQ. I got in at fucking 625 on 622, and it's at 621 right now. Can you fucking believe it? God did. Yo, I had fucking 2 bad days, right? Somewhere here, right? It was like 1 bad day into a little bit of a more bad day because of Nvidia, but holy shit, all this shit is making up for it. This yesterday too, that little spike down, right, made up big time, and Nvidia continuously going, and today all fucking profit grade. Yo, oh my god, up 55% on all my Nvidia, or sorry, QQQ, 622 puts down.
Mother's milk of housing, and you know you have interest.
Right, I got in at 243, and it's at 374 right now.
And it's just because of Jay Powell. So you look at mortgage rates, you look at credit cards.
This is insane. 60% up. I'm leaving half on QQQ.
Again, if there's factual basis for it, like President Trump says, then you address it. But there's
I'm
no
booking half on QQQ. 52%. There's no way this bitch keeps going. It could go 55%. Holy fuck. This shit is crazy. Yo, nah.
Thank you.
Now it's making me think about the pink box tomorrow, but holy shit, they're going today, baby. What is the pink box? Nah, right? Holy fuck. They're extending crazy down south. Look at SPX now. Oh my. Where are they going? Right? They're going to the horizontal sloping support. All the way down there at 634. This shit is crazy. 1/3, 2/3 super cycle. Right? Super cycle intraday on SPX. Overnight showing on QQQ. Fucking I can't even describe how much of a big super cycle this shit is. This is the biggest super cycle we've seen. 81% on QQQ now. I'm out on everything. I am out 95%. All right, I'm out 95%. Fuck this shit. I'm out 95%. Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna send my fucking port in the WhatsApp group. You gotta see this shit. Just complete wall up. Yo, no way. No way. God did no way. Complete wall up. Even more wall up now. Complete wall up. Complete wall up. Oh my god. Today. Wow. I mean, I was in 1 DT and this shit is crazy. I was in fucking 1 DT. I was in 1 DT, bro. Imagine the 0 DT right now. Oh my god. Imagine the fucking 0 DT right now. Oh my god. This is crazy. Spike down $5 on SPY. We're at 620. We were at 625. Right? QQQ is down 1%. Today might be the day they go down fucking nuts. This is the most insane shit that's coming out of my mouth. But look at where Nvidia is at right now, 181. Alright, look at what Palantir is right now, 155. Alright, look at where Tesla right now, right? This shit is fucking dumb. This shit is fucking dumb, beautiful. Look at QQQ right now. This is the most insane 3/3 I've ever been a part of in my life. Right? That I swear to fucking God, I've never been a part of a 3/3 where it's so fucking goddamn one-sided full fucking flush mode with setup. I've never. My last 5% of the put is up, 97% up right now. I have never in my fucking life have I been a part of something where it's motherfucking up one directional fucking just boom. in 35 fucking minutes. I swear to fucking Bob. I swear to Bob. Never have I been a part of something where it's just like boom like that. All right? I swear to fucking God. I'm not bullshitting right now. I'm not bullshitting right now. I am not bullshitting right now, bro. This is a gift from the heavens. This shit was a gift from the heavens. I'm all out. I'm all out. I don't give a fuck. I left my 5% just now while talking about this shit. I don't give a fuck. I left. Booked. Right, time is 10:05. Right, my portfolio up, motherfucking crazy. This bitch ain't moving. This bitch ain't moving. All right, while the market about to move. All right, while the market about to move. This is crazy. I can't even describe. All right, we were talking about this in the pre-market though, right? I was like, yo, they're breaking out of the fucking shit, but we gotta watch this. And in the pre-market, when there was 10, 15 people here at 9:21, 9:22, I was like, yo, they're trying to pull back. But I don't know if I said it. I was like, I was like, if they break this though, 3/3, and if they break this higher, third, or 3/3 if they break this higher, if they break it lower, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. So yeah, crazy dude. What a fucking day. I don't even give a fuck what they do anymore. 10 a.m. I don't even care what they do. I hope to God they bounce it so I can short it again. But if they go lower here, whatever. I actually want them to bounce it here, to be honest. Time is 10:05. Man, I cannot imagine the zero DTs. I did not have the guts. I did not have the fucking guts for zero DT. But dude, my shit moved crazy on one DT since 625 to 620. I can't fucking believe the fucking zero DT. Like, what the fuck is this shit? I don't even want to look at it because I don't want to get greedy. But like, what the fuck? Yo, that shit crazy. Wow. 10:05 bouncing, right? At 10:03, the first minute of 10:05, right? I'm feeling lightheaded. I'm feeling really lightheaded, folks. But thank God, right? Let's sit together and pray, right? Dear God, thank you so much for the what you did, right? God did. God did. Let's hit the like button, folks. Today is Tuesday. It's only the second day of the week, Monday and Tuesday. It's a really, really good day. Really, really blessed day. Really, really blessed day. Man, I did not have the guts for 0 DT 3/3, but holy shit, did they do the 3/3. Right? I was thinking down here. And I was like, fuck you. I'm going to get greedy. 621. 620. That has to be a God gifted exit. Right? Nah, Nvidia going lower. I feel like this is a trap. All right. Anything here may see some sort of a bounce. Or I'm lying and they go lower. I don't know. I may be wrong. 2 hours so fucking bearish. So I may be super wrong. 2 hours crazy bearish. I may be wrong. I don't know. I'm completely wrong. So, you know, I was thinking they go lower though. And then they did go lower. And then I left the 3/3 and they're just going lower and lower. So, wow. That's a liquidation. That's a liquidation if I've ever seen it. You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I had 180 puts on Nvidia, man. You know what's crazy, dude? I had 180 puts on Nvidia, and it went from 186 to 180. Can you believe Nvidia went down 3% today again, right? QQQ is down 1.15%. SPY is down 0.46%, all right? Best believe this is what the market doing. Best believe this is what they're doing, right? NVIDIA, IWM look bullish as shit, and they're coming in with the head and shoulders, weird ass little, doesn't even make sense until you look at the 3 p.m. spike and everything makes sense, right? And like I'm telling you, best believe this shit is some sort of higher time frame, higher fucking things, big fucking money, big fucking companies, NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, Palantir and shit set up. Best believe. Best believe this shit not just some candle shit every day. Bullish, bearish, bullish, 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 bearish, bullish, bullish, blah, 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 blah. It's actually a cycle analysis, right? It's cycle fucking dedication, absolute fucking dedication analysis at its finest every single day. Have I lied? No. Have I lied? No. Every single fucking day. The realists remember what really happened. The realists really remember what actually played out. So all I'm saying is this shit is not a fucking one day, next day bad, one day good, next day bad, one day good, next day bad. Actually, deductors are fine majority of the days, right? Speculators, guessers, and candle trading 50-50, hoping YouTube scamming weird thingers are the people that are basically every single fucking day guessing. Guesser-rooney. And they have no fucking idea what the hell is playing out. Right, I'm not talking shit. I'm trying to be real.
Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, right away to help set up the action today.
All right, since this is what happened, we're going to watch it. Palantir post earnings spot, gold and silver rebound.
It looks like, it was different than how I expected things to turn out yesterday. What's your thought?
Yeah, I would agree. If you're kind of looking at the performers to the upside, it was a lot more of the cyclical names that actually did catch a little bit of a bid here. Kind of that broadening out trade taking place with industrials and financials kind of leading the way. Also with consumer staples, Walmart had a phenomenal day yesterday. And I think that type of price action allows us to build at least a little bit of a foundation here when it comes to price. Wow. I don't believe that volatility is over and done with.
I don't care what anyone says here to me anymore. Even if they go lower, I'm just glad I got the fuck out in the 2/3, 3/3 intraday.
The government data, and that could also take
they could go lower, sure, but I mean, they for sure just did go lower.
As well. And we have some earnings. Obviously, Palantir, we'll talk about that.
It is what it is for me at this point.
Could actually bring this risk on trade in the market. You did
I don't want to call IWM bearish. Like, it's so fucking dangerous. Look what it did. It touched the top of the CPI candles too. So it's not even like it was just bearish. It was literally bullish and bearish. Like, this is absolutely nuts how IWM has the power to do that.
Maybe some of the mega cap tech names, and I think we're still kind of focusing on.
Isn't that crazy? How I said they're playing with the CPI candle and we extended it as the shit was going lower, right?
Second or third here just because of that government shutdown. So overall, it's actually a pretty decent day yesterday. A nice recovery from the lows over the overnight futures trade that we saw on Sunday as well.
Okay, so earnings in pole position. Let's get into it with those Palantir numbers. Those shares
everything is in the 3/3, especially NVIDIA. I could see some sort of short-term bounce or not. They're algo ranging here at the floor of 1010. The floor is 1010. There's an algo range at 1005. 1005 bounced, 1005 rejected, and 1010 made a new floor. That means there's an algo range here. What is an algo range? Well, they're about an algo range.
Between $1.53 billion and $1.536 billion. Your street is looking for 1.32 billion, so they beat there on the guide for next quarter. But the fiscal year 2026 outlook is really the surprising factor. They beat that revenue estimate by almost around $800 billion, close to $800 million, close to $1 billion for that beat. So at the end of the day, they are still seeing demand kind of ramping up, not only on the commercial side, but really what brought this
and we're at
stock over the top when you look at this report is the government contracts. Government revenue actually increased by 66%.
Man, I was a little bit scared to short SPY today because of the picture yesterday.
Large customers at a very fast pace, faster than the street's expectations. Their rule of 40 metric, which is really looking at the revenue growth as well as EBITDA growth, continues to exceed street's expectations. So you are seeing the stock up around 10%. I'm surprised it's not up a little bit more, but let's see what happens when the equity market does open. This is a name that does get a lot of attention on the options front. And if the stock is able to get to that 170 level and break above that, that's when we're going to see a massive short squeeze in this market, just based on the options positioning that we saw going into the close yesterday. So a really decent report. Hopefully this takes a little bit of pressure off of some of these other software companies that have been dragged down over the last 2 months.
Yeah, listen, I mean, to your point, you have a lot of analysts who are making price target adjustments. this morning. You got Piper Sandler raising it to 230. Mizuho adjusting its price target as well off the back of its
I'm
results.
shorting
One thing
IWM
that I
again.
find interesting in this
into
that
next
you know
Monday
we've
here.
been talking about how they've been growing in commercial. Government was obviously originally its bread and butter. You just pointed out how solid their numbers were in government. I just can't get over the fact that the growth was more than 60% for government and commercial more than 100%. Both of those are eye-popping numbers. Any final thoughts in terms of Palantir's earnings?
Yeah, I would say if you're really focusing on the future of this company, you would like to see that weight of the commercial side continuing to ramp up at a really healthy pace and maybe a little bit more of a 60-30 ratio where you're looking at 60% of that revenue coming from commercial. 30%
guys, if you guys can hear me in chat, please type in 1, 2, 3. Somebody typed in the WhatsApp group. I lost the live stream.
Maybe even some budget bills that kind of get impacted
I'd very much appreciate
now, Palantir hasn't really been in the crosshairs when it comes to the government cuts because it is a product, or they are providing a product, several products for that matter, that is used to be able to improve efficiency. And so they haven't really seen any type of material headwinds when it comes to the government cuts over the last year or so. And there's also some domestic policy that we are seeing
thank you so much, Scott.
Basis, which they are
I'm in February 9th at 262 IWM puts.
So
maybe I want to scalp today and leave.
Looking at really
shit is full on 3/3. Everything is going south except IWM.
Impactful, and that's a little bit
I don't want to go in spying QQQ when they're showing full on set.
Once again, politics and things of that nature. So this is actually a really decent report. The stock was trading at a really key neckline level. If you're kind of looking at the technicals at that 147 level, it was able to hold that. We're advancing above
There's
that.
There's no way in hell they're getting me to chase that.
If you get to 170, it's not out of the question to try to hit all-time highs for this name over the next couple of weeks.
All right, let's.
They're really going here. I can't believe. I mean, I set that price level, or I drew that shit just like to draw it, but like I would never believe they were gonna actually go to like that fast. So I'm just gonna watch this.
Tell us the latest here.
Yeah, so the U.S. is actually going to cut
Why is fucking
tariffs on India to 18%, and that's going to be down from 25%.
I hate it. It broke the LOD.
The extra 25% punitive duty
that was based on Russian imports
for India has also been eliminated. So you are actually seeing India stocks or India-related stocks are moving aggressively to the upside this morning. A little bit of a surprise. We did have
in 262, basically like
India,
5 days out, 6 days out. So
process,
I don't know if it's out of the money,
over the last 2 weeks. About India making some deals or signing some deals.
I just want 260
European partners as well as with China.
2 days.
So
that shit too crazy to ask for.
Pressure on the U.S. to try to get back into this space.
Maybe it is too crazy to ask for.
We have not received any type of joint statement. We've only had the statements coming out pretty much from the Washington or the U.S. administration, for that matter, when it comes to this particular deal. So let's get a confirmation from India. But this is actually going to be a really good thing for not only the United States but also for India, especially for the United States.
This has to be something.
Ramping up very aggressively.
Right. I'm not saying it's going to reject, but I'm saying it's going to maybe play with the 0.5 fibs somehow.
For that matter, and looking at others within that space that actually could see some tailwinds here over the next couple of years. We also might see some agricultural impacts as well that could take place.
Can you believe Nvidia today, folks?
Adhered to. So a decent little surprise.
Crazy.
We did see once again international markets moving to the upside on this report. We did not see that much of a reaction on the U.S. front though. So let's see.
Palantir doing. Palantir bouncing. Tesla trying to go lower.
These terms to make sure that these items are going to clear, and then also it's going to clear their legislative body.
I can't believe Nvidia is just going.
And let's talk about metals. It looks like there's
this is the 3/3. I absolutely think they're going to bounce Nvidia overnight.
Another headline mover.
I absolutely think there's a bear trap coming on Nvidia at some point.
That's going to be
just what I believe.
We've seen in
I think they're getting the bears cooking now.
Obviously, a very low base when it comes to that. But I think you are seeing the situation where by the dip,
because they killed off the fucking puts, they brought it back, and they killed off the calls now, and I could literally just see them do it. I could see them do it later, not now maybe, but like I could just see them do it.
Level. So you are getting a retracement bounce. I don't think we're in the all clear yet. We kind of talked about this
is going north
try. And it didn't seem like the trade was going to be over and done with. And that's usually not the fashion that we see, not only metals, but just commodities alone. You usually try to make another effort towards those all-time highs. And it seems like we're trying to do that right now. Now, the candle structure, if you're looking at silver, and we're able to close at these current levels, let's say around $87, $88, you have a decent hammer candle on the daily chart. That could also bring some optimism for technical traders out there to try to step into this name. The SLV ETF, if you kind of
they're showing so much bearish still
on that ETF,
still
even
bearish.
from Friday and even
they might
Thursday
go hit
of last
this shit,
week,
but I mean,
there's still
at
more
some
of a
point
call
they're in
side
a
skew, an
cycle,
aggressive
right?
call side skew. So that's one of the other signals that we kind of
at some point they're
highlighted
gonna
yesterday
reload.
on the network that kind of give you maybe a little bit of optimism
Somewhere
that
here,
bounce may be coming as market makers are still preparing for some aggressive call buying activity to take place.
Okay, all right, and let's get your levels on the S&P 500 for today.
Look at this shit.
Yeah, so to the upside, looking at 70.20, to the downside 69.50, we have seen the VIX crush to around 16, so implying around a 1%
it's just creating fibs
and
after
downside.
fibs
And
and
Diane,
fibs and IWM
just want to kind of highlight here, keep your eye out on the transport industry here. We actually saw a really decent bid in those yesterday.
Isn't that crazy though? Like, look at that.
There's still a lot of stocks that are basing out within that industry.
I'm sending that picture.
Okay, thank you. All right, that is Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent.
Last week and this week.
KG.
Perfect. All right, guys, let's hit the like button, folks. Please. Pretty please. Clearly tell, though, a lot of people come and go, right? A lot of people don't try every single day. But I can tell you for sure, 75% of the people that do watch me, because it's like 120, 110 maybe, and there's 95 people here. It's only like 25, 30 people. You do try, and you are here every single fucking day, so... Best believe market do shit every day, but it's not every day. I mean, the market does shit perfectly to what you want, right? But there's like things like earnings and whatever the fuck they do, like the SPX put fucking thing, everything that they do. And every day is almost just a deductor's world. This shit's a gift. How the fuck does anyone know based on news this is gonna not go higher and go lower? And how the fuck does anyone know based on gold and so you don't? It's just there's cycle confirmations, like setups happening everywhere at all times. At all times. It's actually fucking amazing. Right? At first, I was scared of this shit. At first, I was like, bro, this shit is so terrifying. I'm not understanding it. But the more you see and the more you understand, the more you're like, wow, this shit is actually like a fucking gift. It's actually a gift to people that are like trying their absolute fucking best, because this shit is absolutely a gift. There's nothing else. How is this shit not a gift? Like, you know, fighting against it fucking feels terrible, sure, but it's just, man. Man. It's a fucking deductor's world. IWM 2 hour. Trying to be bullish here. Alright. 4 hour, 1 hour, everything probably bullish still. 30 minutes. 15. Scary. IWM looks the most scariest bullish today. Alright, maybe SPY is letting it bounce.
Welcome back. Let's check markets and.
Yo, Lewis, you can come back in, bro. I just removed a bunch of people that weren't on for like a week or two, or a week and a half at max, maybe, or like 3 or 4 days. But I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have removed you, but there were a bunch of numbers that were like profiles with no pictures, and like I don't want to really accept people with no profile pictures that never say anything in the WhatsApp group. That shit really feels body. They don't even watch, you know, people typing, or they never type anything anyway, so that's what I did. But I know for sure you have been here for quite a while, Lewis, so we will.
White House officials meeting with crypto industry executives and bank associations yesterday to help break the stalemate holding up the Clarity Act in the Senate. Participants calling the talks constructive, but crypto representatives reportedly felt that banks were slow to engage. The major impasse is whether crypto exchanges should be allowed to offer customers rewards on stablecoins held on crypto platforms.
And maybe IWM is bullish.
Be able to reward customers for
moving
their money out of banks and onto crypto platforms. The president voiced support for the bill, the Clarity Act, in the Oval Office.
I'm starting to doubt myself. Is that crazy?
I'm a big crypto person. I'm the one that probably helped crypto more than anybody because I believe in it. And the reason I believe in it is because if we don't do it, Scott, I think we can say then China's going to do it, right? Yes, sir. If we don't do crypto, then China's going to do it.
Joining me now is the Chief Legal Officer of Coinbase, Paul
Let's do a poll, folks.
Paul, great to have you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Maria.
And of course, Coinbase was a major
Into tomorrow. We understand there's going to be a bunch of cycles today. Into tomorrow. Is this bullish or bearish?
The main takeaway for the American people to understand is that
your opinion
is fully engaged. Full credit to President Trump for prioritizing this conversation about the right way to regulate crypto and bring innovation to our financial system. I think it's also very important to understand why the American people should care about this at all. This is fundamentally about not only innovation, but competitiveness in our financial system.
First poll of the day, folks.
Making sure that the U.S. dollar remains the global reserve currency and isn't replaced by a Chinese central bank digital currency.
Holy fuck. First poll of the day, folks.
How will the dollar get undermined by this?
Well, what the dollar fundamentally needs ultimately is demand.
Algo range is so shimmicky, but it's breaking down.
Rates are critical. What stable coins, a particularly important part of crypto, do is.
So based on today's move, we understand there's going to be a bunch of cycles and shove RU into tomorrow.
Keep borrowing costs low.
Bullish.
Fundamentally, they also preserve the dollar's role as
bearish.
the currency
hard
of
time
choice
frame
in
is
global
making me
trade.
feel like
So
there's going to be a
important
bounce on IWM, but if the market goes lower and liquidates, there's no way IWM holding. So I feel like IWM will also fake out and go lower too, but it's not showing it at all right now.
Stablecoin rewards, they claim that it could lead
we have
to
10 people voting bearish and 0 people voting bullish.
Billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars going to come out of the banks and go into the crypto platforms. Because if you are a crypto platform and you
have no one voting on YouTube, follow the leaguer. One person voted bullish into tomorrow.
Deposit account and put it in the bank. Is that and put it in the crypto platform? Is that what you're asking?
Well, what I
a
think
1v11.
Confusing the American people and leaders.
A 2v11. Captain and follow holding fellow hands, saying
limiting competition. The fact
and
of the matter
him.
Is there's no
We
evidence
are
whatsoever that stable coins or
little
interest or demand for
Chai
community bank
joining
deposits and other deposits away.
3.
In fact,
All right, we have 13
system
people
by,
voting
again,
bearish.
supporting the strength
We have
of the
14
US
people
dollar.
voting
It's
bearish.
not surprising that the bank lobbyists want to preserve that incumbent position because, of course, the bank lobbyists represent interests that have over $3 trillion, Maria, parked at the Federal Reserve that isn't doing anything. That's simply just sitting there when it could be put to work for the American people. We think it's important that that capital be deployed much more than have false concerns about competition.
Well, what do you want to say to the critics who say, look, the crypto companies want it both ways.
Oh my God.
You want to be able to pay rewards and get a flight to capital into the crypto platforms.
Horizontal sloping support touched. Horizontal sloping toward. Oh my God, look at this point. 0.5 FIB touch 2 on SPX. They really did it. They really done did it, folks. They really done did it. They really fucking hit it. That's the most craziest morning open of the month, right? February. Craziest open of the month. Oh my God. Can you fucking
transparency and competition, and we want regulation and rules that encourage that.
But to be clear, the crypto platforms are not going to have anywhere near the regulatory framework.
And Nvidia is going lower.
Well, I would disagree with that only because under the Clarity Act,
bearish. We have
under strict supervision.
17 people that is bearish
at the federal
and
level.
3 people that is bullish into tomorrow.
The other thing I would say is that when it comes to stablecoin deposits, it's important to understand that these deposits,
horizontal sloping support touched,
are not then relent out to other parts of the economy. These are backed
IWM coming in with the crazy bounce.
Principally U.S. Treasuries. They are much more secure than a fractionalized system that we have with the banks that introduce all sorts of systemic risks that don't apply here.
Paul, talk to us about what you're doing at Coinbase. Let's take a step back right now.
And SPX coming in with a crazy down and a crazy bounce back into some sort of range here, where we hit the 0.5 FIB perfectly.
To make Coinbase the primary financial account of the future. You're talking about
it hit it so fast and bounced up.
Expansion into prediction markets, stock trading, derivatives, 24/7 market access, traditional financial services offering, account acquisitions, AI-assisted Coinbase Advisor, platform expansion for businesses and developers, and, of course, the on-chain consumer economy, and even an international expansion. Am I right?
It's a long list to be sure, but we think this is very much in line with the president's
vision.
And
IWM going full on bullish.
Look, Maria, we want to be the bullish, as you point out. We believe the system that has underserved the American people for too long needs an update, and we think the best way to do that is to bring products and services to our customers and to the wider world that fundamentally.
I don't like this shit at all. QQQ going lower, and IWM going higher, and market SPY is just going lower and bouncing.
That you had the launch of stock trading and the Coinbase advisor.
I hate this shit. I don't know. I don't like this at all.
In a different place.
I'd like IWM down there.
Follow the interests and demands of our customers, and what our customers are saying
this shit is going north.
We want to have an integrated option for trading,
with no
for
volume,
basic financial services, for prediction markets and other new alternatives that allows them to think of their financial future in an integrated way. We think Coinbase
Bearish squeeze on IWM already.
Like
everything
deposit. How do you differentiate Coinbase from, for example, Bank of America, JP Morgan?
Well, I think when people think of Coinbase, they think of the most trusted place in crypto.
I don't give a fuck. No matter what happens here, my fucking expiry is so far out on IWM that my profit ain't moving that much right now.
Engage with the financial system in
new and fresh
ways. We're happy to compete on those terms with.
I hope. If my profit gets wiped today, I'd be fucking surprised, but I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
Where it makes sense, and I think that part of the story is also important.
Shit's so fucking little anyway.
Partner, but you're also competitive.
Well, we're going to stand up for our customers first and foremost, and that's always going to be a red line for Coinbase. But where it makes sense to partner with banks, we're going to do so. We've done that with respect to ETFs. We've done that with respect to other partnerships we've announced. We think there's an important opportunity here, both to compete and cooperate, all in service of our customers.
Can you compete on a level playing field if it's a different regulatory framework for the crypto versus the traditional bank?
Well, I think we all share a common interest in safety and security of the overall system. The specific rules that apply to one institution or one technology or another ought to reflect the strengths of that particular alternative, while overall keeping the focus on keeping people safe and making sure they understand where their money is.
So would you accept things like deposit insurance? Would you expect
I can't believe 179 hit today. That's the most craziest thing ever. I had 180 puts yesterday, and I let him go into expiry to Friday because I thought they were not going to hit it and they were going to chop and burn.
Is different from the banks that make certain rules less
That's the most craziest fucking thing of the year for me. That I had 180 puts yesterday and 187 Nvidia, and the fucking thing literally just ripped down all the way to 180.
Of course. Now there's another criticism.
I had 180 at 187. How fucking crazy is that? How fucking crazy is that, dude? Oh my god, but that was it. 180. How fucking crazy is that? I can't fucking believe it. It's the most insane shit.
Are depending on lending from the community banks. Are they going to be forgotten in a digital world?
Rather than being forgotten.
So I'm not chasing on Nvidia no more, bro. Like 180 in one day.
It's interesting. Stablecoin and crypto more generally actually offer community banks and
the
communities that they support and serve a new way to engage with their customers in ways that we think actually strengthen their position
all chips are getting
and
whacked.
offer greater alternatives to
SMH down 2%.
The fact of the matter is that community banks like
what is SOXL doing today?
Have a greater opportunity to participate in this new crypto economy if this legislation passes.
Down 7%.
The reason this legislation is currently drafted would offer banks for the first time in 27 years new powers, new authorities to compete with the Coinbases and others of the world on a level playing field. That, I think, is entirely in service of their mission. It does not undermine it.
Now, your CEO, Brian Armstrong, was with me recently, and he was not happy with what he saw in that bill, the Clarity Bill. It's hung up right now in the Senate. Are you comfortable with the changes made? Where are we on that legislation from your standpoint?
Well, we're comfortable that the White House understands the issue, is fully engaged. We're also comfortable that not only Republicans but Democrats on the Hill understand the need for this legislation.
I would have bear trapped this and go back up.
It's certainly the case, Maria, that K Street violence on occasion captures a lot of interest and attention when the lobbyists are fighting
bulls strapped or the bears strapped?
The fact of the matter is that the conversation continues to remain constructive.
What if it does somehow not break the shit?
Absolutely.
Man, that would absolutely trap everybody.
He walked us through some of the issues in a very practical way.
That's so wild.
When he joined me
broke yesterday's low.
Watch.
Not pre-market low.
I want to talk about
we definitely broke yesterday's low.
For a while now,
you know, technically I can't count this because this is overnight. So technically we are now in a new 3/3 cycle.
Or interest on stable coins.
We broke yesterday's low.
Reward issue is very important.
Speaking, so this is the new 3/3 bearish.
Showed incredible leadership here,
huge, bigger
a strong
cycle.
Crypto agenda. We just got the Genius Act passed into law, which actually did
enable
stablecoin rewards to happen.
See if the bears are in control here.
You know, the banks had their own concerns, and we reached a good outcome in the Genius Act.
Or they
and
bounce.
Now the banks really are coming and trying to undermine the president's crypto agenda.
Are we going to be tapping into the Genius Act for ideas for this Clarity Act in terms of this legislation that would be suitable for you?
Well, it's very important to understand that the Genius Act is the current law. And so if for some reason we were to fall short of passing
we're at
Clarity for some reason, Genius will continue. And the law under Genius is very clear. Rewards are available, and companies like Coinbase can offer them. So we actually think that what Clarity will do is extend the opportunity for crypto to a greater set. It's very important that we have new rules that go beyond just stable coins and that provide, for example, federal oversight for the first time of spot markets, that there be a clear token taxonomy so that we know what tokens fall to the jurisdiction of the SEC and what tokens fall to the jurisdiction of the CFTC.
It looks like the bulls are here.
It's also very important that we protect DeFi, emerging an important innovation within crypto as part of this legislation. So there is an opportunity with this new legislation, but let's be clear.
Like
the law as it currently stands will continue whether this new legislation is passed or not.
Well, this is a very important point that you just make, and I want you to know that in about 20 minutes, I'm going to talk with the chairman of the CFTC. What do you want to make sure that the chairman of the CFTC hears from the crypto platforms?
Well, Chairman Seelig has been a strong champion of innovation, not just in crypto, but across financial markets, going back now many years in his career. And he's made it very clear in his early public statements as chair that he sees new legislation in crypto as an important priority to fulfill the president's vision for this new emerging asset class. I think the most important thing that the new chair of the FTC can do is to continue to maintain a very positive, productive dialogue with the industry and, frankly, with those who have concerns about the industry to make sure that we
Why isn't IWM pulling back here with the market?
This asset class, but also police fraud and abuse where it may take place.
Is it bull trapping a little bit and then doing it? Like, what is this shit, huh?
Coinbase's revenue profile toward recurring
I don't know, man. I am fucking feeling FOMO now in the market. Fuck. I'm feeling FOMO.
The main goal is to provide clarity and certainty into this market.
It's not. It's annoying me.
For a very long time. Look, it's no mystery that under the previous administration we had chaos. We had regulation by enforcement. We had whipsaw rules that came out of left field and landed without any advance notice. And we had a hostility to crypto that fundamentally undermined America's competitiveness. What this legislation will do is preserve America's role as the crypto capital of the world, as President Trump.
Bull trap or bear trap on IWM.
And if that happens, we think our business will benefit just as others will as well.
I mean, Paul, there's so
Why?
much
Because
money
the market going lower, but
IWM
IWM staying high.
I mean, you just look at the valuations in AI alone. Elon Musk
one of them's going to catch up to the other. Two of them's going to catch up to one, or one of them's going to catch up to the two.
XAI. This is going to be an IPO down the road, and it's talking about it's the biggest M&A transaction of all time.
I can't believe they're testing this
$1.25 trillion.
SPY like
put
that.
out a memo about it. What do you make of all these?
It looked like they were going to bounce it, right? It looked bullish as shit in this candle and then rejection.
Extraordinary times in our markets.
1035, rejecting at the 1035 until 1025 breaks.
Is that the American economy,
draw
for
out
all
the cycles here.
and challenges,
there's a lot of algo ranges here that I did not draw.
It's critical that we pass sensible rules.
It's probably very critical for me to draw it.
New growth, new innovation, and then we think that that's what the Clarity Act will achieve.
Ain't no way they fucking bullish or bearish like this shit.
The prediction markets business.
That's crazy. Look at this shit. IWM reverting now.
Polymarket, you've got
IWM reverting now.
What is the attraction with these prediction markets from your standpoint?
Well, prediction markets fundamentally give our customers is the opportunity to play on a level playing field with larger institutions that have been able to hedge risks and
looks like we have a lot of people that is bearish into tomorrow. It's like about 21 people.
In fact, many
21 people versus 3 people that's bullish into tomorrow based on today's move.
The common
all today.
person on the street, retail
Cycles haven't happened yet today, so
can now
the answer
leverage their
will change.
insights,
Obviously,
can now,
the more we go
put their
into
intelligence
tomorrow,
about events
at least for
and
now,
other happenings to work and benefit from
showing
financially.
nothing but bearish.
Coinbase, of course, set to report fourth quarter earnings.
That's if no fucking tomorrow. Like, dude, the crazy thing is, were there even a lot of calls yesterday? I mean, you know what the crazy part is? There was, right? Look at the SPX, right? Look at the multi-day GEX expiry that we sent yesterday. Where was all the calls, right? Let's look right now. All the calls expiring today was at 7,005, 7,030, 7,050, 6,980, right? And expiring into tomorrow, February 4th, was 7,025, 7,050, 7,075, 7,975, right? And I told you, these motherfuckers are making people hope like crazy on 700 SPY or 7,000 SPX like a motherfucker right now, right? Yesterday, right? Those that remember what I'm saying, this is what the fuck I mean. They cooked actually every single call up there. They cooked every single call up there. Oh my God, that's disgusting, right? There has to be a lot of puts now,
currency of choice, and they're doing that in very innovative ways. They are offering a central bank digital currency in contrast to the private currencies offered here in the United States and elsewhere. They're providing for yield or interest on that central bank digital currency.
Spike up into morning barely.
If the U.S. cedes its position of leadership, it's more than ready to step in. We think that would be a great mistake and a great loss for the American economy. It would be a great mistake or loss for American people. And that's why we think President Trump's vision is so important.
All right, let me end where we began, and that is,
Palantir,
of course,
Nvidia.
This legislation. What is your best expectation in terms of the Clarity Act getting back on track and, in fact, communicating real rules in terms of rules of the road for digital assets?
We're very hopeful. I think yesterday's summit at the White House was an important step. And again, credit to the White House for convening the parties. There is work that remains to be done. But we saw, for exple, last week, the Senate Ag Committee move forward with its version of the bill.
If they create a cycle here, they may try some bullish cycle. Right? Previous low today turned into resistance and or support happening here.
Distractions. We're going to see a focus again on what matters, which is giving the American people sensible rules for crypto and giving them a choice in their financial system. This legislation is going to do that. We think it's going to pass.
Some people are questioning why the Ag Committee is one of the leadership roles here.
Well, it's important that the Ag Committee provide leadership because the CFTC will be an important regulator under this legislation, and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission falls to the jurisdiction of the Ag Committee. That's why they're so important.
Man, yesterday was a great close.
We will be watching your work, and of course, this is an exciting
spike
time.
down at fucking power hour right at 3
Thank you so much
into
for being
4.
Here, Paul Graywall.
Today was a godly gift. And those that weren't persistent enough to be there through the market when it happened, man, this shit is literally all the things that are happening. It's almost a gift. Right, yesterday's move made it so that the people did go with bearish and chase, but like it didn't even go that bearish and then pop up. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. That's wild. 20 EMA all day long and then pull back on the 5-minute. If anyone remembers that, hold 28 EMA, bounce up, try, and then fail. Chop it up, slow it down.
And joining us now is Megan Hsu, Chief Investment Strategist at Wilmington Trust. There's the futures this morning. We've got a little bit traded off just a little bit.
I would like to see a bounce in the market, and I would like to see
Megan, you're in a bad
IWM
place.
wake the fuck up.
I just reading your notes. You got a lot of worries, a lot of concerns, don't you? The earnings have been good, you say, but that sets us up for maybe some weakness if there's any disappointment from what are already some lofty levels. And
it might not happen today.
I think in consensus on the economy this year, you think you're really seeing cracks in the labor market, which could indicate the economy is not so
MX said, my problem is if they go down today, I can't believe they're not going to go down and shoot it back up tomorrow. See, the thing is, though, that is why we sent this video, right, on the WhatsApp, right? And what does the video say? The video says, live life to the fullest, right? Every hour by hour, right? And the person that liked the video was Manuel Flores, and I hope you you know, a lot of people took deep meaning and deep understanding from the three things that that video was talking about. But honestly, right, live life with you know, mental clarity, with thinking, and just hour by hour, and life is good, right? There's no need to worry about tomorrow. There's no need to worry about the day after that, when the day is today, and the day is happening today. I understand what you're saying though, but like, I'm saying this shit in a philosophical way, right? I'm not saying don't think about the future. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, like, you know, what is happening now is as equally or more important than what is happening tomorrow, because what is happening now is what's real, and what's happening now is the setup that they're creating for the future. So if the future did not happen, I was ripping some shit off. So if the future did not happen, right, and we get into the mindset of one side or the other side, runner up or whatever, it turns nasty, because everything we think about, everything we see, every data, every fucking factor, time, or whatever it is that we see, makes us biased as fuck into that thing, into that direction, and we become that because we literally, right? That's that video also says, right? We have no control of the world. We only have control of one thing. And what does he say that one thing is? The one thing that we have control in our life is our mental mind, right? What we think about in our head. That's it, right? Whatever they do in the charts or whatever they do in life, there's no fucking thing you can do about it except your mental internal thought and processes of how you deal with it, how you slow down time, how you understand, and, you know, just deep understanding. But I'm sorry, I'm getting deep as shit right now, but like, yeah, I mean, dude, I watch videos like that on the daily. I get motivated on the daily because why? Shit like that's the only way
from companies
this shit works. I truly believe in David Goggins, man. Well, the only way to fucking get it, the only way to become the minority is to actually do the extra fucking work to become the extraordinary on top of the ordinary. And the fact is, life is so damn hard and things are so struggling that it's very hard to do that every day. And the majority, and I used to too, tend to not, and want to forget, and want to not, and want to not slow down time, and want to not look at the 1 minute candle and decipher into the 5 minute candle, and not want to wait, and not want to do, not want to understand, and not want to be patient. But those that are finding, you know, true self-confidence, true self-love, like they are slowing things down, they are understanding, they are trying to understand when they don't understand, because, you know, that's how it is. You don't understand until you do understand.
Outside of a recession, and this time
like,
might be
you understand what I'm saying though, right? Because every single day I do the same shit. It's not even like I literally do the other shit. Like, I literally draw 9:30, 9:45, 9:50. I draw 4 p.m., 9:30 a.m. I draw the previous LOD. I draw the boxes when it creates. I draw the algo ranges. It's not like this shit doesn't happen. It's not like, you know, it's different today and then tomorrow there's no system or processes that helps me understand. Like, it's not like, you know, the cycle just fucking goes and creates a 4/3 and you know what I'm saying, like a 4/4 or like a you know what I'm saying, like a 5/5. Like, there's only 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Like, so it's just understanding.
I think a lot of the talk about productivity and AI
what they're doing
is probably more companies signaling where they're going rather than what they're actually doing today. There's a reticence hard for sure, and then probably the lingering impact of tariffs and geopolitical.
It's given to everybody in life. It's just the individual needs to decide to want it in life, to do it, right, and to literally, because anything that you want in life, you can achieve. Like, it's just that video says it too, right? If you haven't achieved something in life, you just don't want it enough. And that shit has hit me deep in my life for the last 2 years, 3 years. So, you know, anything that anybody wants individually in life, man, they will get. Whatever that is, education, fucking success, right? Whatever that is, they seek greatness, right? Happiness, family, right? Whatever it is, it's just expectations. And the individual
Welcome back. We have so much news to discuss and cover today, so let's get straight to this morning's panel. Joining me in studios, Peter Bookbar, Chief Investment Officer at One Point BSB Wealth Partners and a CNBC contributor.
All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom.
He's also a CNBC contributor,
VR
and
bathroom.
CNBC Pro contributor, and Jason Ware, Chief Investment Officer and Head of Research at Albion Financial Group. Welcome to all of you. So much to get to. Peter, I'm going to kick this one off with you, and specifically something we've touched on the show, but I think there's a lot more room to run here, and that is the metals trade, as silver pops 13% this morning, and gold is on pace for its best day since 2008.
Well, Friday was a big deal in terms of breaking this parabolic move. The fundamental perspective is still intact. Central banks want gold. It's the most important reserve currency in the world. Silver, there's still supply-demand imbalances. So it was a well-needed correction Friday. We're seeing a little bit of bounce. I still think maybe we got a month or two of consolidation and digestion of that rally. But I do think that the bull market in industrial metals, precious metals are still intact. And I actually think it's going to spread to oil and ag.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Tony, want to get your thoughts on this, especially as SLV has been just so heavily traded among retail investors, too.
Yeah, so I agree with Peter in terms of, we definitely saw some weak hands got shaken out here on Friday. But I think that there could still be further shaking out of some of the weaker hands, especially since, if you look at spot gold and silver, there's a lot of leverage positions in those particular commodities. And I think there's potential some further downside in gold. My downside target for gold is around 4,200. I'd like to be a buyer around those levels because I do agree with Peter long term in terms of the fundamentals here. Silver, our downside target was 72, which we did get to that on Friday's intraday. So I do think silver, we're likely to see a little bit more of a consolidation. Gold, I think there's a little bit more downside. I'd be a seller of GLD puts maybe around that 410 level.
Tony, what about crypto and what we're seeing there? It seems like it's stabilizing.
Yeah, we're seeing it stabilizing as well, but the downtrend is clear. I don't think that there's a lot more downside in terms of Bitcoin, especially since the overall risk market still seemingly is holding up at the moment. But we definitely have starting to see that correction in Bitcoin, and I think this $70,000 level here on Bitcoin starts to be an interesting level for buyers to step back in.
Yeah, and of course, when we talk about momentum trades overall, Jason, I mean, tech's the point of the spear here. So this reversal we saw in the markets yesterday around the AI trade and the tech narrative and how that's carrying over today tells us what?
I think it tells you that the market is still trying to broaden out. It's been a theme that people have talked about on and off for well over a year, and beyond that, this idea of it's been tech's market and everyone else is just living in it, and they've been clear leaders. And we've had these points along the way where it looks like tech is losing leadership and maybe things have gotten a little bit frothy, and we've had pullbacks, and this is just another episode in our view of a consolidation and pullback period. The question is, are they going to reassert their leadership for 2026? Our view is that they likely will, and we're seeing some pretty good earnings coming through. We got Google, of course, on Thursday. We'll see what they have to say.
Yeah. Peter, what do you think?
I think this group is sort of breaking up. You really have to look at each individual big cap tech stock on its own. And I think the market has reached a point where it's now differentiating between the winners and losers with the AI tech trade. But I think Jason makes also a good point, is that the market has broadened out, particularly in international stocks and small mid-cap that we saw last year, that I do think continues. But I do think the dominance of the AI tech trade as one group is actually beginning to wane.
Tony, we got a big deal. Oh, who's jumping in?
I was just saying, and I think within that tech group, the group that's winning is actually looking at valuations. You look at Meta, you look at Alphabet, you look at Nvidia. These are the ones that are trading at very reasonable valuations. Even Oracle, trading at 20 times forward earnings. Those are the names that I like, and staying away from the ones that are trading 30, 40, 50 times forward earnings.
Sounds like you might be a little cautious on Palantir then. Jason, want to get your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in and agree with Peter, but also say that's been the case for a while. I mean, we talk about like tech Mag 7, before that was FANG, and this monolithic trade. But the reality is, for many years now, if you look at that group, there have always been points where some of them are cheap and some of them are expensive. Some have always been expensive.
FOMO is not a real thing.
But just a year ago, Google was
not
really
a real
cheap,
thing.
right?
It's just
Because
a thing
the
in
whole
the
10
mind.
blue links thing was going to be
This shit is
eaten up
absolutely
by AI,
crazy
and we were
bounce.
70% later with Google higher. So there's always been these moments where you can pick
It is bouncing,
your spots within the Mag 7. And I think that's still true today.
Not just Mag 7, Jason, but now you got a private company, newly combined, XAI, SpaceX, $1.25 trillion valuation in the private markets expected to come to market potentially as soon as this summer, even a higher valuation. I mean, maybe we need to rename the Mag 7, but also I think just as pressingly, you look at a couple of years based on what Elon Musk is saying, could we see space-based disruption of AI infrastructure on Earth and all the spend?
I wish I were smart enough to answer that. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I certainly can see the promise of moving some of the infrastructure, into outer space. We'll see what happens. I mean, we have to remember Elon makes big promises, and usually his timeline is he's a little optimistic on the timeline. So 2 to 3 years, I don't think so. Based on what I've read from people who know a lot more about this than I do, I don't think so. But ultimately, maybe the valuation for SpaceX, I think we're talking about 1.2, 1.3 trillion. Last time I looked it up, this is a company that's doing 15 billion. So we're talking about Palantir type multiples on revenue. So
it looks so fragile, like it could break up or break down so fast.
Way up there in orbit.
Yeah. Tony, want to get your thoughts on this, especially as we have a pipeline that is chock full of mega, highly valued private companies on tap potentially this year. And oh, by the way, just this week, we've got 8 IPOs on tap here in the U.S., which is the most we've seen in a week since 2021.
I kind of fucked up on QQQ and changed this box.
Yeah, certainly exciting times in terms of IPOs coming up this year with SpaceX, with OpenAI. With regards to SpaceX, it's trading at rich valuations for, because of Elon Musk. But even if you look at Tesla, right? I mean, arguably that is a business that is in decline, yet still trades at 250 times forward earnings. SpaceX and XAI arguably are in its infancy and has a lot more upside and a lot more optimistic outlook here. So I think that 1.25 trillion is probably, in Elon Musk's circles, still on the cheap side. And
burning the bears and burning the bulls somehow on IWM.
It is here, just purely from a momentum and speculative perspective.
Yeah. Peter, we're talking about this despite the fact that we have a steeper yield curve. We were just a lot of hand-wringing in the market just 2 trading days ago, about the so-called Warsh effect. And oh, by the way, a global trade that is propelling yields higher right now as well.
Well, interesting, today, the Reserve Bank of Australia actually raised interest rates.
Yes.
So we had the whole world cutting outside of Japan, and all of a sudden they cut enough where, okay, maybe this was too much. Inflation pressures have not been fully killed yet, and it's actually time to raise interest rates. To me, the rise in long-term interest rates, the elevated levels, should be a big focus of people.
All right, and you're watching Japan here too.
Japan in particular, I think the weakness in the yen, the rise in the JGB yields has global money flow effects and potentially economic impacts from that.
Okay. Jason, I'm going to circle back to you on this. How closely are you watching the bond markets, fixed income? I mean, yesterday we were very focused on Oracle and CDS and the fact that they're going back to the debt markets. Do you have to factor that into your tech thesis?
We watch it pretty closely. At Albion, we manage balanced portfolios, so we have clients in fixed income in various areas within the credit market. So it's important.
There's no way in hell.
It's also important as a market signal. Looking at what the bond market is saying about where we sit at any given moment in terms of economic growth and inflation.
This shit is out literally 6 days, but I'm getting scared now. This shit is out 6 days. Our profit is slowly moving downward. slowly.
Welcome back. Artificial intelligence reshaping the world's business landscape as AI helps boost efficiency and sparks innovation. But of course, we're worried about jobs, and critics warn a massive swell of jobs may be on the line as companies adapt to the rapidly changing technology. A projected 10.5 million American jobs could be lost to AI by 2030, which makes up roughly 6.1% of all jobs in the United States. I spoke with the CEO of Honeywell about this,
into February 9th is getting kind of whacked. It's near the lowest because it made a low today, but wow. It's getting whacked.
In our case, it's all about making people more productive. Because if less people are coming into the workforce to drive an operation of a building, of a plant, of an asset, then how we are going to solve it 10 or 15 years from now? And the method is going to be you take younger people with lower skills,
really in its own
but give them the tools so that they're able to run it with the same level of sophistication which very experienced people are doing today. So
5-minute bullish.
For us, it's not a substitution, but it's a growth from an industrial segment standpoint.
Joining me now is Global Advisor to CEOs in Corporate America, Ram Charan. Ram, great to have you back. Welcome back.
Happy to be here.
What is your reaction to this, and how should companies and the administration be responding to AI efficiencies that will kill jobs?
Yeah. Number one, most important, the application of AI in reality is going to determine the speed with which the jobs will go. 95% of the companies in the world outside China are not yet able to properly apply the AI that creates revenue growth, that creates productivity.
10:25 is not getting burnt into 10:55, 30 minutes later.
Are struggling, and there are reasons why they are not succeeding.
Well, do you believe that we are going to see a
market
loss
went down
of
for 1 hour
jobs as a result of AI more than blue collar?
Market went down for 55
minutes. It will be in both
minutes.
cases, yes, but
and then went higher
you're missing the boat in the whole thinking. We are not going to the heart of America. I look at a company like Parker Hannifin, look at the company like the Eaton, look at the company like Rockwell. They are investing the money. They are creating those things. They are scaling up. They create America. The highest priority of America is manufacturing in every industry and technology. It has to get number one priority.
Algo range at 10.
They're making investments going
10:05.
forward. They are the suppliers to automotive industry, chemical industry, other industries. Go focus there. Don't get all these big guys, big companies talking all the time on television. No, that's not America anymore. You know, we have lights out factories in America. I've personally seen them. Nobody seems to know that.
Wow.
Personally gone and see. Today we have a company in America, Protolabs, where if Apple agreed, this is the specification of a tool, they will produce that in one day. We have that in America. So I am saying put a Department of Manufacturing and Technology, create the apparency, the transparency of information, bring people together here. This is highest priority. Reorganize the departments in Washington.
Crazy how this shit works
priority. Out. Every CEO knows that has the highest priority, has to go up and take some of the other ones out and merge them.
And you said this the last time you were with me. You said the president needs an Office of Manufacturing and a Secretary of Manufacturing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And pull, the information is terrible. People don't know where the left hand is, where the right hand is. So you look at these things like Jacobs, like Parker Hannifin, like Eaton. They are supplying to auto industry, to other industries, chemical industries. They are moving and putting investments in. They have the plans. They don't make a noise. We are confused.
Yeah.
They are not making those noises.
Well, I mean, look, CEOs across business,
market
big and
is
small,
cycling.
are talking
It's
about
not
this. I want
bullish
to
or
get your
bearish.
take on what's most important to them
know.
right now. What
really
are
sure.
they
I don't
worried
wanna
about? We have a
fucking say
recent
bearish.
survey
I don't
from the
wanna say
Conference
bullish here.
Board
It's risky as
revealing that
fuck.
nearly half of executives find cybersecurity to be the biggest
wanna
threat to
stay
business, followed by supply chain disruptions, but AI the least of
Risky
their
as
concerns,
fuck
all the way down to the
to
bottom of the
say
list.
anything
We
without a
also
confirmation
understand
or a
that
major
China
momentum
is
or
a
anything
big issue
happening.
for
MACD
companies
and
today
volume
in
is
America.
bullish.
It is.
MACD and RSI is in bull territory. I mean, the volume is
focus
bullish.
on manufacturing.
We are algo
these
range stuck.
manufacturing companies in America and the allies. Japan has lights out factories. They have robotics. They are allies. Germany has those machine tools. We pull that together, create the group of 8, $70 trillion economy. Their concern of cybersecurity, yes, and they're going to manage that. But they have moved on this structural hyperscaling.
If they reject here,
and
then that means QQQ is bearish and IW is bullish somehow today.
Put your money in, create those investments, and they're proceeding ahead. We have all that data. Make it public. Get the people to see it. Pull them together here.
Why? Because QQQ cannot pass 10:05.
What about all the spending on AI right now? I mean,
SPY went higher than 10:05. Algo range.
Trillions every year. Are we ever going to
Why
see a return on
is
investment
QQQ below the
anytime soon,
previous
or
day,
are we waiting
9:30
for that?
a.m. open?
Every company, single company I have, we have very clear return cash on cash. Those are big guys, data centers.
If they pull back, they may pull back to 10.05 low or 10.10 low or 10.15 low and then bounce because that's the previous lows of the days.
For Doug McMillan to do
every one of them. 10.05, 10.10, 10.15, 10.25.
They brought an HR lady from Adobe.
There's 4.
She is
3 previous low of the days turned into resistance and support, and the last one, the most current one, being the low of the day, 10.25.
Now their new CEO of America is not a retailer.
There's your trying, making volume trying to pull back.
And now he's going to run retail.
Trying their darndest.
So we have that. It needs imagination and absolutely.
I don't think they want to let IWM run.
They're doing delegating to the
maybe
CEO,
it'll stay here today, but
the CEO
if they let the thing run, the market has to pop here.
In one bite. It ain't going to work. Amazon began with one product.
Maybe NVIDIA got oversold enough to bounce. That could be true too. Setups are there to go up. Setups are there to stay. I don't know.
Learn first.
It's playing in the 3/3 all day long though. This shit is crazy on NVIDIA. Right? Whether market bounces or
it's digitize your
it's going to do the same shit in NVIDIA probably.
First thing.
So is that your advice?
Tesla bear trap, Tesla bull trap. It's crazy. Palantir continuous lower
for today. With the customer, get the data, and look for revenues, just like Amazon does. And second, just digitize the supply chain. And for God's sake, get yourself involved in it. And have the person who runs it be a business person, a user, and a CDO. It's common. Go benchmark supply chain. There are a number of those companies that are doing it, and they're mid-sized companies. Focus on mid-sized companies. They are the ones who supply General Motors, supply the Ford, supply the. This is what the heart of America. They need help. But they are going on their own, and they don't talk. We are confused.
Yeah. By the way, these are also the job creators.
They are.
Okay? Mid and smaller companies are the job creators.
They are.
Yeah.
The other thing is, Maria, I'm very disappointed in Fed. I've been following them for 30 years.
You're disappointed in the Fed?
Totally. Why they get weekly information about what's happening in each district. Guess who reads it?
SPX may not go lower.
There should be publicizing this information.
Maybe there's a fuck ton of bears again.
By industry, how many jobs, where they're getting, and they're
for some reason I feel like QQQ is gonna go lower and SPY not that much this week. Like I don't know.
Well, we'll see.
Like not too much as
if Kevin Warsh changes things at the Federal Reserve.
I hope he changes.
Is that a weird feeling to have?
It's
like
always a pleasure. You always
maybe I'm
give
wrong.
us these pearls
a little bit.
Wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you. Delighted to be here, and thank you very much.
Time is 10. Sorry, time is 11:05. Bears are trying their darndest from the top of the algo range to reject. We are now at 10.05 level almost. 10.10 level almost. They may bounce it at one of these algo ranges. QQQ is already at 10.05. It's bounced trying. Alright, look at that yellow line on QQQ. We did not draw the second algo range on QQQ. But there is another one at 10.10. It could bounce anywhere here. They could cycle before they decide to do anything. It is not up to anyone but the market.
The issue
the market is
with
up to the people.
The start of this season is there was an expectation that it was going
IWM
to be
is trying to go
it's
lower
actually
again.
Incrementally stronger than expected. But the reason the market hasn't gone,
higher.
streaming through 7,000.
I don't know what I cannot possibly say what IWM is doing.
The last several quarters,
I don't know
where you had surprises on the order of 6% or so above the baseline expectation, getting you to that double-digit number. We thought it would happen again. Okay. It is happening again. But the underlying message is it sets the table for 2020.
Algo range is testing. Bearish control.
Julian,
1/3, 2/3 building.
October, early
it's
November,
turning into 3/3.
A little bit of a
it is now
rotation in the market.
All right, it's now 2/3,
maybe
turning into
out
3/3.
of some of the tech names into some of the more value, maybe small and mid cap. Is that a longer term trend? Is that something we should play in 26? How do you think about that?
Well, from our point of view, it actually started when healthcare started to recoup.
FOMO is the fucking jack real bullshit. Right? What is real is cycle and what is real is time confirmation. Primary factors, nothing else. Everything else is a fucking moving factor. Everything else is a fucking is a factor that moves in the equation. Right? I like factors that do not move, immovable fucking factors in the equation. That's what I fucking focus on the live stream. If you guys like that type of shit, bro, the smart money fucking things, set up smart money deductions, hit the fucking subscribe button, folks, and hit the like button. Thank you all so much for being here. But seriously, there's a lot of things that are moving factors. What are moving factors? Candles, volume, MACD RSI price target.
Because of the weighting
specific
in the index,
price targets.
The math drives the fact that it
immovable factors are time confirmation, cycle confirmation, cycle analysis. All right, massive volume, momentum.
So for tech to regain that leadership, is that simply a function of that's where the earnings are? That's where the cash flow growth is?
3/3 is bounced trying at one of these algo ranges at 10.05 or 10.10. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if it's bullish or bearish. I don't want to fucking call anything here. It's just candle right now. If it decides to be bearish, if it decides to be bullish, I might say something.
It's likely going to be a tailwind for technology.
Every single candle can bounce big. Every single candle can reject. So I don't know. It's just
we're on YouTube. Subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast.
11 to 11.05 rejected though, but I mean it's growing. 11.05 is bounced trying. Time is 11:10 in 30 seconds. That's the way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
For me to say, based on candles alone, volume is growing bearish as I speak. Trying. It's the 3/3 cycle. Trying.
Digital distribution there.
That does not mean they're going to break the LOD. They could go fucking LOD hope test and then bounce it to fucking VWAP again.
There's a real battle here to sustain a nominal GDP revenue.
This pivot point trading, I have no interest. 3/3. This is fucking little shit going on. I have interest. Best believe I have interest, but like I have no interest in 0 DT. Small cycle. Best believe. Maybe 11 to 11.05, but I mean it's too late now, so it's 3/3. I best believe I'm playing the 3/3.
Extraordinary resilience of the economy.
Only if there's massive momentum and setup, like the 3/3 that happened today. 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. So
when we see this affordability issue, the fact is that for now, and this is
time is
changing
11:10.
at the
11:10 is deciding whether it wants to go lower. 11:10 did break lower on QQQ, not yet on SPY.
Is as strong as it is. Revenue can continue to be as strong as it is.
What do you see about use of free cash flow? I got a 4% dividend listed Pepsi.
Man, I told you QQQ rejecting like this means tech is bearish, right? QQQ rejecting like this
non-tech companies
are bearish
like
on
Apple,
tech.
where they're trying to really deploy cash to shareholders.
No, and that's
if it really goes to pink line, that's crazy. But I mean, LOD testing at the minimum, that's a lot. 620 and 618 we are working in right now.
Is a macro backdrop
$2,
where
but
you're
it's
going
big.
to have, stimulus via
a lot of
the one big
participants
beautiful
here
bill.
now
You're
that
going
we are
to have
trying to show a
stimulus
floor.
via 2, maybe 3 Fed rate cuts, and so you really don't need to have the war chest ready, as corporate America does from time to time, in anticipation of a market slowdown.
Boy, Tom, I'm looking at another big tech name, Palantir Technologies forecast revenue for fiscal
If this is the same price, 692.2, 692.29, 692.2, it is. It's the new floor of this small cycle, so it did go lower into 1110.
I mean, I'm in the triple leveraged all cash fund, so who cares? But I look at folks, I'm not going to mention the name of the company, but I got a bellwether toothpaste company that I just sort of use. Paul, it's popped in like 2 weeks, up 20%.
Yeah.
A boring toothpaste company.
Yeah, a little rotation there, but
because rotation, and also I think
this might mean they may go lower because 1010 is lower than 1005, but that's the only confirmation. That's a tiny ass cycle confirmation.
Way better.
If they break 10, 1110, then it's too late for me, and it's 3/3, and they may go test floor, but it's just the risk is fucking crazy. It's pivot point trading.
Part of that
volume RSI.
The U.S. dollar
neutral
has fallen as far as it has over the last year.
Still in bullish neighborhood by barely.
Driven a lot of this
blue line and the orange line.
The rest of the world.
MACD RSI.
In our
if
mind,
they turn bearish,
the dollar did make
shit, they telling me bearish. Shit, it looks like we going down again. It looks like we going down again.
2001 to 2007, and the bottom line there, and we think the bottom line over the longer term here is that you saw rest of world outperformance over that long period because of the dollar weakness. Now, what we would say here is that it is not likely
3/3. This is the actual 3/3.
A dramatic
LOD
rest
testing.
of the world outperformance
LOD hoping
until the AI
coming into play.
And we believe the AI trade has a lot for
bearish.
Not just
valuation. Pivot point trading.
Frame that conversation with your clients these days.
At the floor.
The last year has been a transition. Is that most
time is 11:10. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish cycle from the algo range right below the VWAP. This is bearish. Bearish cycle 11:10. LOD testing, LOD hoping. Now it is up to the bears. The bears alone too.
Due to the potential for this productivity bump from AI, and
somewhere
due
down here
to the fact that there's just
11:10 algo range
amount of
testing.
liquidity in the system right now, and so
it bounces here, it bounces here too. But I mean, if it breaks down, then it's LOD testing. This is already LOD testing.
Where people are no longer
broke,
questioning
not pivot point. Previous LOD, two of them broke, so it's now its third pivot point actual testing. 10:15 breaks and 10:25 tests, but it's cents on the dollar.
Welcome back. President Trump confirming that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will meet with Iran's foreign minister on Friday to begin new talks on a new nuclear deal. Both sides reportedly hopeful on coming to an agreement without the use of military force. President Trump sending a, quote, armada of military assets to the Middle East, now within striking distance of Iran. And new satellite imagery reveals some activity at multiple Iranian nuclear facilities, which were destroyed by the United States and Israel last year.
All right, let's do a poll.
Nuclear
Today was a
sites
good
seem
day,
covered by
bad day,
roofs
or a
as
neutral
Iranian
day?
officials assess the damage. Joining me now live from Dubai this morning is the former Secretary of State and Fox News contributor, Secretary Mike Pompeo. Secretary, great to have you back. Welcome. Good to see you.
That was a good day for me. 2 people voted good day, 0 people voted bad day, and 0 people voted neutral day.
In Dubai this morning, I wonder what the sentiment is in the Middle East about these new tensions between the United States and Iran. What would be your assessment and expectation
4 good,
of the path
4 good, 0 bad, 0 neutral.
Maria, look, the sentiment here, of course, is everyone's hoping for Iran to make the right decision. A decision that would say we're no longer going to be the world's largest state sponsor of terror. We're no longer going to try to build out our nuclear program, and we're going to stop.
Someone said I had a good day.
Little Satan in the United States, the great Satan, and threatening to destroy us
7
all.
people said they had a good day. 0 people said they had a bad day.
Most folks
2 people said they had a neutral day.
Deal that the Iranians might strike is something they'll do what they've always done. They'll lie. They'll cheat. They won't honor that commitment. And I'm confident President Trump is not naive enough to head down the same path that President Obama did, right? He called it the stupidest deal in history, if I remember correctly. To get an actual agreement from the Iranians would require a complex set of verifications to allow us to go in and see what's really going on. The destruction of their ballistic missile program.
We had 8 people said good day. We had 1 person said today was a bad day, and we had 3 people said today is a neutral day.
Help is on the way, and I'm convinced that the Iranian people will provide help for the United States in helping overthrow this regime.
So that's what you want to see. You want to see the regime overthrown.
In the end, Maria, I don't think this regime is fixable. I'm not seeing the Ayatollah
11:10 is bouncing at the previous low of the day for now. This is LOD testing, LOD hoping, and it is getting bounced on for now. The MACD is dying, bearish trying.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope there's a solution here that's short of war, but my view is, in the end, the Iranian people understand that their economy has been destroyed.
We're at the 0.618 fib.
And it is time for a new regime to come lead that country forward.
Secretary, I want to switch gears and ask you about the dispute between the U.S. and the U.K. over Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands. Of course,
Diego Garcia.
The U.K. and Mauritius to
that she sounds so fire. Diego Garcia.
Confirmed last year.
Si, senor.
President Trump said that is a really stupid idea for the UK to be selling these islands. Your reaction, and where do you think this stands?
Where is America land? U.S. land? I want to go travel to Greenland.
This is
America land.
One of the dumbest geostrategic mistakes that the United Kingdom could possibly make.
I want to go see penguins.
They will put enormous risk
and icebergs.
The ability to power project, not only for us, but for NATO forces in the region. I hope that the British people will stand
banking.
Revisit this.
I want to see the fucking
we
floor
have to make sure that capacity, the ability for us to operate in and out of that place, maintains not only for 10 or 15 years, but as long as it takes for us to protect ourselves from threats all across the globe, including the threat from the Chinese Communist Party.
And of course, we've got very serious and important
military
assets there.
I put on IWM.
Get involved here.
Got squeezed down, and it is now popping back up to the profit levels of when I entered.
As part of this
shit crazy, bro. IWM scary as fuck. And I'm into next Monday. IWM scary as a motherfucker. Last time I did IWM, I did 2 days out. I did like closest fuck expiry. Hell no. Hell no. Fuck FOMO. Fuck free money. What FOMO? What free money? There ain't no such thing, right? Fuck bullshit. Shit actually hard as fuck, right? Shit actually hard as shit.
National security concerns over the Indian Ocean, and we recognize that, so we wanted to keep a close eye on that. Meanwhile, the president has been doing everything
who has control?
To ensure that the U.S. is independent. He just launched a $12 billion critical mineral stockpile to reduce reliance on China, as the president is warning that the U.S. would respond very substantially if Canada pursues a trade deal with Beijing. He's cautioning the United Kingdom that doing business in China could be very dangerous. Secretary, we have spoken about.
You know what's crazy? We didn't even draw the low of the day today. That's how crazy happy I was today, man. I was so damn happy and busy. I didn't even draw the low of the day. I didn't even draw the high of the day. It was just whoop, whoop. And I was like screaming in the morning. I'm sorry. 100 people that were here listening to me scream in the morning, man. I'm sorry. All right, but never has this shit happened in my life that easily. So never have I been. I mean, that's a lie. I've been scared as shit November, December when it happened, and then when it worked out for me in October. But like honestly, it's been scary as
what the Germans did with energy in Russia, right? They became dependent on Russia, and we end up with a massive conflict in Europe in the same way.
Can't fucking lie.
Kingdom, if they become reliant on China,
all right, until the floor test, this is wind direction is north or neutral since 10:25. There is no divergence at the floor, but they could create a divergence. They could break the floor because the wind direction is south today.
President Trump is absolutely right to warn these nations about the risk of having deep and long-lasting trade relationships.
Time is 11:15. 11:15 is deciding what to do into the next candle. Next candle is 11:20.
When you get in bed with China, China has one goal. And that is rob, replicate, replace. And I know you see it that way as well. Secretary, it's always a pleasure. A shortened interview. I hope you'll come back soon. White House officials meeting with crypto industry executives and bank associations yesterday to help break the stalemate, holding up the
Wow. Maybe they are going to go more bearish on crypto.
Clarity Act in the Senate.
Disaster for America. Crypto clash ignites as China makes digital asset
banks
push.
were slow to engage. The major impact.
Interesting. So maybe Chris was right. Chris was talking about maybe Bitcoin didn't find the bottom yet.
Should the crypto companies be able to reward customers for moving their money out of banks and onto crypto platforms? The president voiced support for the bill, the Clarity Act, in the Oval Office yesterday. Watch this.
If it really does hit
I'm a
that
big
level.
crypto person. I'm the one that probably helped crypto more than anybody because I believe in it. And the reason I believe
is
in
bouncing
it
from
is because if we
11:15
don't
on
do it, Scott, I
IWM.
think we can say then China's going to do it.
Zero DT bulls and bears are fighting like crazy today on IWM. Can't even deny it.
Joining me now is the chief legal
bears
officer
are in
of
full
Coinbase,
control on SPY and QQQ
Paul
today.
Paul, great to have you. Thank you so
IWM
much
is
for being
actually
here.
bulls and bears fighting for
And of
their
course,
lives.
Coinbase was a major participant
point
in the
testing.
meeting yesterday at the White House. What was the main takeaway from your standpoint?
Well, I think the main takeaway for the American people to understand is that the White House is fully engaged. Full credit to President Trump for prioritizing this conversation about the right way to regulate crypto and bring innovation to our financial system. I think it's also very important to understand why the American people should care about this at all. This is fundamentally about not only innovation, but competitiveness in our financial system and making sure that the U.S. dollar remains the global reserve currency and isn't replaced by a Chinese central bank digital currency. It would be a disaster for America if that were to happen.
No doubt about it. How will the dollar get undermined by this?
Well, what the dollar fundamentally needs ultimately is demand. As government debt rises, interest rates are critical. What stable coins, a particularly important part of crypto, do is drive demand for U.S. dollars in ways that keep U.S. debt in check and keep borrowing costs low. And fundamentally, they also preserve the dollar's role as the currency of choice in global trade. So we think it's important that there be rules around that.
Let me get your take on this main issue that we've been talking about. That is the issue over rewards. And of course, the banks are saying, look, we want limits on stablecoin rewards. They claim that it could lead to a massive flight of capital. All that money, billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, are going to come out of the banks and go into the crypto platforms. Because if you are a crypto platform and you lure a customer with actual money reward, rewards, of course, that's a great tool to get them to take their money out of their deposit account.
Who's loving this algo fucking range right now? Who's hating this shit?
Is that what you're asking?
Somebody in the world fucking loving this algo shit. Someone in the world fucking hating this algo shit right now.
Leaders on both sides of the political aisle on this issue. First and foremost has been
11 people said they had a good day.
Preserving their incumbency and
one person
limiting
said they had a bad
competition.
day.
The fact of the matter is
Like
there's no
6 people said
evidence
they had a neutral
whatsoever
day.
that stable coins or crypto more generally draw interest or demand
This algo
for
range is strong.
community bank deposits and other deposits away. In fact, they support the traditional financial system by, again, supporting the strength of the U.S. dollar. It's not surprising that the bank lobbyists want to preserve that incumbent position because, of course,
IWM is trying to show hope.
Represent interests that have over $3 trillion, Maria, parked at the Federal Reserve that isn't doing anything.
Bears
it's
are
simply
getting
just
hoped
sitting
on.
there.
Bulls are getting hoped on.
For the American people. We think it's important that that capital be deployed much more than have false concerns about competition.
Well, what do you want to say to the critics who say, look, the crypto companies want it both ways. You want to be able to pay rewards and get a flight to capital into the crypto platforms, but you're not going to face the same regulations that the banks face. In other words, are you going to have deposit insurance?
Well, it's a very strange argument to make that somehow the crypto industry is seeking to avoid regulation and oversight when it's pushing for this legislation to be passed, and it's the bank lobbyists that seem to be digging in. No, we think sensible rules for crypto make good sense. We also think it's very important that consumers understand what they're getting when they make deposits to a stable coin or otherwise engage with the crypto economy. We're all about transparency and competition, and we want regulation and rules that encourage that.
But to be clear, the crypto platforms are not going to have anywhere near the regulatory framework that the banks follow.
Well, I would disagree with that only because under the Clarity Act, it's very clear the crypto industry is going to be under strict supervision and have strict oversight at the federal
level. I'm moving the video out the way because I have no interest for the video now.
The other thing I would say is that when it comes to stablecoin deposits, it's important to understand that these deposits
SPX,
stablecoin issuers
IWM
are not then relent out to other parts of the economy. These are backed dollar for dollar in short-term instruments, principally U.S. Treasuries. They are much more secure than a fractionalized system.
It looks like they're going bearish. Look at QQQ, like it has not stopped.
Don't apply here.
Paul, talk to us about what you're doing at Coinbase. Let's take a step back right now and see the incredible company that you and your colleagues are building here, because it really feels like you are having this ambition to make Coinbase the primary financial account of the future. You're talking about the everything exchange, expansion into prediction markets, stock trading,
bearish.
derivatives,
3/3 bearish control, 3/3 bearish. LOD is breaking, LOD is testing, LOD testing, LOD breaking.
Expansion for businesses and developers, and of course the on-chain consumer economy, and even an international
time is
expansion.
11:20.
Am I right?
This is massive
it's
bearish.
A long list to be sure.
IWM is coming in
super
bearish right now. This is super bearish, right? Super bears in control. What are super bears? The bears that went to the Super Bowl, right? The bears that went to the Super Bowl. Bearish, Super Bowl bearish control. LOD testing, but massive. They're gonna break the LOD. This shit is crazy. They're gonna break the fucking floor. They're gonna break the fucking floor.
Well, I think it was a surprise to some.
Look at IWM. They bull trapped everybody. This shit is bearish as fuck. If you don't call this shit bearish, I don't know what the fuck is.
In a different
if you don't call this shit bearish, I don't know what the fuck is. IWM flying.
And what our customers are saying is they want to have an integrated option for trading, for basic financial services, for prediction markets and other new alternatives that allows them to think of their financial future in an integrated way. We think Coinbase can offer that.
So if you've got these new and expanding offerings like direct deposit, how do you differentiate Coinbase from, for example, Bank of America, JP Morgan?
Well, I think when people think of Coinbase, they think of the most trusted place in crypto to engage with the crypto economy. We think that's a key differentiator. We also think when people think of Coinbase, they think of innovation and new products and services that allow them to engage with the financial system in new and fresh ways. We're happy to compete on those terms with the traditional banks, other financial institutions as well. We're also happy to partner with traditional financial institutions where it makes sense. And I think that part of the story is also important to understand.
So you want to partner, but you're also competitors.
Well, we're going to stand up for
U4. Wind direction is south. All long-term, medium-term calls are getting
partner with banks, we're going to do so. We've done that with respect to ETFs. We've done that with respect to other partnerships we've announced. We think there's an important opportunity here both to compete and cooperate, all in service of our customers.
Can you compete on a level playing field if it's a different regulatory framework for the crypto versus the traditional bank?
Well, I think we all share a common interest in safety and security of the overall system.
It is not up to me. They could go lower and then fucking gap fill it later. If they go lower now, I'm going to leave IWM as they spike me out because I'm scared.
Keeping people safe and making sure they understand where their money is.
So would you accept things like deposit insurance? Would you expect the same boundaries and guardrails that the banks face at Coinbase?
We think that the same commitment to a security standard and safety standard makes good sense.
I'm scared.
There are ways in which crypto operates that is different from the banks that make certain rules.
It's not even like the gap's up there, but I'm
just
scared.
Just as there are ways in which the banks operate that make rules directly applicable to crypto.
Yellow box is being played though big time.
Safety, security, and soundness.
Of course. Now, there's another criticism, as you know, from the critics, and they say, look, if you're going to have all of this expansive financial services portfolios at Coinbase and at these crypto platforms,
I want it to fill before they go lower.
Miss a whole big portion of the country. What about these rural areas that are depending on lending from the community banks?
Algo range perfectly played out, right? I said this is bearish if they rejected, did not go to 11.10.05,
I think they're
right?
actually being engaged for the very first time. Look, I think it's interesting.
They're filling the gap. They're filling the gap. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Gap filled.
And the communities that they
gap
support
filled.
and
Time is
serve.
11.25 still.
To engage with their
bouncing into 11.30, trying. If it rejects here, it's an algo range at 11.25 at the floor. Let's see. We'll find out in 50 seconds.
That community banks, like all banks, can and will have a greater opportunity to participate in this new crypto economy if this legislation passes.
Gap filled though, so I guess I feel better. I also feel terrible because it gap filled, but I mean it is what it is. Gap filled.
New powers, new authorities to compete with the Coinbases and others of the world on a level playing field. That, I think, is entirely in service of their mission. It does not.
Is that the spike out?
Now,
fuck, I don't know.
Now
I'm scared.
Was with me recently, and he was.
I don't want to get fucking reverted on an IWM. Yeah, I swear to God, this is what I mean by heart attack. Like, it just gives you fucking so much
Where
fucking
are we on that legislation from your standpoint?
Well, we're comfortable that the White House understands the issue, is fully engaged. We're also comfortable that not only Republicans but Democrats on the Hill understand the need for this legislation. You know, it's certainly the case, Maria, that K Street violence on occasion captures a lot of interest and attention when the
11.25 ranging. I'll go ranging.
The matter is that the conversation continues to remain constructive among the principals. And
it's all up to IWM now. QQQ and SPY showing fully bearish. It's at the floor. IWM is bouncing, trying. SPY is bouncing, trying. The previous low today turned into resistance and their support still. So this is IWM in control. IWM will dictate what the hell happens right now into the future. Short term, IWM and IWM alone. 11.25 algo range created. 11.30 is within 11.25 for now.
Showed incredible leadership here, creating a strong crypto agenda.
I'm going to watch IWM because it is what it is. People that understand what I'm saying understand what I'm saying. People that don't might not, but it's going to be how it is for the next 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes at the minimum. And I'll switch back and see what's happening on SPY.
Undermine the president's crypto agenda.
Are we going to be tapping into the Genius Act for
That's what I do sometimes, folks. I switch around and I fucking focus on what they're focusing on, and I fucking focus on what they're setting up on. You know what I mean? Like, shit changes constantly.
For some reason we were to fall short of passing clarity for some reason, Genius will continue.
Still within algo range, 11.25 created an algo range on SPY, just like IWM. This is IWM and IWM cycling alone. Why do we go to the floor? Because of IWM. Why the fuck do we, you know what I mean? IWM.
It's very important that we have new rules that go beyond just stable coins and that provide, for example, federal oversight for the first time of spot markets.
5-minute bearish on IWM. 2 hour was bullish trying. 30-minute was bullish earlier, right? Let's see what happens. 30-minute MACD pulled back. 15-minute MACD bull trap. 5-minute bearish. This is bearish control. Bears are coming on IWM and IWM alone, baby. 11:30. Ain't no way today's a triple green day, huh? Triple green home run day, huh? For me? Ain't no way. Let's go!
to make sure that the chairman of the CFTC
going on IWM.
from the crypto
I love to see it.
Well, Chairman Seal has been a strong
Get Phil and IWM going. I
innovation,
love
not
to
just
see
in
it.
crypto,
Things
but
are
across
aligning on
financial markets,
IWM.
going back
Get
many
Phil
years
here,
in his
right?
career. And he's made it very clear in his early public statements as chair that he sees new legislation in crypto as an important priority to fulfill the president's vision for this new
probability says
this
shit goes lower than that.
Probability
says IWM goes lower than that.
I'm
happy as fuck. I don't really give a shit about SPY here. I don't care about QQQ. I don't care about Nvidia.
Why not only strong oversight of this asset class, but also police fraud and abuse where it may take place.
Is the goal here to shift Coinbase's revenue profile toward recurring balance-driven economics?
Why IWM doing this shit fresh off the fucking grill? Fresh off the fucking
main goal is to provide clarity and certainty to this market and this asset class that has been proud of it for a very long time. Look, it's no mystery that under the previous administration, we had chaos. We had regulation by enforcement. We had
anywhere.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Without any advance notice, and we had a hostility to crypto to fundamentally undermine America's competitiveness. What this legislation will do is preserve America's role as the crypto capital of the world, as President Trump made clear he wants to see happen. And if that happens, we think our business will benefit just as others will as well.
I mean, Paul, there's so much money moving into your space and elsewhere. I mean, you just look at the valuations in AI alone. Elon Musk now merging his companies, his rocket company, SpaceX, acquiring his AI company, XAI. This is going to be an IPO down the road, and talking about it's the biggest M&A transaction of all time. The valuation, $1.25 trillion.
Setups every day.
What do you make of all these
valuations? Love to see it. Time is 11:30.
There's no question that we are looking at
I love to see this shit, bro. Why?
Times in our markets and some extraordinary IPOs that may be coming later this year. What I think it all points to, Maria, is that the American economy, for all of its struggles and challenges, remains strong and dominant, and it's critical that
this is max euphoria. So I'm feeling max euphoria. Maybe someone else, everybody in the world feeling max euphoria right here.
I
don't know if this shit's about to drop through like Nvidia yesterday, or I don't know if it's gonna fucking max euphoria trap it. They did algo fucking gap it. They did algo filled it and went lower. There's an algo fucking range here. It could come back up to it, or it break. I don't know. You can pop this yellow box. At best 50-50.
Playing field with larger institutions.
Today's the best day of the fucking last 2 months for me, man. You don't understand how fucking crazy I'm up now.
Decades. What is new is that the common person on the street, retail customers, regular people can now leverage their insights, can now put their intelligence about events and other happenings to work and benefit from that financially. We think that's very exciting.
Coinbase, of course, set to
Yellow
report
box is
corporate
breaking
earnings
down.
on February 12th. After the bell, we're going to be watching those numbers.
That's what I'm saying,
Give
bro.
us your overall vision going
Yellow
forward
box is
of
breaking
how
down
our economy
11:30.
is
Come
changing
on, baby.
And how transactions will change.
Another 1 minute gap. Another IWM 1 minute gap.
How do you see things changing in terms of practical day-to-day life for our money?
Well, more and more of our life, Maria, is moving online every day. I think all of us see that. Frankly, we feel it.
LOD
in
into
the way that we're
11:30.
interacting with one another, with companies, with institutions, with our government. And so we think it's critical
trying to
that
go
there
lower.
be a financial system that is ready for that
We may
purpose.
see a little bit of a
That
push
allows
down to
for
clear the
smoother,
divergence right now,
less
or not.
friction, less
They're
friction
going on
interactions
IWM with
one
another
another when it
gap.
comes
I
to
don't like
moving
this
money
shit.
around the internet. We think crypto can play an important part in that.
Well, the president is right.
That's why today's the best day for me, because I had a fucking great ending yesterday. I left 50% on Nvidia. I left 50% on Nvidia down here. I fucking joined QQQ right after I left, and I fucking rode the wave down on QQQ on 1DTE all the way fucking down, and I left, and I joined IWM into next Monday, and I'm a fucking crazy now. Triple fucking home run, baby. Babe fucking roof. Babe fucking roof. Yesterday was a 5-bagger on that motherfucking flash down to 2080 EMA. Fuck. Today, Babe Ruth home run. Today, motherfucking Babe Ruth home run. Right? The Furry Bears came in. Fucking SPX pulled back. Actually, QQQ went. Furry Bears came. Right? Tech rotation. Whatever the fuck you want to call this shit. I love it.
And that's why we think President
Where are we? All-time highs.
is so important.
All right, let me end where we began, and that is, of course, this legislation What is your best expectation in terms of the clarity?
That's the crazy part. Where are we, folks? Say it with me. Somebody say it in chat. All-time highs. ATH.
I think yesterday's summit at the White House was an important step, and again, credit to the White House
for
all-time
highs.
The parties.
That's what
there is work that remains to be done, but we saw, for example, last week the Senate Ag Committee move forward with its version of the bill.
IWM 1 minute gap.
Credit to Chairman Bozeman for that
hard work and
excellent effort. So we think that once we get past these distractions, we're going to see a focus again on what
we
matters,
cannot forget about the 700 SPY yesterday, 7,000,
giving them a choice in their financial
100
system. This
SPX.
legislation is going to do that. We think it's going to pass.
Some people are questioning why the Ag Committee is one of the leadership roles here.
Well, it's important that the Ag Committee provide leadership because the CFTC will be an important regulator under this legislation, and the Commodity and Futures Trading Commission falls to the jurisdiction of the Ag Committee. That's why they're so important to this debate.
All right, Paul.
SPY is bouncing off the floor, trying, man.
Of course, this is an exciting time. Congrats to you.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you so much for being here, Paul.
Wind direction is north from pre-market into 950. Wind direction is south from 950 to 930. Wind direction is north or neutral from 1130 until the pivot points break. All right, the pivot point tested the HOD and did not break 950, and it was south. Wind direction continued south, broke south. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 to today's low. All right, we will go see this on the higher time frame pictures as well. All right. This is what I do every day, man. I don't give a fuck. I just look at the higher time frame. Look at this shit. It was bullish since yesterday. It was bullish, right? That's what the cycle shows. That's what the confirmation shows. And then it was bearish since 950 after they were bullish from all night yesterday into 950. 0.5 fib and then 0.5 fib failed. Went direction south. All it is. All right, now SPX is testing the bottom of the horizontal sloping support. We'll see what happens on SPX here today. All right, QQQ. Let's see where QQQ is at. QQQ is bear flagging, right? I said somewhere here we might bear flag, but they went crazy lower than where I expected them to bear flag at this purple box somewhere below, and then they went crazy low and bear flagging at the floor. This is a bear flag for now on QQQ. It did not break the floor. If it breaks the floor, that's a bear flag failure, right? But we did not break the floor right now. I mean, it's there, but it did not happen. IWM is bouncing, SPY is bouncing, and all it is there's a divergence at the floor. Divergence at the floor suggests that this is bearish control still, but I mean, they could bounce this shit for fucking 2 hours, 1 hour, 45 minutes, bear burn everybody, and then do shit later too. So, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, IWM bearish. All right, let's see KG.
All right, let's get to KG now for the data download and just to get us across
rotation out of tech, government
and
shutdown.
The performance we're seeing.
Right, what do I say the news is going to be after it happens, right? Government shutdown, fucking rotation out of tech, and all that good shit, right?
This morning,
exactly.
But it looks like we've got most of them
out
in the red now. I was also noticing that
out on Nvidia
was up like 8% earlier. We're just fractionally higher right now.
Palantir for short today, all day lower.
Reversal that you're seeing,
all day lower.
You know, why things are perhaps rolling over today.
Not seeing any type of news headlines from this morning. We know that there was maybe a little bit of back and forth between OpenAI and Nvidia.
I'm up so crazy on IWM, up now 22%
within this market, and Microsoft continues to sell off fairly aggressively. That was probably one of the first movers when you're looking at tech. If you're looking at the Mag 7 names, the Mags ETF down about 0.8%. But Sam, we have to keep in mind this actually is a critical area of support here. This is touching the 50 period or the 200 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. For the E-mini and S&P 500, there's also a critical option support level at the 6950-ish area.
Still
we're trading below that right now, but this is kind of your make or break. If we actually sustain and move another 10 points, 15 points below this current level, I think we get a little bit more concerned that volatility will re-rate higher, which it is. It's at around 17.3 right now, and we may get a bigger flush. But right now, I'm looking at this as an area of support for this market, at least for now. And yes, the tech names are getting hit at this point in time.
Going lower.
I'd like to see a reversal there. Nvidia getting down to 180.
Going now, market frozen.
Area that's pretty much been the support line from the trend lows that we've seen over the last couple of weeks here. So we are seeing some selling, but it doesn't mean that everything's over and done with as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly saw some buyers stepping in to very much take advantage of the dip we saw in Asia overnight, particularly with some of those high-flying tech names. But as you mentioned with Microsoft, I'm seeing the software meltdown really accelerating this morning. You've got names like ServiceNow, I'm looking at Workday, I'm looking at Zscaler, Adobe, Shopify, Snowflake, all lower this morning. So something to keep an eye on. But you and I were supposed to talk about JOLTS now, but we're not because the government shutdown. Now, obviously, we're not going to be saying Happy Jobs Friday either. But some of the comments that I've heard in the market this morning is perhaps it doesn't matter too much. And that is because the data that we've been getting, in fact, we just got some comments from Barkin as well, talking about how the eco data has actually looked quite encouraging.
I think
you
the
and I were
divergence
talking
is on a
about
fucking
some
test.
of the PMI numbers yesterday.
I mean, it could bear trap crazy here, though, because it's showing it for the second, third time now, right?
They're actually not going to meet until mid-March, so maybe we can afford to buy some time here. What do you make of it?
Yeah, so if you're kind of looking at the data for January as well as February, so the release dates of January and February, January does actually tend to see a lot of volatility when it comes to not only inflation, but the jobs report. Now, taking some of that risk off the table because of the partial government shutdown actually could be a tailwind for markets. We saw that the last time around with the government shutdown. The lack of data actually gave bulls a little bit more ease that they can actually trade off more of the fundamentals as well as some of the news flow rather than the economic data that might be a little bit of a headwind here. I would get a little bit concerned about inflation though. The Adobe Digital Index saw a massive spike in its report. I believe that was reported yesterday. And so if that's going to translate to CPI or PPI, then that becomes a concern for the Fed. But right now, I think the lack of data is probably a little bit more conducive for equities moving higher. This rotation trade is still also taking place. Yes, we have a down market, but if you kind of look at the expansion of breadth, it's actually very healthy, at least for now. We have industrial names, transports catching a little bit of a bid, consumer staples. Walmart just hit the $1 trillion mark when it comes to market cap. So traders and investors are finding opportunities in this market, trying to get out of that concentration trade. And we still have Amazon, we still have Google to be able to report as well. That could also shift maybe some of the sentiment. So
man,
I think
it's so
right
far
now,
out, but I'm being so fucking wussy right now.
I still get a little bit skeptical about
I'm being so wussy
especially
right now.
the seasonality where
Fuck, this is the part that I'm really bad at though. Like now that I'm in the 3/3, I don't know where this shit is going. Like this shit's scary.
Traders are kind of noting that and once again getting into lower beta names rather than maybe some of the higher beta names that have been very popular over the last couple of months.
I mean, I'm just fucking worried that like how the fuck is it that I'm getting 3 fucking crazy in a row? Like I'm just scared as shit.
2%
I'm not telling
as
you,
far
I'm
as the
scared as
sector
shit.
performance is concerned.
I'm
But
scared
going
as
in the other
fuck
direction
right now.
are these materials.
Oh my
The sector's
god!
up 2%. This coming off a nice rebound for some of the metals.
Scared.
I mean, silver's up 14%.
I'm so scared.
Like must come down and then it
like
goes
excitedly
back up again,
scared.
KG. So just talk us through this price action.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, Friday, we made mention of this. The move is not going to be over. We actually had a test of a key area of support, that 50-day moving average, pretty much to the T when you're looking at the silver futures contract, and you are seeing some buyers trying to step in, catching that bounce a little bit. The de-risking that we have seen in this market over the last 3 years, 4 years, Sam, has been accelerated. It usually takes 2 months, 3 months in order to see a de-risking event. Now it could take 24 to 48 hours, and that's exactly what we are seeing. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to go back to new all-time highs, but it's not out of the question to see maybe silver getting back to $95, $96 before we see another test. The other indication that you want to look at if you are a trader or an investor is going to be the options on the SLV. There still was a significant amount of call side premium being built in, which is usually indicative of market makers preparing for a buy the dip scenario.
Bill Hall, seems like you're a channel hopper, bro. Just go on the other channel, man.
And we'll see if it's going to be able to hold. We also have, once again, the material names, the Southern Copper, things of that nature, catching a nice little bit here today. But a lot of volatility within the metal space. Let's see if we actually see that kind of subside over the next couple of weeks.
A lot of attention on the earnings as well. We've heard from Pepsi, Palantir. You and I were talking about that yesterday. PayPal as well. Some interesting moves in response. But we look ahead to this afternoon's earnings. We've got big
someone
names
came
like
on my
AMD,
channel
Chipotle,
yesterday,
and Supermicro.
right, trying to
but
do
you're
some
looking
negative
at
shit.
Enphase. Now,
His channel name was something Prince, like Jamaican Prince or something like that. But his profile picture was somebody.
Yeah, always got to throw a curveball in there.
Posted,
so Enphase is a
he got kicked out of the group because he posted
they provide the inputs needed for commercial as well as
OnlyFans
residential.
is now making more money than
solar
Nvidia.
panels,
And you posted it in the WhatsApp group, and I was like, dude, this shit
so
is
this
so
stock has
not
gotten hit
serious.
fairly aggressively over the last couple of actually last year and a half or so.
He came on my channel
yesterday
yesterday and he was asking baity ass questions to get me in legal trouble, and I was like, dude, like, you really have no life. I didn't say anything, but like I saw that at 9 p.m. and I just literally
has a very low bar going into this report.
Person.
We did see
like, at least have the
solar
decency
stocks
to,
actually catching a
remove
bid
your
over the
profile
last
picture.
month and a half. This one did as well, but not
But
as
yeah, pretty sick stuff.
Once again,
Right, that guy is really mad because he does some TikTok trading stuff, or he tried streaming on YouTube when I started,
in the commercial business, which
I don't know
continues
if
to
it
ramp
worked
up
out for
because
him or
of data
not, but
centers.
yeah,
This could be
just
one that
moved on,
actually could be a
but that is
major
kinda
mover in
weird.
the market. You are seeing some call side exposure taking place leading up to this earnings announcement here, and this is one that, once again, very beaten down. Fundamentals aren't that great, very low bar, but this one can be a pretty decent mover, both to the upside or downside if they are going to disappoint as well.
Okay, we'll be watching our friend phase. Thank you so much, KG, for breaking down some of those key stories in the market for us this morning.
My boy. Yeah, no, I was talking about the other dude that was yesterday doing that.
We're back on Morning Trade Live. Let's focus on AMD ahead.
NVIDIA, Blue, AMD, AVGO.
This afternoon's earnings report. More on that in just a little while. But look at the performance over the last year for this stock compared to, say, Nvidia and Broadcom, all three companies making solid moves higher. But AMD is the clear outperformer, up nearly 120% year over year. So the big question is, can it keep it up? We're going to be getting a little bit more of an update later. AMD is the focus of the morning trade. So joining us now is Marley. Very good morning to you. So what are these streets' expectations going into this? You could say the bar is pretty high on this one.
Pretty high might be an underestimation, Sam. The bar is very high on this one, and pretty much across the board unanimously expecting whatever the results will be a catalyst in some direction or another, likely not going to see a tepid reaction to AMD's results. As far as the expectations, they report after the close today. EPS looking to come in about $1.32. That would be a 21% increase year over year. Last quarter, they were at $1.20, so also an acceleration of EPS growth from the previous quarter as well. For fourth quarter revenue, looking for $9.67 billion. That would be more than 25% higher than the year ago quarter.
For saying that, but like all I literally asked the guy is to be like, hey, don't post OnlyFans related things in the group, market related, and he got mad at me. So you know what I'm saying? That's just a person not being logical and reasonable. This was like 6 months ago, but yeah, all I'm saying is, you understand what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? OnlyFans,
that
Nvidia,
data
bro.
center revenue number, I heard you talking to Joe Mazzola about that being a very important metric. It certainly will be. That's expected to come in just under $5 billion. That would be up almost 30% year over year. It's expected to be more than $1 billion higher, in fact. And the chip designers gaming business projects to see revenues of $855 million. That's not one of their largest segments, but that would mark a more than 50% year over year increase. But AMD, like Intel and some of these other chip names, is contending with this global memory shortage that we keep talking about. Could force PC makers to raise prices on laptops and desktops. That could impact sales, could hit AMD's consumer chip business. So some things to look out for. Investor focus right now on that data center revenue number. Any commentary on cloud and AI demand, pricing trends, supply
as soon as I fucking put the order in,
performance, as well as this competition picks up in AI, any updates on the production timelines for their chips, especially anything that they revealed at CES. Remember, Lisa Su took the stage and debuted their Helios rack system and several of their new chips, what they say are more powerful than anything out there. So any updates on production timelines, customer engagement, I think will be really important here. Also any updates on their China business, because they've excluded any of the numbers from their China business in any of their outlook going forward because of the uncertainty there. So any updates there likely will be important.
And Robinhood is so slow.
At the stock, I mean, AMD is up more than 100% in the last 12 months. Obviously, widely outperforming the broader market. And despite these consistent fears of an AI bubble that we talk about and overspending, as you highlighted before we started talking, AMD and Nvidia significantly higher over the last 12 months.
Man,
so, they seem to be bucking some of those fears.
Right now,
but as we have seen with some of the earnings reports that we've gotten so far in this AI space, divergent reactions depending on the results. Particularly Microsoft and Meta come to mind here, but will be interesting to see what the numbers are, how they come in, and then what the reaction is, even if they are great.
Testing.
Yeah, exactly. You raised such an interesting point because, I mean, the divergence that you speak of has been so evident, but also we've just learned that things don't move in tandem or in lockstep. I mean, look at Palantir v. the rest of the software space today. Let's see if AMD manages to be a tone changer, particularly off the back of the sell-off we're seeing right now. Marley, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Let's trade it now with Tim Bigham, options strategist over at Pilot AI. Good morning, Tim. How are you approaching your example trade for AMD?
Good morning, Sam. And taking a look at a stock, as you were talking about, that has been a recent big performer, but before that was kind of a big underperformer. So playing a little bit catch up with some of its peers like Nvidia and the like here. But I'm really looking for probably a decent earnings report. As Joe said in the previous segment, the earnings have been coming in good, not great, which is why we're seeing this market and stocks kind of stall out here. They're priced for kind of really good earnings. So I think AMD might challenge that kind of upper resistance level, that 265 area. Certainly big overhead resistance. Stock did bounce nicely off of 200 a couple times. Kind of a neutral on a technical basis. So I'm just playing slightly bullishly.
I'm so fucking greedy right now. LOD break it,
calendar
you dumb
spread
fucking
trade
market.
Going out, selling this week's
Holy shit, there's so many bears and bulls right now.
Traditional February 265 calls. Paying just a little bit more than $3. More importantly, Sam, selling over 100
22% up on 262 IWM puts right now into next Friday. I'm holding this bitch. Fuck, this shit is nice.
Earnings move, which puts you
damn, I'm in fucking 15 contracts right now. This shit is nice.
So as you talked about, even if you told me earnings right now, we're not sure what the
reaction
would be.
LOD break
so
it.
I kind of favor
now I'm
maybe
feeling
a
confident.
Slightly move higher or more of a muted reaction.
LOD
here.
testing,
More,
LOD breaking.
Just being able to sell vol this week and
One
then
direction
if
is
needed,
south.
be able to hedge vol
All
next
long-term,
week
medium-term
to
calls are
further
fucked
bring
on
in premium,
SPX.
reduce
They want to
the
go
net
south.
cost.
IWM, please.
You know what, Tim? They say that the traditional symbolism for pineapples, one of those is wealth. So let's see if you bring AMD some good luck today. But I'm just wondering, Marley made a really interesting point about the divergence we've seen off the back of these report cards. I mean, the interesting moves, stocks getting punished on good news and then not getting punished on bad news. I mean, as far as a tone setter, what do you make of this? I mean, when you look at the overall broad market today, could this move the needle? I mean, could this change the narrative? Because it certainly didn't seem to be the case with Palantir. It's just sort of
the most greediest shit ever.
Yeah, and I think we'll kind of see that as well with AMD, which certainly is a big chip maker, but not one of the biggest out there. So I think it can kind of support, a bullish narrative or kind of support a bearish narrative overall, but it's not going to be the needle mover, certainly like an Nvidia or even Broadcom might be, or Taiwan Semi on the chip front here. So AMD has, caught up here. I think it'll have further difficulty starting to beat its competitors going forward. So I think the market probably in a muted sort of stance here. We've been in it for a while. It may stay there for a very long while, this trade-off between valuations, right, and interest rates, as you talked about. Now the 10-year poking towards that 4.3%, so that provides a little headwind as well. Might be tough sledding for stocks over the next quarter or so.
Tim, love your work. Thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate the insights and the example trade for us today. Tim Bigham there, options strategist at Pilot AI.
I'm a fucking candle trader. Fuck me, dude. I'm a candle trader right now. Fuck. Oh, hell nah.
So what do you do in the meantime during this financial eternity where suddenly there's a question about whether Main Street gets some of the stimulus, and frankly, Wall Street is struggling with questions around artificial intelligence?
Right. So not to be too wonky, but one of the things we say, we want you to go up in quality, so higher quality companies, good balance sheets, good stewards of capital. In addition to that, we don't think it's the time to go bottom fishing, right? The chart can't look bad, the chart has to look good, because a lot of these companies with positive price momentum, right, they do have better fundamentals. So we want to marry higher quality companies with companies that the market's already rewarding, be it no matter what sector you're looking at.
Is big tech still high quality at these valuations?
I think so. And I think one of the really interesting things is yesterday Oracle had a bond issuance. I think they had a convert issuance. That went quite well. Right? There's been a lot of concern about hyperscaler funding. And I think that put a lot of concerns and a lot of fears to rest.
Are you hopeful for the numbers we get from Alphabet and Amazon that this should continue?
What the fuck is this? I think the numbers in earnings season have been pretty good.
What the fuck are we doing?
The one thing I'm not seeing, and you still have a lot of idiosyncratic risk, right? But the one thing I'm not seeing is not seeing this acceleration, right? And if you need an acceleration in the economy, you need an acceleration in earnings to really go down to that secondary and tertiary bucket.
One thing we talked about is how much the tech trade has just changed.
Yeah.
Hardware versus software within Mag 7 as well. I'm not sure we can even talk about Mag 7 as a group of stocks.
That's the new floor.
It just looks so different from Meta to Microsoft, and Apple has no place.
Divergence cleared, divergence cleared, divergence cleared.
I don't know if it has no place, but you're right. The phrase that I hate, and the phrase a lot of people use coming into this year is it's a stock picker's market. Every year, it's always a stock picker's market. I don't understand that phrase, but I think it is applicable here. You do have, because idiosyncratic risk is getting bigger, you're later in the cycle. Because the economy is not accelerating, because earnings are not accelerating, you really need a good idiosyncratic or stock-specific story.
Can I just pick up on that phrase, later in the cycle?
Yeah.
Late cycle or later in the cycle?
I think it's later in the cycle. So credit spreads, and you probably have seen this, hit a low we haven't seen since acid wash jeans were in favor, right, since 1997. The amount of issuance that we're seeing is really rather significant. These are the things you see later in the cycle, right? Do I think the cycle will continue? I do think the cycle will continue because I do think there's a lot of accommodation in the system, and I don't think the monetary policy accommodation is done.
So what kind of returns are you expecting this year? We've seen some projections for 7,800, 8,000, this idea that you can have AI continue to fuel this, even amid some of the wobbles that we've seen recently. Do you think that that's fair, or do you think that it's going to be more of a churn to year end?
I think so. Our expectations for high single digits, it's 74.50, right? Last year we were much more aggressive, and what we think is by the end of the year you're going to start looking to 27, and now you're going to start looking at a situation where it's beginning to decelerate. That said, with so much accommodation on the table, and with the Trump administration pushing things in front of midterms, we could have a little bit of a melt up or a pop summertime, fall, I think.
So this is sort of the bipolar aspect of a lot of the conversations we have. Some people say because of the midterm elections, you're going to get a melt up. Other people say you could get a meltdown in certain names. I'm thinking in particular of artificial intelligence related energy types of projects, especially with the affordability crisis and how much you could crack down. There's been questions around the banks trade and what we've seen there. How do you pair these two ideas?
So what we're saying is, I think in the first half, right, you're going to have bouts of risk aversion. We've already seen a couple bouts of risk aversion, not excessive. That's going to continue. I think people are really coming into the year underappreciated the macro and some of the macro concerns. Underlying fundamentals are still good. We would buy any sort of 5% plus pullback. I think we do get some of that, right, because expectations are so high. But at the end of the day, we think equities do go higher later in the year, and there is a possibility for a sharp pop higher sometime, maybe in the summertime, maybe in the fall.
Welcome back. The Securities and Exchange Commission partnering with the Commodities Futures Trading Commission on Project Crypto in an effort to align federal oversight of digital assets. White House officials meeting with crypto industry executives and bank associations yesterday to help break the impasse holding up the Clarity Act. Participants also calling the talks constructive, but crypto representatives said that they felt banks were slow to engage, reportedly. The major stalemate, as we've been talking about, is whether crypto exchanges and crypto companies should be allowed to offer customers rewards, money, on stablecoins held on crypto platforms. Joining me now is the chairman of the CFTC, Michael Seelig. Mr. Chairman, great to have you.
Glad to be here.
Thank you so much for being here. And let's
I want to go
start
smoke
at the beginning in terms of how
I want to smoke a cig. I'm out of cigs, all right? I'm fucking addicted at this point.
And a commodity.
Fuck.
Because in this market structure,
I'm addicted at this point. I started a month ago, again, or 3 weeks ago.
So that
I
we
can't
have
fucking
clear
stop.
Jurisdiction. Walk us through it.
That's right.
Did she just say addiction? Oh, hell nah. That's a sign from God.
Walk us through it.
That's right. For too long, we
start at the beginning in terms of how you are delineating the difference between a security and a commodity. Because in this market structure bill, you're intending to classify tokens as securities versus commodities so that we have clear jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction.
That's
okay,
right.
bro.
For too long, we've had the Gary Genzos of the world regulating by enforcement.
Oh my God! I thought that was a sign from God.
Chairman Paul Atkins. Believe that most
Yo! Oh my God! That sounded so close, like addiction.
That maybe were issued as part of a securities transaction, but they trade a lot like oil, gas, and other commodities in our markets. And the information that is prevalent to and important to trading these assets comes from the markets at large. It's not coming from a single source of information, as you see with the capital
Text
markets.
said jurisdiction. It's close. All right, cool. So I'm not crazy, bro. It's close enough, right? Someone could have heard jurisdiction and heard that word addiction. All right, cool,
What was your takeaway from the meeting at the White House yesterday and this sticking point in terms of banks versus crypto platforms and paying rewards?
Well, I understand that it was very productive.
All right, let's do a poll, folks.
And the president's
in your opinion,
is really
market is headed.
This legislation across
in your
the
opinion,
line.
IWM is headed.
A real advocate
in your personal opinion,
I know that
all right.
we've got a large swath of incumbents that are concerned that some of the legislation could encroach on their lanes. But really, I think this legislation is going to move us all forward as Americans.
Folks.
It's going to create a new standard, the gold standard, if you will.
Our first ever poll on IWM on candles alone on what happened based on today. Cycle says,
and the president's
is
office,
this speech headed lower or higher today?
When would you expect the timing? Is that a February-March situation, getting it over the line?
We're hoping for that. So thanks to Chairman Bozeman's leadership in the Agriculture Committee and the Senate, we have a bill that's moving through. We have a bill that passed the Clarity Act in the House. And so we just need to get this done in banking, and I think Senator Tim Scott's going to get this thing across the line with the president's help.
And of course, the initiative also outshined the passage of the Senate Agriculture Committee's Digital Commodity Intermediaries Act.
Palantir, Tesla, about saying.
Well, there's a number of pieces of legislation here, and really the goal is just to get some clarity. It's been too long with these markets just languishing, and they've fled offshore. Our country's best builders, entrepreneurs, and innovators are really, for the first time, looking at a system where we can have clarity, clear rules of the road, a token taxonomy, so we know what's security and what's not, and that's going to move these markets forward.
So we have 3 people saying higher.
Paradigm here in the U.S. and we're
4
really
people
excited
saying
to
higher
welcome
and 4 people saying lower.
Well, it's really interesting to me that you've taken on also these
There's
prediction
a lot of
markets.
bears here.
I mean, when you look at these prediction markets, it's incredible how much activity is there at Polymarket and Kalshi and others trying to get into that game. What's most important for us to understand about these prediction markets, and how do you see your role?
Well, these markets aren't
They come in
bloody
nasty,
for over 20 years. We've
Look at the volume.
Since the early days of our
literally
markets,
as big as the Thursday liquidation day.
Over the years, and that's the great thing about the CFTC.
This is crazy, man.
Whatever
Whatever they're doing today, this shit is absolutely fucking insane. I don't know if they're gonna go to the 1DT, but I mean 0DT.
And prediction markets are no different. We
Candles are
support
for sure
lawful
fucking saying
innovation
they're
in
going.
these markets, and we're going to create clear rules of the road for the markets. We're not going to be a merit regulator, as the prior administration sought to do, and ban these types of contracts ahead of a political election. We're going to embrace
opinion. 6 people says lower.
The road, and we're also going to defend our authority in court where necessary.
So what are the rules of the road? We just had the chief legal officer of Coinbase on, and of course they have launched prediction markets in all 50 states.
Yes.
What are the rules of the road in the prediction markets?
Well, these are derivative instruments, so these are binary options.
I'm very sorry for chat or chart hopping so much right now, guys. I really do apologize, and thank you so much for sticking around through that. But like right now,
that's regulated at the state level. These are different products. So at the federal level, when you offer a derivative contract, you offer an option.
Annoying for you guys, and you guys don't mind too much.
You have to offer it on a registered exchange, CFTC registered exchange.
I don't have no interest on SPY and SPX right now, or QQQ personally.
And there are other guidelines and standards.
I just really feel very attracted to IWM launching right now.
These are contracts that you can get in and out of. They're liquid. You're able to settle by offset. They go through a clearinghouse. So it's a very different product. And I think this dispute amongst the states and us, it's going to come to a head. But these are very different products. It's no different than insurance and credit default swaps. Same economic considerations, but very different products.
So the CFTC's decision to withdraw both the proposed prohibition on political and sports-related event contracts and the related staff advisory removes an overhang, right? I mean, do you think that this is still going to be an issue?
The divergence at the floor already cleared. They're trying to create another divergence at the floor now using 12.
Election, which if we follow the prediction markets, they're more accurate than a lot of the polls out there. And it's an important check, I think, for democracy.
SPY really going to 688 with all these fucking bears just lined up.
Area through live broadcast. We see it in newsrooms. We see deals between news media and prediction markets.
Today's entire fucking wall is above 7,000.
United States, because otherwise it'll be offshore, and we have no control over that. So we plan to
SPX is literally 85 fucking points below 7,000.
Rule proposal.
There were so many fucking calls here
proposals that really
today
created
and tomorrow,
confusion in the market around sports products, and we plan to set new clear rules of the road as to what sorts of contracts are legitimate and what sorts of contracts we are going to allow in the markets.
All right, let me go back to the Clarity Act.
They fucking zero calls and zero fucking puts.
Passage of the market structure bill.
I don't even fucking want to be fucking bear leading right now because it's fucking terrifying. I don't care. That's the reality. This shit is literally Thursday last week liquidation.
The rules of the road. So where is this going?
You know what I'm saying? Like last Thursday, everybody was like, "Oh yeah, easy ride," but like, dude, they fucking went, and then they fucking reverted right in the middle of the day. If anybody remembers, right? They went, and then fucking reverted crazy in the middle of the day.
The gold standard
at 11 a.m. Why do I remember? Because the fucking live stream, right, was 1 gap, 2 gap, 3 gap, and we were fucking like, what the fuck? Oh my god, no. And then it fucking reverted. So you have to understand and remember what the fuck they did, and remember.
The CFTC is a unique regulator, so we've
had
the Securities and Exchange Commission since the 30s. Bearish control.
One more ladder down. Bearish control.
Everything from pork bellies to credit default swaps and now crypto and prediction markets. And it's not afraid of these new markets. It regulates through principles-based rules and regulations, unlike some of the more prescriptive regulators where they have set standards. We allow for innovation. We're more flexible. And this is the perfect regulatory framework for new markets as they emerge.
What are you expecting in terms of the appellate results on the Kalshi-related cases?
Well, we're expecting to defend the CFTC's authority in these actions. The CFTC's authority over prediction markets is very well settled. The definition of commodity includes just about everything except for onions and motion picture box office receipts. So we have very broad authority there. And we have authority contemplated by the drafters of the Commodity Futures Authorization Acts to allow us to regulate all manner of commodity markets. To the extent that there's a commodity, we have authority there and we'll defend it. And we do expect to win these cases.
And so do we have draft language in place at this point in terms of the CFTC's event contracts and oversight right now?
So the CFTC currently has certain rules in place around these products, and we've allowed them in our markets. So we've seen contracts on sports events. We've seen contracts on the recent election. And there's really just a Cambrian explosion of these products, thousands of them being certified each day. And of course, we do not evaluate every single contract. We have the ability to evaluate them as they're coming through, but they're self-certified, so they're not approved on a one-by-one basis. But that's really our authority. That's another reason the CFTC is a modern leading regulator, that we allow for the markets to move quickly, and we come in the back end and make sure that we have rules and regulations in place.
So do you envision sort of a product mix shift, sort of away from just like, sporting, from sports and toward more macro policy and a broader economic contracts type situation?
Well, the wonder of our markets is there's so many types of products that people might want to trade, and so we're not going to be a merit regulator and say you can trade this product but not that product. We will allow for our markets to innovate, and we will come in and make sure that there are rules and regulations around that. So rather than have the Wild West and ignore this and just allow it to kind of languish here or there, we're going to set real clear rules of the road.
All right,
so
I'm
that
out.
the United States
IWM
can lead in innovation and
Filled.
have really the markets that we've come to expect.
2.75 each 15 contracts.
Now,
Crazy work.
Markets as well.
And one of the big issues, as you say, is China, right? I mean, overseas. I mean, by the way, we've seen deals go overseas, whether it's Dubai or
$4,150. Fucking crazy work.
Protects its exchanges from Chinese companies as well. I mean, look, China's our #1 adversary. We've got all these Chinese companies traded on U.S. exchanges. What's your take on that? I know that the president has lots of levers to pull with regard to his own dealings with Xi Jinping and China, but how do you ensure that, in fact, the #1 player in the world is the United States and not communist China on all of this?
Well, it starts with clear rules. We've got to make sure that we're evaluating what's in our markets and what's coming from offshore, and we need to surveil and police those markets.
Godly day.
We're looking at all options on the table, but we want to make sure that America leads and we're not subject to China's activities offshore.
Godly day. Well, I'm done. I'm like up. I'm gonna send my fucking Robinhood for a second. I'm like up. What a day. Oh my god. I'm like up today. I'm like up. Oh my god. I'm done. Have a good day. Alright, good day. I'm fucking calling it. Alright? No more. No más. Enough. Enough. FOMO? What FOMO? I'm happy as a motherfucker right now. What FOMO? Oh, FOMO. What FOMO? I hope this bitch reverses. I hope it bounces into tomorrow so I can go in again. Shit, I ain't going in today. Fuck that. This is sick stuff. This is some sick stuff. It's called all bull fucking burn everything. Man, IWM fucking rocketed for me though. Crazy work. Man, I probably should have held. Fuck. Wow. So much greed. Nah, 12-10, so much greed. Literal 3/3 all day long. Literal. 265. Alright, it was literally at 265. And now we're at 261. I was in 262 here. Somewhere here. Alright, they're bitches, but it's all cool. They're literal bitches. I don't want to fucking look now. Fucking holes. A-holes. A-holes. That would have been another 2,000. A-holes. Assholes. Man, assholes. I left fucking 2 minutes before. Assholes. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. IWM. Dump. Man, I ain't gonna lie, my asshole was clenched though, so it's all whatever. 3/3, cool. Clap it up for the market, folks. Clap it up for the market, folks. Alright. That's the finale. That's the motherfucking finale. Motherfuckers. Yo, I literally left 2 fucking minutes before the fucking finale. That is such a fucking horse shit, but it's okay because I got yesterday on SPX. There's no way I get everything right. There's no fucking way. Yo! Look at this God candle I got yesterday. It's bigger. Finale. Oh my god. Finale. Alright, finale. Alright, I literally called out today is like last Thursday, right? Does anybody remember me saying that shit? Does anybody truly remember me saying that shit? Please say in chat if you remember me saying that shit. Finale. What happened today? Let's go look. From the top to the bottom, the measured move is disgusting. First of all, I don't even think that's possible, but I mean, it for sure is bigger than this measured move. That's for sure. So, that's the fucking craziest shit ever. That fucking extra God candle at the end burnt every call into tomorrow and today finale. Every single put fucking printed out into today finale. QQQ. Look at QQQ, right? Pink line. Set up, no fucking joke, right? Set up, no joke. Look at this shit. 6/16/07. That is crazy work. Smart money, big money deductions are happening. Right, I literally said that pink box is probably gonna touch, right? Not today. I don't even know if I said that, but I said that pink box. They're gonna maybe. Boop. Boop. Little quick. What is this? 0.5 fib. Probably. 0.5 fib. Probably. So whatever you're looking at from pre-market, whatever you're looking at from up here, everything's aligning almost. This drop only possible because of this fucking whatever the fuck 2 days ago. That's what fucked me on IWM, I'm not gonna lie. I went in heavy on IWM, out of the money, and they fucking grinded me. I lost some fucking profits, but I just gained it. I gained everything back. I gained everything back on fucking SPX yesterday. Nvidia into close, fucking boosted out. Nvidia into open, fucking boosted out. QQQ fucking boosted. IWM fucking boosted. Man, I'm telling you, today, this fucking week has been a God bless fucking event. God bless the event. Right, I was just so busy on Saturday and Sunday working that I couldn't make the market update video, but man, I wanted to make a market update video on Nvidia, but I really just came home at like 10 and 9 p.m. at Sunday, and I was like, I'm going to sleep, bro. But that's so wild. Sunday was here before the fucking pump. Yeah, Nvidia started trapping on Friday. Monday, 1/3, 2/3, and now this is the 3/3, right? This is the bearish finale for now in this small cycle. 179, 180, 178, everything has reached. That's in my opinion, it's already got there, so I don't know what's gonna happen now. SPX is so high up, and Nvidia pulled back so fast. Right, Nvidia pulled back so fast. Low of the day. And I did say on the live stream 2 days ago that, you know, these days are one of those days where it's like a once in a fucking month opportunity, or once a fucking 2-month opportunity, and it has not lied. I've been sending fucking motivational videos at night and shit because I was fucking feeling hyped and I was feeling happy and I was feeling excited and scared and all that, and I just wanted to, you know, be watching videos and stable. But I can't lie, everything has worked out for me. It's been God blessed. I can't say how hard it's been God blessed. I can't have it better for me right now. I mean, the fact that if I have it mentally saying I want it better for me right now, something is fucking mentally wrong with me. So this shit cannot have happened better for me right now. I'm just happy, thankful to God that I was able to get the 1/3, 2/3, and then now they're playing in the 3/3. Sure, I missed out on the last fucking candle, but when did I leave? Literally fucking 12:09. This was a candle that I left in, right? And I sent the WhatsApp group spiked out profits, right? And they fucking went crazy. I would have gotten maybe 1,000, 2,000. I guaranteed 2,000 more maybe if I did that, but it is what it is. I was feeling a 3/3 about a little lower and then a trap, and it could have happened there. So it is what it is. But 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 played out today, just like IWM went up higher yesterday. If anybody remembers, we were like IWM's bullish, chopping weird, fucking weird shit, and then 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then pulled back from 3 p.m. close. Market did not. Market actually, what did it do yesterday? It kind of did, but not like IWM. IWM went bullish into the CPI candle. CPI candle broke 0.5 fib, something up there failed, and then wind direction changed south at 11:25, marking a 1/3, 2/3, creating a 2/3, and then 2/3 ends here, and then 3/3 began somewhere here at 11:40, and then 3/3 is here. So it was just scary as shit for me because like there's been many times in life for me where I've been right, and I get one wrong move in the day and I lose like 75 fucking % of my profits for the day, or like everything for the profit, and like or some shit, and like I just look back in life and I'm like, I just should not have fucking just done some dumb shit without really thinking about it. And mathematically speaking, statistically speaking, for me to get right, Nvidia downward, QQQ downward, IWM downward, fucking consecutively, one after another, the entire fucking day, means that there had to be a big ass trap, bull trap somebody, right, to go lower into this shit, cycle, and time confirmation, and time confirmation, and then confirmation, and then lower. So all I can say is this shit is not fucking common, right? This shit is not common. Like this shit's like actually kind of rare. It's like rare for everything to just align like that perfectly, and then fucking trap one side and then do one side. I mean, yesterday though, that little pop, or big pop to all-time highs is clearly because of that little graph that we saw yesterday night, but I didn't see it the night before that. But if I saw it the night before that, it would have made sense. But no one in the world saw that shit the night before. Like literally, the YouTuber that posted it, he posted it the day after. And I was like, dude, that's crazy. Like that gold liquidation got everybody bearish on SPY, and then they fucking get everyone short, and they fucking burn it all in one day. And I was like, damn. And I sent it this night, and I was like, damn, something fucking crazy. I also said there's a fuck ton of calls up here because of the 7,000 hope that we did yesterday. 7,991. So yeah. Fucking 100 points down. Believe it or not, it happened. Believe it, folks. 100 points on SPX we just witnessed. Today is one of those days. And when did I say that? On Thursday, right? Today is one of those days. Ha ha ha. And this shit went crazy easy. Today is one of those days. Just chop, cycle, real direction show. And then now what? Right? Today is one of those days. This is 100 points on SPX. That's a fucking crazy amount. 6,993. 6,990. That is not a joke. That's actually fucking everything. That's literally actually everything. It's actually everything. Wow. Alright, now let's go look at the mainstream news. What does the mainstream news say? S&P 500 retreats as investors rotate out of tech stocks and into Walmart, Pepsi, and banks. Well, told you in the morning, right? It's going to be way too late by the time everything comes out. So here they are. Crazy. S&P 500 retreats as investors rotate out of tech stocks into Walmart, Pepsi, and banks. Let's hit the like button, folks. Let's hit the like button on the live stream. And thank you so much for still being here. Those that have left without hitting the live stream. That's so mean, bro.
Elon Musk's SpaceX has now acquired his startup, XAI, largest merger in history that is gearing up for massive IPO. Deirdre Bosa digging into that story for today's Tech Check. Deirdre, what are you hearing?
So as Musk said in that announcement, the aim is to create the most ambitious vertically integrated engine on and off Earth. Now, that is the bull case, but it's also the kind of story markets rarely price in immediately. We've seen that in AI. Google had the integration edge for years before investors really rewarded it.
Why are you so mean to me, bro?
In the near term, though, this move complicates an IPO.
Like button,
Musk
folks.
is no longer asking public markets to underwrite SpaceX, which is a cash flow positive company with billions of dollars in revenue, but underwrite SpaceX plus XAI, which is a far less mature business that reportedly lost some $10 billion.
Not gonna lie, I really would.
Of the revenue. It blurs
It's
scrutiny
not up to
across
me.
Musk's
Anything below
companies
615,
as well,
long term, medium term looks bearish as shit for people. Anything above looks bullish as shit.
In multiple countries.
Right, that's what we talked about last week when they were there.
National security sensitivities. On its own, XAI's cash burn looks like weak unit economics.
It could be zero DT cycling too.
SpaceX, and it is spun as long-dated capex sitting beside
Thank
rockets.
you, DST said here today. We're not doing anything, just watching. I saw you said that I'm going to be here tomorrow, so appreciate you, bro.
Losses are absorbed by the rest of the
business.
Man shit. Now, this
real
is a
man
playbook
shit.
That Musk has run
What's
before.
some real man
that
shit?
Anchor a money-losing bet to a capital-heavy government-backed business, then sells future-facing story that buys time and buys new investors, brings them into the fold. A decade ago, the Tesla Solar City integration, it took years to materialize. Ultimately, it looked different, but it did eventually lead to a multi-billion-dollar revenue segment inside of Tesla. That really shows the upside and the risk of this kind of strategy. Bundling does buy Musk time, but eventually markets, they still want proof, and this is very different. The Solar City deal happened inside a public Tesla with SpaceX and XAI. Remember, this is going to be a brand new IPO. It's going to be competing for capital against pure AI plays like OpenAI and Anthropic, while asking investors to take that AI risk bundled inside. So
we gotta love this country now. Come on, we gotta show respect when respect is due.
The argument
right?
on behalf of Elon, D, is that it satisfies investors
American patriots,
who want that exposure to pure AI.
All our American brethrens, all across this country, all our American civilians.
Yes,
all our U.S. citizens,
them, right? Without
God
sort of going through, the shareholder votes and so on.
God bless America.
It is when you look at Grok and XAI versus an.
God bless the United States of this great nation.
Pfizer and Merck.
Wherever you are in the 50 states of this country.
To the results is Jeff Meacham. He's the head of healthcare research, U.S. Pharmaceuticals and Biotechnology at Citi. Good morning to you. We've seen both of these stocks. Pfizer down, by the way, 5%. Merck holding in a lot better. But why don't we just go through the headlines here and what your reaction was?
Yeah. Thanks, Andrew, for having me. Yeah, I would say for Merck, the guidance was a big worry going into the fourth quarter, just because you do have, the LOE issues. Merck's done a ton of deals. So I would say in general, investors are happier with the pipeline now that they've done a lot of BD. But the guide and going into the big teacher to cliff in late 2028, 2029 is still a big deal. And then Pfizer, for sure, there was no change. Fourth quarter was good. There was no change to guidance, which they already gave. But I thought the Metsera data looked really competitive. Again, it's phase 2. But a lot of room to go, though, still in the terms of the development of, of their GLP-1.
So if you could buy Pfizer or you could buy Merck right now, which one would you buy, and what does it look like 12 months from now?
We have a neutral on both of them. I would say probably we favor Merck, just given the fact that they have in fact done pretty aggressive BD. They haven't quite solved for the patent cliff at the end of the decade, but I think they've made a ton of progress. But both stocks kind of bounced off the bottom, right, with all the pharma agreements with the White House last fall.
Well, that's the question. Have they already moved? We're looking at Merck at $113. You're saying you're neutral, which means effectively own it, or you're just saying hold it? What are you really saying? And if not Merck and Pfizer, what do you like?
Yeah, I would opt for more the growthier stocks in the sector. So we're still big fans of Eli Lilly. They report later this week. And then on the biotech side, Gilead and Vertex are two that we like. I think in this world where there's a lot of patent cliffs, and when you look at the stocks that have done well despite that, we're better off just, I think, going for clean growth stories, and that's where Lilly and Vertex and Gilead really come out on top.
Sometimes people say hold something or you're neutral on something. That is a tacit sell without saying a sell.
I don't think so. I would say that's probably not the case here, because patent expirations are really the patent or sort of the kryptonite to the sector. And for sure, it takes companies a long time to work through them. But it's hard to predict exactly when the stocks are going to re-rate here. And you're totally right, Andrew. They have re-rated from last fall. But the move from here, though, I think depends a lot on capital deployment, kind of the boring stuff, right? BD, dividend hikes, buybacks, et cetera. So not worth it at this point.
Damn, these videos are so fast. And these candles are so fast. Oh God. LODIWM. Bears are crazy on IWM. Wow, bearish as fuck. Maybe it is turning into a super Thursday on Tuesday. Tuesday, today, it is very bearish.
All right, let's take a look at gold and silver. What are we doing right now? We've got gold up, but it's still shy of $5,000, $49.41 on gold. Silver's up $10 at $87.91. American Hartford Gold President Max Baker joins me now. All right, Max, you say investors shouldn't be worried about falling prices. You think gold's going to rebound. You're bullish. I'm suggesting that you're bullish because you're selling the stuff and you want people to buy it, right?
Oh yeah, that's a great point. But you look at the performance the past year. It's you got gold up 75% and silver up 180% in 12 months alone. So it's doing all right. You see there on the screen, 14% today alone.
Okay, you expect gold to hit what? Is it $6,000 by the end of the year? Make your case for that.
Yeah, just if everything's a status quo, JP Morgan has a $6,200 call. I think 6,000 is conservative. If the dollar continues on its path, if the debasement trade stays intact like it has, I think 6,000 is a very conservative call.
I got silver at $87 an ounce this morning.
Literally
where do you think that's going?
That's going to 135, and that's Bank of America's call. I'm right in line with where they're at. The dollar's down 10% in the past year. I think that follows on its path, and I think we see silver gear up here as the year moves along.
Traditionally, you get gold and silver spiking when you've got some kind of, not necessarily a black swan event, but a war of some kind, some really big deal overseas. If we do get a black swan event, where does gold go?
If we get some kind of credit event, think 2023 bank crisis, think another war, something with Iran, something with China, you could see silver at $200 in a heartbeat.
Anything below 615,
8,500 to 9,000 in a heartbeat. Just
it's kind of crazy.
History.
Anything below 615, bearish shit on QQQ.
You do sell
Armageddon
gold and silver, don't you? I mean,
this shit might go fucking crazy.
Coins and silver coins, is that?
But isn't the 3/3? Now we are at the purple box.
I sell physical gold bars and coins.
What's the advantage of physical gold over a gold mining stock?
Well, there's zero counterparty risk to physical gold. It has value in the palm of your hand. If I own paper stock right now of gold and silver, 250 other people own that ounce of gold along with me. So if you're going to buy something to protect your house, do you want to buy stock in Smith & Wesson, or do you want to buy the real thing?
260.
When prices were really falling, did you have people coming into your store saying, hey, I want to unload this?
We didn't, just because the performance was so great in 2025 and the outlook was
so crazy.
Was so good coming into this year. I mean, certainly it was an abbreviated fall, and look, the run-up was so great. It was kind of a FOMO trade.
Last thing anybody expects now is to fucking go lower today.
300% in 12 months. It was due for a correction and a healthy correction, and I think from there, again, you're looking at your screen, I think we're right back on the rally.
Okay, Max Baker, thanks for joining us. You probably sold a lot of gold today. We wish you well. Thanks, Max.
Yeah. You got it. Thank you.
I think this test box is imminent.
Today, welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. So let's welcome in Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist at Charles Schwab. Very good morning to you, Joe. So no data to chew on this morning, but I suppose that's okay. What do you make of these moves in the market?
Tech drags markets
degree
Tuesday,
of rotation
and the offers
we're seeing,
chance
as
for
I mentioned,
reversal.
this software sell-off accelerating, moving out of some of these high-flying Mag 7 names into other areas of the market. We're seeing
a
bit of a divergence actually across some of the memory names too today. What are your takeaways?
Purple box reached.
I mean, I think, Sam, if you look below the surface, what's really interesting and in my mind, almost fascinating today, is the fact that really it's tech that is the one sector that's lower. I mean, you can
going for more than 100 almost.
It's slightly lower, but it
Purple
really
box
is.
might find some support or not.
When you look at the NYSE,
IWM did not go lower.
2-to-1 advancers to decline.
QQQ went lower.
So
SPX
this is
went
a
lower.
very, very narrow. But once again, because of the market cap, because of the size,
I'm watching
of the company,
SPX now.
They
right?
can push the overall market around.
Bite me if you
It's
got a problem.
interesting, like when it happens the other way, investors cheer the Mag 7, but when you get these big companies like Nvidia, Micron, all pushing as far lower as they are today, it can have an adverse effect on the market, an outsized effect on the market, which it clearly is today. It was what I really.
What do you guys want to watch this on, SPY or SPX? I want to watch it on both.
Maybe a little pop in software, but
I want to watch it on both.
Investors are just using it as an opportunity to trend.
It's more clear on SPX.
Yeah, certainly. I mean,
it's more clear.
It very much has been sort of thrown in that same bucket as the rest of them. But I think what we learned yesterday was it certainly is an outperformer, a bright spot. I mean, particularly with that
688.3 we are at.
Percentage pickup in the commercial contracts. That really was what investors were looking out for. Moving on, though, the big earnings are now going to be obviously something to look at this afternoon. AMD being one of those. What are you looking out for? What should we be watching?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of it's.
They're full on bearish, but I'm not chasing this shit. I know they're going to go lower, but I'm just not doing it.
Those are going to be really the big three topics. I think overall, if you look at the entire earnings season, Sam, it's pretty good. I give it a B. I think it's a solid B. I think we've got about 75% earnings per share beat rate and about a 67% revenue
I had 622.
beat rate.
I had 622
there's a couple things that are happening kind of below the surface that I find interesting. Number one is the beats aren't getting rewarded much at all. If anything, they're flat. but the losses aren't getting punished.
Anything below that line on QQQ is bearish.
This crazy tight range we've been in the market really since October. Yes, we've set a couple new all-time highs along the way, but boy, the market just keeps waiting for some type of catalyst to really move. And you and I have talked about this before. I just don't think that's going to happen until you get tech to participate. AMD, maybe that's what's going to help propel things, but is strength in AMD going to be able to offset the weakness in Nvidia today? And I think one of the things that you were in particular kind of asking about, what are things going to be looking for? Well, I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to the M1 350 chips and then the M1 400 chips coming out later this year. Expectations for adjusted EPS for around $1.32 on revenue of $9.65 billion. If they can clear those hurdles and clear them fairly handily,
they could show me
help. But once again,
$5 down on SPY,
there's
and
so
I'll
much
be happy.
weakness in the software space that it's kind of outweighing what you're seeing in the chips. And I think we've kind of moved on, right? Aren't we on maybe the next phase beyond just these initial chips?
I've gotten my ass whooped trying to go up fucking 700% in one day. Like, fuck that shit. Why the fuck do I need that when I got
the
literally?
data centers, as you mentioned, something really important to keep an eye on. I asked Jake Dollarhide about this as well, but wanted to get your thoughts too. As we said, no data today. We're not going to get jobs Friday. But what do you make of the 10-year bopping its head against 4.3 right now? I mean, does that have any impact on what we're seeing in the equity market right now?
I think it has some, yeah, because I think the concern is that 4.3 ceiling might finally get broken. I use the analogy, you can bump your head on the ceiling so many times and eventually you're going to pop up to that next level. And I wonder if that's going to happen. And I wonder if the markets are concerned because once again, we talk about the equity markets being in a tight range. We've seen a fairly tight range for the bond markets, which I think, in my opinion at least, has kind of spilled over into the equity markets when you have that tightness within the fixed income.
This candle's so dumb, I can't even draw it.
To kind of keep that
this candle's so dumb, I can't even draw the Thursday one.
I think the bigger concern is if we do start pushing up to that 4.3, even 4.5 range. Now you have to kind of recalibrate this kind of cash flows and earnings when you start running through those models with a higher interest rate. That I think at some point when you look at some of the beta trades out there that have been successful in the last few months, I think those might need to be recalibrated.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly saw a change in tone somewhat off the back of the ISM manufacturing yesterday. Let's see what the rest of the data tells us, particularly because we're not going to be getting any of the official gold standard stuff. But obviously, we've got some more ISM stuff on the horizon. But yeah, let's see. It's also a global story, as Jake said, a global market. Watch out for Japan this weekend as well with, of course, their snap election. Joe, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining me today, as always. Joe Mazzola there, head trading and derivatives strategist at Charles Schwab. We're back here on Morning Trade Live. Uber will be in the spotlight tomorrow morning when it reports earnings ahead of the open. Analysts are expecting adjusted EPS of 79 cents on revenue topping $14 billion. The stock is little changed in 2026 and up 16% over the last 12 months.
Is anyone doing any earnings this week? Anyone interested in any earnings?
Joining me now, I'm very pleased to say, is Scott Devitt, Managing Director, Equity Research at Wedbush Securities. Scott, so nice of you to join us. What are you expecting from the numbers?
Good morning. So we're expecting another strong quarter from Uber, around 20% top line growth, 17% EBITDA margins. And likely a decent guide into 2026. I think, the challenge that Uber faces is just the narrative, this emerging narrative around autonomous vehicles and whether the business can stand up to that or not. But I think the short term's pretty constructive. The longer you look out, I think the more risk that there is.
Yeah, so obviously you've got Waymo and then some of the updates with respect to Tesla giving this a bit of a run for its money. I mean, what's got to change here? I mean, how much of a challenge does this pose, do you think?
Full flesh.
Oh, it's significant and it's understated. I think that anytime you have a new technology that's kind of, about to permeate an industry, there's an endless number of perspectives in terms of what
almost
could happen.
Unbelievable.
But the reality
from my point
is likely going to be that the industry is going to have fewer suppliers rides, most notably in the U.S.
Did they really go to 685 close today, man? Fucking from 695.
And even if there's more of a proliferation of that, there's going to be quite a contraction on Uber's take rate because with supply concentration,
we were at 696 at open.
Rate. So I think you're going to be going from a very fragmented industry from a supply standpoint to one that's more concentrated, which at a minimum has a degradation on the take rate, and at a maximum leads to significant volumes exiting the platform and going direct.
So you've got a neutral rating with a $78 price target here, which is where we're currently trading right now.
I guess we see 2%
Is the competition and the concentration risk the only reason why you're sitting on the fence here?
It's going for 1.8.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're focused on the longer term impacts on the business. Like I said, I mean, I think the short term, dynamics of the business, as long as the economy is doing well, GDP is growing, consumers are traveling,
anything below this pink line, retail's freaking the fuck out. So
but I think there's a terminal value risk
what's
here
going on,
that the market's pricing in on and off, but I think it's potentially more damaging, than the market perceives, which is why our target price on both stocks is basically flat for the next 12 months.
Right, and I mean, is there anything that this company can say, do you think, that there's or tomorrow morning rather, that's going to move you off the sidelines, that's going to make this a screaming buy?
Well, I think that you'll hear Uber continue to talk about its positioning in terms of autonomous vehicles itself, with partnerships, capital light model that they've chosen to embark on with autonomous. But I'm not sure that there's anything for myself personally that can get me over the hump, because I don't think that many of those partnerships really are positioned to scale relative to the two leaders, in the market in the U.S., which is Waymo and soon to be Tesla as well. So it would take quite a bit to change that view.
Okay, so the challenge no doubt posed to both of these names, Uber and Lyft, but when you compare both of these names, I mean, how is one positioned versus the other right now?
So I would say Uber is the better positioned of the two. One, because it's a global business, so you have different dynamics that are emerging autonomously, and in some markets, Uber may do better with autonomous than other markets. So you've the global benefits of Uber. You have a relative scale advantage that Uber has in rideshare in terms of that it's significantly larger than Lyft. And Uber also gets 50% of its gross bookings from the delivery business
so much time. I just got
Lyft
scared.
is predominantly, not exclusively, but predominantly a U.S. business, and it's rideshare only. So Lyft is the one that's most exposed
I'm not feeling FOMO, I'm just feeling regret.
Are, given the very high.
But I'm also feeling gratified at the same time. So what I mean? It's like equaling each other out, but I'm just thinking about it because that's what happens.
Scott Devitt, really appreciate the preview. Thanks so much for joining us today.
I'm not feeling FOMO, I'm just feeling regret. But I'm happy as shit because I'm up anyway, so I don't know.
Let's trade it now with Tom White, host of
happy, but I'm pissed off.
We're looking at Uber.
Does that make sense?
Obviously,
I'm fucking pissed off.
What's an example trade? Talk us through the approach.
So I guess I'm thankful and I'm grateful. It's just that I could have.
The bar's pretty low on this one, Sam, going into earnings. Implied volatility level is pretty elevated at this point. The option market pricing in about a plus or minus 7% move either way, about $5.50 in either direction on a one-day move.
Such a fucking terrible thing to
your guest mentioned he's neutral with the price target of 78. I mean, we're right here at this point. So I looked at a strategy that's neutral to bullish. And it takes advantage of, it's type of a twofold trade. It's a cash secured put, it's neutral to bullish, where, hey, I can put a bid on the live stream down at $73,
stop spamming the
and I might not ever get pulled on that bid if I try to buy 1,000 shares or 2,000 shares.
Do hit the like
so this strategy uses the option market, where, hey, even if it doesn't go down to 73, I can still profit
push this to 100
on a trade with the expectations, hey, it's not going to fall much more than the 23% it is from those all-time highs. So I went out to the February 20th monthly option, so 17 days to expiration, not a pure earnings play, gives myself a little bit of duration. I'm going to sell the 75 strike put. You're going to collect a credit of about $2, right? That's what you can potentially make on this, just $200. But see, you can see here from the risk profile, it takes my break even all the way down to 73. That's about nearly 7% below the current share price, about that one standard deviation that the option market's, priced in.
Always some people with some trading channel name in their fucking name, man. Like, why are you so mad?
Lonsky. He just arrived on the set. He's been stuck in traffic in New York, but he made it. Thank you very much indeed, John. Good to see you. Okay, I want to go back to this AI poll, that we're using it too quickly, 59% of it too quickly.
12:45 floor.
This thing.
I think there are people who work on the line, not the people in the C-suite, not the bosses, but the people who actually have to use this to supposedly improve job performance are disappointed in the results they're getting. That's what I've been hearing. That's what I've read.
Is AI a job creator or a job killer?
I think ultimately, over the long term, it's going to be a job creator. We're going to find out that we could do, as individuals, far more work than we could in the past. If suppose you're a securities analyst, maybe right now you're limited to just looking at securities from an industry based in the United States. You have a
That's something I'm slowly learning too. Being okay with being okay.
You'll be able to expand your horizon.
Now that I'm okay.
By the way, tells me globalization is coming back.
I just want to ask a question to
people mad as shit because they got the market wrong or some shit, bro, and they fucking come at me and they're like, "Oh, crybaby." I'm like, bro, who's the one really fucking crying here?
Yeah.
You?
Okay. They're asking
channel fucking hopping or coming on this channel with the alt account to say some stupid ass shit. Cry,
how should she break up
somebody
with
that's crying and joy.
It is. I won't name who, but I have a girlfriend who went to college with me, so
I've been
Yale,
fucking
and then went to
smiling,
HBS,
crying all day long.
She admitted to using ChatGPT as her therapist. So she was going to it. She was going through a job transition and was asking for therapy advice. So well-educated young people are turning to this for personal advice. I do think there is a risk in data. I have another person close to me who will try to prompt it and say,
we did not break yesterday's Fridays, or we did break yesterday's low. We did not break Friday's low.
Talking about yourself, but I don't know if the AI has figured that out yet.
That was an interesting diversion from strict economics. Forgive us, John. Let's go back to economics. Stephen Myron,
Friday's low.
He told Maria on Mornings with Maria this morning that he still wants to cut interest rates this year. Okay, so watch that soundbite.
I think that we're too tight. I think we're being fooled by quirks of how we calculate inflation rather than actual price pressures in the economy. I think that's leading us to target to leave our Fed funds target rate too high. I think it's also masking how tight we think the economy is, and so I think people are confused about just how restrictive.
Yeah, what's everyone going to go eat?
Everyone's got their own view. You know, at the end
lunch
of the day,
or dinner today.
We're
Today is
committee
Tuesday.
Votes. I'm just one member of
there's
that
a lot of
committee,
good things
but I'll
to
continue
eat.
arguing for my view because I think it's right.
Everyone eating? Vinny is putting some steak emojis in chat. You eating steak?
Into February, that's all.
The market is looking for at least one rate cut.
Yeah, have a good day, Shawnee.
Thank you, man. Is not as great as the market. Okay.
Anyone gonna go eat some American barbecue? Who's gonna go eat burgers? Who's gonna go eat some gourmet pasta? Who's gonna go eat what? I'm starving.
We also have, the implied probability of a rate cut. The first rate cut is supposed to take place in June, and that implied probability has dropped from 85% at the end of 2025, and this morning,
Uno's Pizzeria, I might actually go today.
It's almost a toss-up. So the market's
Uno's Pizzeria.
We need a rate cut. And
chicken, Indian style. Butter chicken. It's kind of fire.
Okay.
Lewis.
Yield on the 10-year
can you
Treasury
DM me?
We just keep putting it up on the screen. We're almost at 4.3%. It's up. There's no way mortgage rates are going to come back down below 6% with a 10-year yield like that, is there?
You are exactly right. I mean, this buying of mortgage securities by federal agencies, all that has done, it has narrowed the spread between the 30-year mortgage yield and the 10-year Treasury yield. If that 10-year Treasury yield goes up to 4.3%, we might still see a 30-year mortgage rate of above 6%, 6.1, 6.2.
And that's the way it is. John Lonsky, thanks for scrambling to get in. It was worth it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I think I can get it. 1 second.
My subcommittee ranking member, Jim Clyburn, for his partnership. He's been a great friend, and he's
I knew it. Well, I don't know if President Trump's coming live, but I knew there was some live stream going on.
Dollars for highways, taking care to send the overwhelming majority of these dollars back to the states.
Give me 1 second. Let me add Lewis back.
It's at the state level where the best decisions are made, not here in Washington. We also provide funding to address our nation's shortage.
People are scared of the government shutdown and on 6:15 breaking down on QQQ and our day today, huh?
To keep our grocery stores stocked, our packages delivered, and our supply chains moving.
It keeps fucking rejecting. I don't even know where they want to go today, but I mean, clearly it's not north.
Is common sense.
Somewhere chopping here at the minimum for now.
At the same time, we preserve housing assistance for the most vulnerable, such as youth aging out of our nation's foster care system, while promoting affordability through flexible, locally driven programs that allow communities to expand housing supply without the micromanagement of the federal government. It does all these things while saving millions of hard-earned American taxpayer dollars. I want to thank my subcommittee staff, Avery, Andrew, Doug, Mary Beth. Your hard work and diligence has been indispensable throughout this process, and know that I'm deeply grateful.
I just invited you, Lewis. It says I can't add you because of your permission settings, but I can invite you.
So I'm going to take that 30 seconds and brag on this guy right here.
Bears are here, crazy
stuff. He has re-engineered,
IWM 1 minute gap.
Somewhat reinvented a lost appropriations process, and I am eternally grateful, and I know I speak for the American people in thanking Mr. Cole for his.
Well, I am an American people, and I am eternally grateful.
For this bipartisanship that's been that's been exhibited by this package.
Thank you,
and
sir.
A yes vote today takes us one step closer to restoring.
So I guess they're voting on government shutdown now. This government shutdown now.
Welcome back. Let's check markets. And the yield on the 10-year is up again this morning. It is up 1.5 basis points, with the yield on the 10-year sitting just below 4.3%, 4.28%. Markets reacting to President Trump's nomination of Kevin Warsh for the chairman of the Federal Reserve job. Outgoing Senator Tom Tillis, however, says he's not going to back Warsh until the investigation into Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve's renovation is over. The Fed, of course, paused rates at its first meeting of the year after 3 consecutive rate cuts. Traders are still pricing in at least 2 cuts for 2026. I spoke with Kevin Warsh back in October about what he called a series of mistakes by the Fed.
Gap never filled here on Tesla either. So there's a gap up there,
Kevin,
a gap on Nvidia, and they're going lower.
What is required? What is needed to give this economy a boost? And given the fact that inflation is still pretty tame, should they be doing a string of cuts into 2026?
We're at fucking 170.
Yeah, well, I think they've made a series of mistakes, not just in the last year, but the last 5 or 6 years. And I think their track record is really quite poor in forecasting the growth of the economy from policies like the ones the president put in place. And their inflation forecasts have been terrible, too. That's why they were so late, and that's why we had the surge of inflation that's done the
most shit is crazy trading at this point.
Americans among us.
We're at the true bottom.
So that track record, I think, still matters, Maria. The reason why most households,
anyone
most
fucking
businesses
thinking lower here is
think
fucking
that
just
inflation's
bacon.
going to still be well above 2%.
Baconator
so
and
that's
cheese
what the Fed's
talking.
Delivered. I think until there's regime change at the Fed, until there's new people running the Fed, a new operating framework, they're stuck with their old mistakes.
Well, that day is coming soon. Joining me now is Federal Reserve Governor Stephen Myron. Stephen, great to see you. Welcome. Thanks so much for being here.
Why? Because the setup is playing. This is the 33rd.
What is your reaction to the nomination of Kevin Warsh?
Baconator and cheese.
Oh, I think Kevin Warsh is a fantastic choice for Fed chairman. I mean, I think this is just great. This is a guy who's extremely well respected across the financial industry, on Wall Street and investment committees. He's extremely well respected among economists, and he's extremely well respected among policymakers. I think he's just a great choice, and I'm very excited to see the things that he's going to do with the Federal Reserve.
So knowing the backdrop as well as you do as far as the macro story, what is required in your opinion? I mean, I know that the market's expecting at least 2 rate cuts from the Fed this year, perhaps 3 rate cuts. Then there's the balance sheet issue. So assess what you believe should be the right course of action today.
Yeah, so I think we need to cut rates a bit more than that. I'm probably looking for a little bit more than a point of interest rate cuts. over the course of the year. I mean, look, I think that the inflation data have been a little bit distorted by some anomalous features. For example,
you know how much I would have made if I had all my Nvidia
management services and inflation. It basically just ties to the stock market. So the stock market moves higher. It mechanically brings the way that you calculate inflation up and gives you what is in my mind
Nvidia
a misread of where inflation is really running. And so when I look at underlying inflation, I don't really see a lot of very strong price pressures in the economy. I don't see a lot of strong supply-demand imbalances of the type that monetary policy should respond to. So I think we're keeping rates too high, mostly because of quirks of how we measure inflation rather than actual price pressures themselves.
I mean, Stephen, you've studied this market for
so I got a nice
years,
exit though,
decades,
10.25.
and I'm just wondering what your reaction
every out of the money
is to the
fucking
fact
put
that
is just going
the market
crazy on
is
Nvidia
fully
now.
expecting lower rates. We are fully expecting a different tone this year, and yet rates keep going up. Right? I mean, this morning, right now, the 10-year is up,
literally
now
$50
sitting just
at
below
500 each.
Why?
One day.
So there's a lot of things that go into financial markets. You know, so since when we started cutting rates, I guess 10-year yields were about 20 basis points lower than they are now. So it's not really that much of a move higher since we started cutting interest rates. Certainly that's in contrast, I think, to what happened to interest rates after the cuts in 2024 when they moved well over 100 basis points in a roughly similar amount of time.
Can anyone fucking
versus
believe it?
When the cuts began.
That's what
but I think there's a number of things that go into that. I think part of it is better growth expectations for the year. You know, I have some somewhat better growth expectations for the year based on the implementation of the One Big Beautiful Bill, based on the ongoing course of deregulation. You know, I gave a speech on the
what's crazy?
Deregulation on the economy
You guys
in January.
You guys
want to
see something fucking crazy?
Productivity enhancer. It's going to boost productivity throughout the economy, and it's also going
I was going to send this last night, but there was crazy fucking
the ability
ghost,
to make more stuff,
there was a ghost option chain coming in downwards.
That's very disinflationary.
Right before
so there
the
are
fucking
some
drop.
reasons to be optimistic about economic growth.
I don't know where the fuck
However,
I can see
it's not necessarily the type of better growth that requires tighter monetary policy. Part of the reason is because those types of better growth create what we call an output gap. They boost the supply side of the economy more than they boost the demand side of the economy. That creates space for monetary policy to accommodate that growth. There's also been a little bit of a disconnect between the labor market and the top line GDP data, and both of those, and that also provides some additional space for monetary policy to accommodate that better growth.
Yeah, in fact, in regards to deregulation, I mean, this was one of President Trump's main priorities.
What's the word? What's the word where there's
like
deep money
deregulate? You know, Barron's has this new op-ed saying this. Stephen Myron is right about the big Fed blind spot. They write, Myron argued that regulation and deregulation can materially affect productivity, output, and inflation. Myron's argument rests on a simple but often neglected insight, which is that regulation is a supply-side policy.
Insane amount of ghost contracts.
Stephen, how much more regulation is there to take
options
out? How long is this runway?
To March and fuck ton of puts buying on 190 Nvidia yesterday.
I mean, a lot of people just spent many years blaming inflation on supply chain constraints.
Smart money shit.
Right? What cutting regulations does is eases supply chain restraints. It seems very odd to me that if you thought that supply chain constraints
but what's the word where it's like
that you wouldn't think that easing of supply constraints would cause disinflation on the way down. It should be symmetric. And when you remove regulations from the economy, you increase the ability of firms to respond to demand changes, and that reduces inflation. It increases productivity. It eases barriers of entry, allows for more competition. I went through all of these things in my speech. I quantified them. I quantified using the economics literature that if the pace of deregulation that occurred in the first half of last year continues, it's going to end up dragging on inflation by about 0.5% a year. Yeah. So that's a very powerful productivity-driven, supply chain easing, supply constraint easing-driven disinflationary force that's in the pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the productivity story. Obviously, productivity is soaring, and that is also due to the president's efforts to get the supply chains back in America. But when you look at sheer inflation, I mean, I recognize the president and your efforts have been able to rein in inflation.
1 second, I'm trying to find it.
Producer price index was hotter than expected. We had a monthly gain of 0.5%. We saw that live on this program. We have a gain of 3% year over year, Stephen. So what's the answer here? What else is needed to rein in producer inflation?
Yeah, so there's no question about it. The producer inflation measure was hot by any way you slice it. However, it's important to note that the Federal Reserve doesn't target those prices. Those prices don't measure what anybody in the economy really pays from a consumption point of view. We target consumer prices as we've measured them through the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index. Now, some of the components of PPI, of the Producer Price Index, flow into the PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditure Index, because of how it's calculated. Among them are those portfolio management fees, like I described before. But a lot of those, but what those fees end up doing is end up distorting our final rate of consumption and biasing the number, what in my view is too high and above what reflects the true supply-demand imbalances in the economy. So the PPI data are interesting. I think that they're important to look at because no single piece of data gives you an entire view of the whole economy. But we don't target PPI, and elements of it flow through into the things
I'm having a hard time finding.
What do you make of this move in hard assets? I mean, you're talking about a double-digit move year to date, and it's only been a month. 12% higher for the price of gold. Double-digit gains for the price of silver, copper. What's behind that, and what's the impact?
So, I don't know exactly what's behind it, but I can tell you that I think it makes sense to look at these things in context. And when you look at what happened in the last 6 months of last year, right, the moves on the upside on some of these things were just phenomenal. And there was clearly a lot of leverage involved. And I think the type of behavior you see now happens in highly levered markets that are not the most liquid markets in the world, that are not the biggest and deepest markets in the world. And this is just the type of behavior that you see in commodity markets and cycles. Over and over again. It's not something that I really read a lot into economically. It's not something that enters into too many economic variables of the type that the Federal Reserve really focuses on. Right. But it's markets always have this boom bust cycle behavior, particularly with leverage involved. No, I think it's something. It's eye popping, but it's of limited information content for what the Fed does.
That's fine. But what about employment? That's obviously one of your mandates.
Market's slow now.
And you have a major pivot and turning point in the economy right now with artificial intelligence. I mean, AI efficiencies are clearly cutting jobs. Okay. What's the plan to replace those at the Fed?
Ghost.
Yeah, so that's a great point. I mean, I do think that there definitely is an aspect of that when you look at the economic data. Now, historically, there's always been new technology, there's always been innovation, and it's always destroyed jobs. But what the economy does is it creates new jobs to replace those old jobs. And sometimes those new jobs are in categories that nobody could have imagined. And so one example that I like to point to is that social media affected a lot of jobs in the journalism industry. But it also created new job categories like social media advertising strategists that nobody could have dreamed possible in the years before. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that's possible. And so I'm sure that AI is going to create new job opportunities as well of the types that we just can't imagine yet because we don't actually see them being implemented. It'll take some time to figure out what those are. Now, it's also my view that the Federal Reserve has a role to play
a website that showed you the exact time these ghost options came in.
I don't view AI as some force that's permanently destroying jobs in the economy. No previous technology has done that. We've always created new jobs as the economy rotates from one sector to another, from one type of profession to another. And I have no doubt that the same thing will happen again because we've got thousands of years of human history, hundreds of years of capitalistic history, and this always happens. But it is the Fed's job, in my view, to accommodate that transition as new jobs can be created.
Stephen, real quick before you go on the balance sheet, what do you want to see happen here? I mean, obviously the balance sheet had gotten blown up, so high during the dot-com boom and bust and the financial collapse. And Jake Powell has been watching it come down. Do you need it to go lower? Where do you stand on the balance sheet cuts?
So, look, at the present, we're expanding our balance sheet through these reserve management purchases just because we have to accommodate increasing demand for reserves in the economy. In the longer run, I would very much like to reduce the balance sheet further. I think it's a good idea for the Fed to have a smaller footprint in the economy if it can. And so I think further balance sheet reduction would be a good thing. However, you can't reduce the balance sheet until we get more regulatory reform under our belt. So I'm very excited that I think that a new drive to reduce the balance sheet under Chairman-designate Warsh, if he goes in this direction, will end up turbocharging Vice Chairwoman Bowman's deregulatory agenda for the banks. Because if you're going to reduce the balance sheet, you need to take aggressive steps to reduce the regulatory-driven demand for reserves and increase the capacity of the banking system to absorb increased supply of securities. So I am optimistic about our ability to reduce the balance sheet in the long run. However, there's a lot of steps you got to take before you get there.
And do you have common ground there on the Fed? Because we've got lots of back and forth in terms of your own colleagues. I mean, just today, Raphael Bostic is saying no Fed rate cuts in 2026.
Yeah, look, there's obviously a very strong diversity of views. Everyone's responsible for their own view. I've given mine. I think that we're too tight. I think we're being fooled by quirks of how we calculate inflation rather than actual price pressures in the economy. I think that's leading us to target to leave our Fed funds target rate too high. I think it's also masking how tight we think the economy is, because when people look at real interest rates, they usually take the headline interest rate and they subtract inflation to look at the real interest rate, but they're subtracting an inflation rate that's just too high because it's distorted. And so I think people are confused about just how restrictive monetary policy is. So everyone's got their own view. At the end of the day, we're a committee and we take votes. I'm just one member of that committee, but I'll continue arguing for my view because I think it's right.
Does Raphael Bostic have support on the Fed for no cuts?
Well, you've got to look at the most recent statement, summary of economic projections, and the guidance from Chairman Powell about where the rest of the committee is. They've all got their views and they're entitled to their views, and I hope that we cut interest rates further. But okay. I can only speak for myself and my own view.
Stephen, it's great to see you. We so appreciate your time this morning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Stephen Myron joining us. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I can't find it. I give up. If I find it another day, I'll send it.
I do want to widen out our perspective, though, bring in our next guest. Joining us this morning, Pete Najarian, co-owner of Market Rebellion. Pete, great to have you on this show. I'd love to get your thoughts as we're into a new month of trading now, how 2026 has been for you and how it's stacked up against your expectations going in.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I think that they've basically hit everything out of the park exactly as we were hoping things would go, because of what we're following, along with the unusual option activity that we constantly are watching that. And I'll tell you, this at some point you expected to see certain stocks maybe pull back a little bit. They've had this great run. Are they going to give a little bit of a pullback? Which I think is very healthy.
Yeah, I'm shorting the fuck out of this.
I think
tomorrow.
A great example of what we've seen recently with silver, with gold, and some of those. But I think that the reality is that there are certain areas of the marketplace that are definitely strong. Are some of them giving some back and not going straight up constantly? Yes, the memory world is part of that. So you look at Micron, you look at SanDisk, and some of those types of names. I think it's a really, really interesting, and the volume, by the way, when it comes to January, was absolutely outstanding, averaging, again, something close to 65 million contracts per day. So people are very active, and that's just something that we've been getting every single year for the last, maybe call it 10 years. We're going up and up and up in terms of the volumes that are coming into the options world.
Pete, every time I have you on, we talk about this Burl-Ives trade because of gold and silver, and this time is going to be no different. Just a bit more of an interesting setup for us to talk about now. We saw gold go up to 5,500, which was a number people had thrown out, but I certainly don't think they threw it out for January. We saw silver top. Then we saw the significant pullback, silver falling to the biggest drop since 1980. How does the trade hold up now, and how are you approaching precious metals with some of this erratic price action that we've had?
Well, I think that we were waiting for a moment when you're going to see that pullback, right? I mean, the reality is we all know that it's never going to go straight up at that angle where it's bottom left to upper right on a path that doesn't have some pullbacks along the way.
You got to be kidding me.
That's exactly what we were seeing specifically yesterday.
Fucking
pretty beating down day for silver and gold, and yet we still had buyers coming into GLD and they were looking for more, and there was some size. I'm talking about very, very large 5-digit type numbers going in to try to buy even more back in the GLD. And today, what are we seeing? Even with this move to the upside, SLV, they're coming after silver like crazy again, and I think that they like the fact that they got the opportunity for this pullback. I mean, silver was just absolutely going to the stratosphere. Something was going to happen at some point, some sort of a pullback. That's exactly what we've seen. But today, they're right back in there once again and buying more SLV calls, mostly in spreads is what we are seeing. So a little bit cautious, but I think that's the smarter trade to have along the way as well. Just an amazing run, though, what we've seen out of the Burl Ives trade, silver and gold. I mean, it really has been outstanding, and I think we had to expect that we were going to see some sort of a pullback like we've just seen in the last couple of days. But now, just an amazing move out of gold itself. Gold on this run is absolutely an incredible recovery, I think, from where it was just yesterday.
And Pete, a question for our viewers here. As we're looking at these pullbacks or these sharp sell-offs in metals, and then we see the options light up, how do they distinguish between what's an opportunity and what might be the start of a breakdown?
Yeah, I think that's a difficult thing to be able to give you a really quality answer to that. I mean, I think we're all looking at the same thing and trying to figure out, all right, what is the next move? And I think that when I look at silver, I feel like I'm much more comfortable with the next move for silver than I am with gold. And the reason I say that is
dude, you're not going to be in the Lewis. You're not going to be in the WhatsApp group.
If you
are
like
a channel
the AI
hopper.
trade, if you like the semiconductor world, if you like these things,
hold up. Let's talk about this. You came in literally once or twice every 2 weeks, right? Actually, a channel hopper. You cannot be here. All right. Man said, I'm sorry, I'm watching 2 YouTube videos at the same time. I pasted a link on YouTube. You're posting that on WhatsApp. Like, you're not going to be in this group. You got to go. Very distracted. You're a distracted person. I don't even care if you're watching the other channel, bro. You just distracted as shit. Distracting other people, right? You should not be here if that's the goal, to distract other people. Do not be here. Right? I could literally see your channel activity, right? I don't want to say it, but I mean, come on. There's no need to be in the WhatsApp group. Understand the WhatsApp group is literally for people that are active, okay? Please. Please. It's already February 2nd, okay? January 8th, January 12th, January 20th, January 26th, February 2nd, February 3rd does not make you active. It just means you're here and there, all right? Never hitting the like button when I ask anyway, so just don't be in the WhatsApp group. There's no need, please.
That there's a reason that you should be still fairly bullish on silver, and I know it's made a big, huge move to the upside, but you know it's amazing how much silver is the usage of silver is in the markets today. Whether you want to talk about the EV space or the computer space or the phones and everything else, silver is in demand, and I think it's a great read for us. And obviously, when we talk about AI constantly, like we all do, AI is definitely in need of silver across just about every platform that they've got. So makes it pretty interesting for me, and I think I think all of us should keep a very close eye on this one, if nothing else.
All right, I want to pivot to earnings here. You know, we've had a lot of macro noise out there, but the earnings are holding up.
What's the point of coming into a Discord or WhatsApp group and saying, hey, sorry, I posted a link on YouTube by accident? Nobody even knows. I don't even know. I don't know what you're talking about. And I have to go literally look up what you're talking about. Like, dude, you're straight up doing that on purpose so that people know that you posted 2 links on WhatsApp and on YouTube. So you understand the point I'm coming from, right? It almost feels deliberate. It almost feels deliberate that you're doing that on the WhatsApp group when I added you. You're doing that on YouTube. I don't even give a... You don't have to say sorry. Who the fuck are you sorry to? All I'm saying is don't do that. That's not nice. It's not, you know, respectful. That's like actually disrespecting people on purpose. For a purpose. What is that purpose? I don't know. I don't care. I don't want nothing sinister. So... let's just be logical, realistic. All I ever asked, right, is why 40, 50 people got removed in the WhatsApp group, and they come into the YouTube chat and they're like, hey, why didn't I get removed? You're a very, very dictator, Jeff. You remove people. You don't want people to say anything. No, you don't say anything. You're not active. You don't want to use the WhatsApp group. You literally tell people you're in 2 different YouTube, YouTube channel saying, oh, I posted this link by accident on here, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. I don't care. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. There's a lot of shit that's going on. And the things that are going on has absolutely nothing to do with that. At all. At any points of the market. So, the market is busy. 115 IWM continuous low today. One directional. Broke the CPI bottom as well. It's not a right to be in the WhatsApp group. It's just people that are active gets to use it, man. If they want to be in, they want to be in. It's literally life.
I think we're about an 80% beat rate so far. As far as what we've seen, what are some of your takeaways from the earnings that we've gotten so far? And also, do you think they can sustain this rally?
Yeah, I do. I feel very similar to what it looked like last year. And when we've heard some of the earnings, not just now, but even in the past quarter, when you hear what Micron has to say about demand and you hear what SanDisk is saying and some of these, I think it's an amazing move to the upside that we are seeing. And I don't know that I think it's over yet. And I think that when we look at this, a lot of people were saying, well, this is a bubble that's going to pop. Well, it hasn't really popped to that degree yet. And we are seeing a pullback today. I'm the first one to acknowledge what we're seeing going on in terms of the memory space. But that makes so much sense. Just look year to date what some of those different stocks really have done already just in the month of January and now into February. And yeah, you're going to see some pullbacks along the way. That makes total sense. That's what a healthy market does. But I do think that when you go across and you see what's going on with the earnings, and you guys were just talking about Palantir, could they have beat it any more? I mean, they absolutely crushed every single number that's out there. And I think did that catch some people by surprise? Well, it must have, because this stock has made a very, very parabolic move to the upside. I think that there still is plenty of room. And when you look at their outlook, I would say that they remain incredibly bullish still as well.
And we're seeing a lot of bullish setup coming into a lot of these big names in the AI trade here. Just this week, we've got AMD coming today, Google tomorrow, Amazon Thursday. As far as options action, where are you seeing the most aggressive positioning here?
We haven't, it's interesting that you asked that question, because we haven't seen nearly as much on the unusual option side of things positioning themselves for some of these stocks that we're going to see. They will, but they haven't been. We did see Apple very late before earnings. We see some of the call buying and so forth. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if we see something coming very soon, because we're going to need to see it soon with AMD and the rest. It's going to be something that I think will be very, very interesting, but we've got to see some of those options for me to be able to say, okay, at these levels,
but that's crazy to
I'm going to be a part of this. So that's the trigger that I'm waiting for, is seeing some of that unusual option activity. Like I say, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen, and Nvidia's way down the line, but we haven't seen much in Nvidia. We haven't seen much in AMD just yet. We had been seeing other of those names, like in the past I was talking about Micron and so forth, SanDisk and some of those. But now it's just sort of sitting and waiting to see, are they going to be as bullish as they've been over the past couple of quarters? My gut tells me yes, but I'd sure like to see some of those options come in that are going to tell us a little bit more of what some of the big boys are thinking is going to happen with this earnings.
Pete, such a great chat with you as always. Thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate it. Always wonderful to have you on the show. Pete Najarian, the co-owner of Market Rebellion.
You guys want to see the fuck do I log in? Click on this. Where the fuck? This dumbass shit is so hard to fucking find. There you go. soon, you dummies. Multi-gex expiry on Nvidia. 205, 190, 207 to 190. Let's see what happened. Rough. When is that expiring? Friday and tomorrow, Wednesday. Wednesday, rough. Friday, rough. Damn, that's crazy. SPX. February 3rd, 7,005. February 4th, 7,025. February 20th, 7,115. March 20th, 7,175. So it seems to me that they got fucked over. It seems to me like that. All the 700 spies, man. Rip. All the 7,000 SPXs, rip.
NASDAQ is down more than 1 1/3%, and tech's getting hit really hard. Josh, you know, all of the mega caps are down. There are some stories, you know, out there about the impact, and we're going to get into these a lot deeper. Anthropic has this new tool. It's weighing on a lot of the software names. NVIDIA and OpenAI, more drama apparently.
Clearly the majority got fucked.
But how do you see what's happening in these markets?
I think we have 1 or 2 of these periods every year. The cause is always different, but the effect is always the same. Some of the most popular trades of the previous uptrend just get absolutely nuked. And I'm looking at some of the most widely traded, most popular stocks amongst both retail, institutionals, hedge fund darlings, just nuked, like one after another. I'm not going to say it's healthy or it's enjoyable. As Taylor Swift sang, it's all right. We're dancing through the lightning strikes. And every day it's like 5 new ones. So even the companies that have great reports are not, you're not really getting the benefit. But the companies that have even the slightest confusion around them, forget it. And it's just one of those periods, and you have to kind of run it out. Palantir is a really great example, which I know we'll get to later, but just consider in a normal market environment like what we had really since the start of the year, this name would be holding its 11 or 12% gap up open. It's only up 5% today. Imagine a stock like this after a report like that going red. And it tells you risk appetite is coming out of anything that has to do with technology.
Is getting oversold on the 5.
Just really quickly, the ground zero for this particular beating, where you have stocks like Microsoft and a 25% drawdown, which is incredible. The ground zero is the application layer of the software stack. Every vertical, every cap size, doesn't matter. If you're a company that has anything to do with selling the application layer of any technology process you can think of, even cybersecurity, the stock is not safe right now. They're coming for these stocks. with massive sell orders.
There's a minority of the people trying it every fucking day,
for a moment, because it appears to be having a somewhat dramatic impact on several groups of stocks today. I mean, Microsoft's down 2.5%, but they've released a new legal tool that is weighing heavily. You can look at some of the, not necessarily Nvidia, some of the SaaS names. This is a software story, guys, we're talking about here. The IGV is now down 27% from its 52-week high. If you look at a lot of the SaaS names today, and we're showing you some of the software names, but Intuit, there's DocuSign, there's Snowflake, there's Twilio, there's ServiceTitan. I gather if we looked at CRM or ServiceNow, you may see some similar type moves in this market, and they're not the only ones. There's some financial data providers that are lower today. So there's what I'm talking about. There's a ServiceNow down near 7. Let me see CRM. Did we ever show that? I'm not even sure. There's the exchanges, which are down rather sharply. Joe, you were watching this earlier.
It's wild to see 613
and
622
for us as this just goes to the disruption that AI
is going to
have, according to many, on the software business, particularly SaaS names, but also data analytics companies, which are being turned upside down today. Yes. Do you want to give me some more on that?
The cannibalization in software, it's absolutely real. And it's interesting to me because, yes, it's the software names, but it also is the data service names that you mentioned.
Crazy bearish.
It's Broadridge Financial. It's Moody's,
somehow
it's S&P
ended
Global,
up
and some of
holding
the
with
exchanges
IWM
itself.
cycling.
I think this is a real theme. I don't think it goes away in 2026.
I said this in the pre-market. Somehow I see QQQ going more this week than SPY, and I think that's playing out in front of our eyes right now.
The earnings for technology overall as a sector by about 15%. That's clearly troubling. I can tell you in the most recent rebalance, which you knew going into the rebalance, how uncomfortable I was feeling, Scott, about those software names. We had a dramatic reduction in the software names. Our technology weighting right now is at a historic low. We are seeing double-digit weighting in 5 sectors. We have never been as diversified. And
I wonder when
SanDisk is elevated volatility, but yet a rotational bull market. I still think the market's in a good place. Look today, industrial's doing well, energy doing well, materials doing well. So I think as it relates to these software names and the technology names, I do think when you look at your positioning, if you're staring at an overweight, it's time to take down that positioning. And I don't think you're sitting here saying, I want to catch a falling knife, certainly not from an investment perspective.
No, but you know what the problem is that
even Tesla on earnings becomes like 4,000, 3,700, 3,500, 2,500, like not 5,000.
It's way overdone.
5,000 is crazy.
Chips and say that upside
5,000
is way overdone.
Crazy.
So maybe it's time to take some off of chips, and maybe it's time to put some in to software. And then you have releases like this Anthropic thing today, and you have headlines that have moved, and you have stocks that are falling. And what you thought was a knife that had finally fallen enough to hit the cutting board feels like the cutting board just moved lower.
2.02%.
I don't know. You invest in some of these names, like a Snowflake, for example.
Yeah, I only have Snowflake, Synopsys, and also Palo Alto. I actually think that the cyber companies are buys right here. I mean, they may go down because all of software is getting hit, but I think that you need, and you talk to chief technology officers, and they are spending on AI and they're spending on cybersecurity. And I do not think AI is going to take over cybersecurity. I actually think it's going to be the reverse. I think cybersecurity is going to be bigger than AI. I've said it many, many times. Overall, tech is crowded. We all know that. It's 35% of the S&P 500. Today, growth is down 150 basis points, and value is up 30 basis points. So there is, to Joe's point, a massive rotation, which has been happening for the last several months. This should not be a surprise. We've been talking about it. The reason is because the underlying economy is actually stronger than most people had expected. And we got very good. It has been services. It's been part of consumer. It's been AI. Now it's manufacturing, because we talked about this yesterday. We got Chicago PMIs. We got ISMs yesterday on manufacturing, PMIs on manufacturing. All blew out expectations. All are above 50, which is expansion. And that means the overall economy is doing well, better than people thought. And you want to own cyclicals. And that's why you are seeing this rotation. And the problem with software, I think you have to be very, very careful and selective. The problem with software is there's no proof point short term that's going to dispel the concerns.
Great point.
There is no
another
catalyst.
Crazy day.
So you want to be very, very careful. And that's why I say the one I would look at,
minus 1%.
Or CrowdStrike 2, you can own cybersecurity.
Fear rules until there's something to discredit or discount the fear that people feel about that question. Is AI going to kill software?
Only 67% of software companies have beat on revenues, and that compares with 83% of the tech companies that have reported outside of software. And so I think that the challenge here is that, to Steph's point, if you have an opportunity across the market to be able to add to companies that have beat on revenue and beat on earnings this quarter, and you still feel like with each release, whether it's Claude or whether it's Anthropic, there's going to be a continued pressure on these companies, there has to be some evidence for you that they can turn the corner on those revenues and grow their revenues in the second half of the year, because you are not in a narrow
Suki
market
said, when is the White House coming to rescue? Question mark, LOL.
To underpin some of Steph's points,
son.
if we didn't have an alternative, if there was no alternative technology like there was a couple of years ago, then I would say maybe you can step into some of these names.
They ain't coming,
plenty
son.
of other places to go.
They
And
closed.
so don't spend so much time looking at what the S&P 500 is doing.
They ain't
Rather,
coming,
look at these
son.
other sectors that continue to have momentum in this environment.
They ain't coming, son. 4 minutes ago, Dow drops 400 points. S&P 500 said shreds 100 points as investors rotate out of tech. Let's go look at Dow. All right, we were looking at the Dow Jones futures in the morning, right? They ain't coming, son. they ain't coming, bro. Fuck are they talking about? They coming, bro. They came. This shit is on purpose. Who remembers the pre-market, bro? There was 10 people here on the live stream when the live stream started at 9:22 in the morning, bro. I was talking about, yo, let's see what the fuck happens here. QQQ and Dow Jones bearish, blah blah blah, and then Dow Jones reverted mid fucking morning, right? Somewhere 9:45, and then it was hovering here till 10 a.m. And now the news is coming out with Dow Jones is down 400 points. Yeah, it's a full retracement. I can't believe it, but I mean, that's a fucking crazy free fucking candle. Like, now I can say that confidently, right? But I mean, look at the MACD like that on the 5. MACD 15-minute going like crazy. Like crazier than Thursday in a different way. Just the 5-minute looks crazy because we're chopping down today. 30-minute looks absolutely bearish. 1 hour, trying to be turning bearish. 2 hour, turned bearish. 4 hour is bearish. This is fucked. Alright, GG's. I don't know if you don't think this shit is GG's, but this shit is GG's. Good game. What is good game? 7,000 plus, man. They got them all fucking into fucking March. Look at the picture we sent in the WhatsApp group. It's not even fucking next. It's not even tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. It's literally into fucking February 20th. When is February 20th? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 2 Fridays later. This is literally 20 days later, and then March 20th. That's 1 month, all right, and 1 month plus. Where are all the calls at? 7,195. They're cooked. They're cooked. In this choppy ass market, they're thinking about 7,000 plus SPX. Are you fucking kidding me? Right? Just because we had that one spike day? Are you kidding me? Man, you heard President Trump, right? Oh, we went to 7,000 SPX. Oh, people thought it was going to take 4 years, but we did it now. Haha. Man, you got to listen to the words. We did it now. Haha. The fuck does that mean? Go back again or fucking hit it once real quick and then see what happens and make people hope and then figure out later. Huh? 2.1% QQQ. They really just gone. Alright, they really just did that. They just slid off. Slid off the water slide as we were talking. Time is 1:35. Man, the President Trump said it best himself. Alright. Deductions. It's a deductor's world. Nothing else. It's a deductor's world. Nothing else, man. What the fuck is this shit, huh? Explain. Can't explain? Deductor's world. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next.
Let's start with the big picture because you've got a range of different players in the ecosystem here, from infrastructure, software, the security piece of it. But if you look at Cisco stock, looks pretty good. If you look at some of these software companies, not so much. There's a lot of doubt and question in the investor set about who's going to benefit from this stage of the build out and who's going to get totally disrupted. From your seat, particularly when it comes to software, because you got a lot of it in your business, what's happening?
I mean, 12 more points, why not? Just fucking idiot and be like,
7, 8 years ago, hardware was dead, and it was all about software, and now infrastructure's cool again. And the reality is that our customers, particularly our enterprise customers, recognize that as they deploy AI, and particularly agentic AI, it's going to fundamentally change how they have to architect their infrastructure.
Holy shit.
The latency requirements are going to be extreme.
This is the craziest
The security
thing,
architecture has to change completely. And
was
so
crazy.
I think that's why bringing this whole ecosystem together, because we all have to work very closely together to actually create the appropriate solutions with the safety and the trust that our customers need to actually take advantage of this technology.
Putting the ecosystem together. Last year, you talked quite a bit about how unprepared a lot of businesses in the ecosystem are to take full advantage of AI. Now we're talking about agentic and all of the extra challenges on top of that.
Today, man.
What should we expect to learn from the conversations today, building on what you guys put out last year?
So John, just echoing what Chuck said, it's so important that the ecosystem comes together. And if you look at 2025, it was a year of experimentation with agentic. 2026, you're going to start to see a lot of demand for these applications going into production and showing tangible ROIs. And if you think about what could hold AI back, the reason we have so much passion around this is what could hold AI back by three things. First one is there's going to be an infrastructure constraint that continues because there's not enough power in the world, there's not enough compute, there's not enough network capacity.
Apparently not enough memory.
Not enough memory, not enough hard shells to build these data centers. So that's a legitimate kind of constraint that we have to overcome. The second big area is there's a trust deficit. If people don't trust these systems, they aren't going to use it. And then the third one is there's a data gap, because right now what's happened is most of the amount of energy that's been spent has been around human-generated data publicly available on the internet. But now you're kind of running out of that data to train these models. So you need better synthetic data, and then you need machine data, which is where most of the growth is happening. It turns out we happen to be at the center of all these three constraints. So we've got a lot of opportunity and a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Cisco certainly very much in the mix. Chuck, speaking of infrastructure and data center, we see this XAI SpaceX deal.
4 days.
I guess Elon Musk likes it.
6 days.
And there's a lot of questions from investors about how this stuff is getting financed, debt, etc.
They're about to go gap
Cisco is in all of these places. You see what the demand
That's the
looks
crazy
like.
shit that came out of my mouth.
You see, I think, a lot of how it's getting funded. How comfortable are you with the trajectory of demand and the money behind this over the next however many years?
Look, I think the companies that are investing heavily have a long history of being successful and really taking advantage of these massive transitions.
Because I remember me saying that at some point. I don't know when exactly, but I swear to God I said that, talking about
view this as an existential issue for their businesses long term. So I feel very confident that the funding is going to continue. We haven't gotten into training world models yet. We haven't really. I mean, there's some work going on.
There's no other.
You haven't gotten into all this synthetic data that's going to be used. The models are just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then when we move to this agentic world and we really see the applications explode, I think it's going to validate a lot of the investments. Now, does that mean that some investments that are being made aren't going to turn out to be bad ideas? No. I mean, there will be. It's much like in 2000, everybody talks about whether it's a bubble or not, right?
If we somehow lose this level, 6,902 or 6,902, if we do not bounce somehow and curve up,
they're going to cease to exist, and then the winners will emerge, just like what happened in 2000. And
I mean, there's no gaps above. And I said this shit somewhere here yesterday. I was like, there's no gaps up. That's why I shorted 1DT and I fucking left. If anyone fucking remembers, I was literally in since fucking 12. I was in from 12 waiting for 3 hours.
There was a Cisco iPhone. It's interesting you know that. Not many people know that.
3 p.m. I was
Tim and
out.
know that, but
NVIDIA went, right? But we'll look at the
through
1DT first of all. I don't even want to talk about it. I was in $16,000 on 1DT yesterday. That probably turned into $160,000, but whatever. I ain't gonna lie. Now that I think about it, fuck, I was in $16,000 one DT yesterday, but like, holy shit. All right, I was like, there's no gaps up there. At 2080 MA, I didn't think about a dump like that, but like, now that the dump happened, the only gap down there is, the only gap nearby is down there. It's 80 points below. I mean, we already did the hard part of moving down 120 points, so. You know, we already did the hard part of fucking moving down 120 points, which is not fucking common. This shit is fucking rare at best. Either this shit continues tomorrow, or either this shit stops and cycles for a day or two and then fucking goes lower or something. But I'm expecting that gap to fill, personally, to be honest. I am. That's what I'm thinking right now. Why? Because they popped up crazy, went to 7,000, spiked up at 7,000 to fill the gap up. So I think we're about to see the crazy shit this week. I want to even make a market update video saying this week's about to be bearish as shit, maybe. But we're dangerous as fuck at the minimum. But I really do feel like some sort of gap is gonna fill down there. There's 2 gaps below, no gaps up top. That's fucking weird. And there's all these calls up here that are trapped now. 1 DT, 2 DT, 1 week out, fucking 2.5 weeks out, 1 month out. Like, that's crazy. Oh my god. That's crazy. This is 20 hours ago.
Right. What I really like is when the market opens down, in this case, the same sort of concerns that weighed us down on Friday. And then the major indices start to turn higher. You can see here, all but 3 sectors are higher now. I'm not sure how much of the reversal we can attribute this to, but ISM manufacturing, folks, this is phenomenal. This is a significant number, the best read on this since 2022.
What candle does this remind you of? Does this candle remind anybody of anything?
From contraction to growing, the overall number going from contraction to growing. That is a monumental growth.
Okay?
About
What does this candle remind you
on this is going to say,
talked about this on the live stream, right?
I can tell you right now.
Anybody remember us talking about this candle on the live stream?
Sort of a ripple, and that ripple is becoming a tide because look around the more nuanced look at this market. The factors, everything is participating. Small caps back in the leading position. Large, medium, it doesn't matter.
Yesterday
value,
at
growth,
market close, I said I expect 180, 182, some 180
that's
this
what we like
week.
to see right now. Of course, when we talk about the leadership board, the top big names moving, well, those are all sort of familiar.
Every fucking bull on NVIDIA, 194.
You know, the question
We're
is,
at 178.
old, and they've become really stodgy names going up.
That shit's a trap. Says the answer is it's a crazy trap.
You know, Phil,
look at the 4 hour coming in right
These
now.
aren't new companies, right? SanDisk was founded in 88, Micron in 78, Western Digital in 70. By the way, Corning is coming on strong. They were founded in 1851. And the reason I bring that up is a lot of times investors are looking for
the next what I'm thinking. This candle that we did for a month going up and down, up and down.
That's the beauty of where we are with the change of AI. We've talked about Caterpillar. It's reinventing itself.
Big ass fucking spike candle.
That company, remember how you had the little digital camera, that little annoying chip in the side? That's who they are. And now they've been reinvented, spun off, and now are on the center, at the core of data center need for storage, specifically memory. And the stock is exploding because of it. They reinvented themselves, and now they're at the top of the leaderboard.
I want to go specifically because I want to bring up Micron. Tomorrow or not. So the last few weeks, I've got subscribers in Micron. We were in it last year. We took profits. We got back.
I may be wrong on this too. I don't know. That's what I'm feeling right now.
In 4 months.
I'm feeling that there's
just to show you how Wall Street is catching up. This is what I love. I love being positioned
whatever
in Wall Street's
breaking up or breaking down, it's clearly going to break down.
January 15th, you got an upgrade. 16th, 20th, you got 3.
I think something's
22nd, 23rd, 23rd, 27th, 29th. Then this morning, a firm called Phillips. Are you related to them?
That's a fucking monthly setup or a fucking weekly setup. That's just not an intraday setup.
Because for the most part, when they're this way, it means
this shit is not an intraday setup. This shit is like an intraday to a fucking weekly.
Because you got a company that had 1,400% earnings growth last year. 600 projected this year. You're looking at a company that we really don't know if they can meet the demand story. If they meet demand, it's a double from here.
I may be wrong.
And the reality is one thing we didn't realize going into why we all got it wrong. Even I got it wrong.
Retracement,
no one understood how much needed was going to be for pure memory. And suddenly memory, with AI, you can't have success.
Ironically, though, we'll go to the SanDisk here, but ironically, there was this famous photo, sort of infamous famous photo, Jensen Huang last year in South Korea, hanging out with these guys from Hynix and Samsung. They were crossing arms and drinking beers, and everyone said it was kind of weird. No one understood. He knew that this bottleneck was coming.
Sure.
So another thing we look about is we talk about earnings and earnings trends, right? So SanDisk just beat They beat big time. And this is where the estimates are now, right? I mean, again, they're climbing through the roof. Revenues projections are climbing through the roof.
Bear control,
I like what you just said because the knee-jerk reaction is like, okay, the stock is up, I should sell it.
Bear control,
but you're following the fundamentals.
The demand story, just the CEO came out last week and said, we cannot meet 2026 demand. We're definitely not going to meet 2027 orders, which are already filling. So you really can't look at this data and suggest that this is where you're buying and selling stock. To some degree, there's a euphoria here.
Right.
When you cannot meet demand, when the supply is far greater than what you have today, then it's an uncontrollable situation. And then what I would say is you buy these with a measure of prudence. If you start to watch the narrative, and other competitors come in which they can't, Scandis has a manufacturing ability, which no one else really has, then you say, okay, be smart about as you get up 100% or 200%, take some profit. But in the end, we have a story that's untold.
There were literally a minority. There were like
old companies.
40% of SPX was
the stocks look pretty good.
pointing lower, and now on this move, it's going to flip
looks
into
pretty
like
good here.
60,
Relative
40
strength looks like it has room to the upside from here too.
This is your classic reinvention story. They had to get smaller to get bigger. They cut costs, which drove a lot of their earnings. They've reinvigorated the company. 200 million customers, by the way. But guess what? They're trading at an 8 PE with a 3% dividend and projected earnings of 35% for a bank. Well, folks,
they've been trading at a low PE for a while. Let's do Ford for a moment because, again, you don't think traditional automakers are in the mix, but it's not. It's got a beautiful-looking chart here, and you think there's a lot more room on the upside.
They're doing something that no one else is doing in the same way they're so aggressive at it, which is purely the idea of can they build a hybrid that will meet demand, and they're far ahead of the curve in the trucking industry. They've reinvented themselves again. It's another disruption story where they're willing to take a 39% PE growth next year. A company that's trading at a very low multiple. But if they get this story right on a hybrid truck, they will lead the world.
When did we fill the gaps?
Less than a minute to go. Let's call it 40 seconds. But I want to circle back to what I started with. Folks, look at this spike here. I could have taken a one-year chart. It would have been much more pronounced.
Last week.
This is a big, big move. You like to look at the macro.
I do.
The economy is looking better. Manufacturing is coming on. You got wars coming in there. Talk about this combination.
Folks, I want you to look at that 50. If you follow that 50 all the way across, not a single time going back to 23. If you pull back to 20, none of them broke 50. Above 50 is expansion, below 50 is contraction. The point is we're finally seeing expansion. What this matters, if you believe that the big, beautiful bill is driving a rebuild of the American infrastructure, a manufacturing renaissance, this is emblematic of it. This is a gigantic moment in American history. We're in the middle of an experiment. If this works, that we bring back 10 million manufacturing jobs over the next 3 years, we course correct American economics, maybe for decades to come.
I love what you said. This right here, we might be in a moment of history, and most people don't.
Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. It's just been selling off all day now. See, ever since that pink line crossed, when is that pink line? Someone tell me the time. 12:35, right? 12:35. Look at it on SPY. Ever since that time at 12:35, market's just been straight fucking going lower. At 688, we're at 685 now. Alright, that pink line is no joke. I said anything below this pink line looks bearish as shit too. Retail, bearish as shit too. Higher money, smart money,
hey, Kelly,
everyone,
so
right?
for the Silicon Valley crowd, VCs and founders, the vertical integration story that Musk sold in that letter, it's an easy one to buy. You bundle rockets, satellites, data, compute, AI models, the closed-loop system that no one else can touch. This is the Musk playbook. Control the stack, move faster than regulators, worry about economics later.
Right?
However, for the Wall Street crowd, this is more complicated. In an IPO, which is still expected this year, Musk is no longer asking public markets to underwrite SpaceX, which is a cash flow positive company with billions of dollars in revenue, but underwrite SpaceX plus XAI, which is a far less mature business that reportedly lost some $10 billion last year with only a fraction of the revenue. It blurs scrutiny across Musk's company, which may be the point. XAI, whose Grok chatbot is facing investigations in multiple countries, announced it's next to a government contractor with national security sensitivity. On its own, XAI's cash burn, it looks like weak unit economics.
Would have been another 8. That would have been 4,000 profit or some shit.
As
That's crazy.
long-dated capex sitting beside rockets, so less pressure to show near-term efficiency. If the AI bet works, SpaceX keeps the upside. If it doesn't, losses are absorbed by the rest of the business. This is a strategy that we have seen from Musk before. Anchor a money-losing bet to a capital-heavy government-backed business, and then sell a future-facing story that buys time and buys new investors. Kelly, kind of.
Does anyone remember yesterday we were talking about how this spike down on 0DT was a 5-bagger? This shit's a fucking 10-bagger for real. This shit's an actual smart money fucking.
OpenAIs and the Anthropics,
you know,
pure AI plays.
Smart, big ass fucking players. I said yesterday, this is what the big boys call a 10-bagger. This is a motherfucking 10-bagger. Motherfucking 10-bagger.
Oh, really?
That's crazy work. Man, I can't believe I had fucking 15 fucking K worth of 1 DT yesterday. Holy shit. I actually would have been done for the year. I would have been fucking just done for the year. Fuck.
I wish I had more for you. The meeting was just wrapping up as I was walking out here, so I will go in and get a readout from the president, which I myself, or I'm sure he, will provide to all of you directly on Truth Social. But I spoke with the president before the meeting, and he was in a very positive headspace, and he was looking forward to sitting down with President Petro to have a conversation. So we will all see how that went together.
Thank you so much, Caroline. What does President Trump mean when he says Republicans ought to nationalize voting? What does that look like in practice?
What the president was referring to is the SAVE Act, which is a huge common sense piece of legislation that Republicans have supported, that President Trump is committed to signing into law during his term. And he spoke with the speaker directly about that yesterday, about the need to get that bill on the floor for a vote, because it provides very common sense measures for voting in our country, such as
Caroline.
I don't think any rational person being honest with themselves would disagree with the idea
Caroline,
please, Caroline, to present an ID before casting a ballot in a federal election,
help me, Caroline.
or frankly in any election, and that's something the president wants to see happen. So that's what he was referring to.
But to be clear, he does believe the states should oversee.
The president believes in the United States Constitution. However, he believes there has obviously been a lot of fraud and irregularities that have taken place in American elections. And again, voter ID is a highly popular and common sense policy that the president wants to pursue, and he wants to pass legislation to make that happen for all states across the country.
And just to follow up on that, he said specifically that they should take over elections in 15 states. Can you tell us what he meant by that? What 15 states he's referring to in terms of Republicans taking over elections?
Again, what I was just telling you is that with the passage of the SAVE Act, voter ID will be implemented across all 50 states. The president was referring to specific states in which we have seen a high degree of fraud. If you look at states like California, or if you look at New York City, for example, non-citizens are allowed to vote in elections in places like California and New York City. That just creates a system, an electoral system, that is absolutely ripe with fraud. And you cannot deny the fact that, unfortunately, there are millions of people who have questions about that, as does the president. He wants to make it right, and the SAVE Act is a solution to doing it.
The market, but the market, But the market, Yo, why does she look presidential material? For real. She looks so fire. I'm kidding.
Well, the
President Caroline.
And his economic agenda is working. When you combine tariffs and reshoring American manufacturing and investments in this country, which the president has played a huge role in directly recruiting those investments from countries and companies all over the world.
There's no way a White House press secretary becoming president. Ain't no way.
Construction jobs have surged in the past few months. That's because those factories are being built right here in the United States, and we're putting Americans to work. So our manufacturing sector is obviously something the president cares a lot about. That's why he's so determined and dedicated to his tariff policy, which, as you all saw yesterday, the president struck another great trade deal with India. He spoke with Prime Minister Modi directly. They share a very good relationship. India committed to not only no longer purchasing Russian oil, but buying oil from the United States, also perhaps from Venezuela too, which we know will now have a direct benefit on the United States and the American people. And in addition to that, Prime Minister Modi committed to $500 billion of investments.
All right, guys, let's do a poll. Is this bullish? Is this bearish in your opinion?
For energy, and for agricultural products as well. So this is another great trade deal thanks to President Trump.
Why was Tulsi Gabbard involved in a domestic law enforcement search in Georgia?
Tulsi Gabbard has been tapped by the President of the United States to oversee the sanctity and the security of our American elections. She's working directly alongside the FBI director, Kash Patel. This is a coordinated whole-of-government effort to ensure that our elections, again, are fair and transparent moving forward. I don't see anything wrong with the president tasking a cabinet member to pursue an issue that most people want to see solved. Maybe you don't, but I know many Americans do want to make sure our elections are protected, and that's what Tulsi Gabbard is focused on doing.
Is there something specific?
But Coraline,
concerns about
what the hell is going on with the market, Coraline?
I just explained the president's concerns with voting in this country, and it's something that he wants to see solved for future elections, and I think that's something all Americans can get behind.
It's a 125-point move today, folks.
Lunatic, and President Petro has called the American army to not pay attention to President Trump. Do you think President Trump had a hope?
Oh my God, it looks real bad, Coraline. Help, Coraline, please, Coraline.
Invited President Petro and accepted
The market is safe.
offer for him to meet President Petro, and the president spoke a few weeks ago. As you know, President Petro said he'd love to come to Washington. President Trump said, sure, come. So I think that speaks for itself. And again, I'm sure the president will provide a readout of that meeting.
Sean, given the recent news and what just happened, how much does this escalate tensions ahead of these critical talks that are happening with Witkoff?
Well, look, I just spoke.
I'm not voting bullish here. The fuck?
As of right now, are still scheduled. President Trump is always wanting to pursue diplomacy first, but obviously it takes two to tango. You need a willing partner to achieve diplomacy, and that's something that Special Envoy Witkoff is intent on exploring and discussing. As always, though, of course, the president has a range of options on the table with respect to Iran. As commander-in-chief, I think they learned that quite well last year with the strike in Operation Midnight Hammer, which was wildly successful and obliterated the nuclear
still going lower.
But those talks will continue later this week as far as we're concerned right now.
President Trump was talking yesterday about how President Putin had agreed to a week-long halt on attacks on Ukraine because of the cold weather. But today we've seen that Russia has launched some of the heaviest attacks this month. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I spoke with the president about it this morning, and his reaction was unfortunately unsurprised. These are two countries who have been engaged in a very brutal war for several years, a war that would have never started if the president were still in office. It started because of the weakness and incompetence of the previous president, Joe Biden, and that's why the president continues so aggressively to pursue diplomacy to end this war. That's why Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in Abu Dhabi tomorrow for another round of trilateral talks. I would note the trilateral talks that took place last week or the week prior are historic by nature. Never before have all three of our countries really been able to sit down at the negotiating table to move the ball forward towards peace. So Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner and President Trump made the impossible possible with respect to peace in the Middle East, and I know they're looking to do the same with respect to the Russia-Ukraine war as well.
On Harvard, the president said yesterday he's now seeking $1 billion from Harvard. One, how do you arrive at that number? And two, he said he wants criminal, not just civil, charges against individuals at Harvard. Does he want to see Harvard officials arrested there criminally?
Look, I will let the president and also the Justice Department and those who will be pursuing that against Harvard speak on the specifics of that matter. But I know that the president wants to see a deal struck with Harvard that is appropriate and that ensures they are held responsible for the criminal behavior, the illegal behavior, the harassment and the targeting of Jewish American students on their campus that took place over the course of the last year, several years. This is something the administration has been working on over the course of the last year, and the president himself has been directly involved, as evidenced by that Truth Social statement as well.
What does President Trump want to see happen during this 2-week negotiation period for DHS funding? Is he confident that a deal will be reached? And what specifically is he willing to accept on some of the ICE and Border Patrol reforms that Democrats are asking for?
Well, look, President Trump will be the ultimate decider of any policy changes on anything, especially with respect to immigration enforcement. What I will tell you is the president is never going to waver in enforcing our nation's immigration laws and protecting the public safety of the American people, and his ardent support of ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, who unfortunately the Democrat Party has made a decision to demonize. I heard Senator Schumer referring to them as Donald Trump's Nazi secret police force, I believe were his words. I don't recall that same language being used when President Obama was in the White House and was deporting millions of illegal aliens from our country using this very same agency and these very same agents, who, by the way, have jobs because of the laws that were passed by Congress. So as for policy discussions that will take place, Congress will have those. The president will decide on those. You saw yesterday Secretary Noem announced that DHS agents on the ground in Minnesota will begin using and wearing body cams. That's something DHS is looking to roll out nationwide, assuming they have the funding for it. So that could be part of the discussion. I know Tom Homan has been on the ground in Minnesota. He's there again today for direct dialogue with state and local officials to move these conversations forward as well. And I think you'll be hearing more from Mr. Homan tomorrow on some of the progress that has been made. So look, we're willing obviously to have this dialogue and to talk and to listen, but we are not going to concede in enforcing our nation's immigration laws and delivering on the mandate the president was given by nearly 80 million Americans to deport illegal alien criminals from our country.
But Coraline, the market is talking.
Your statements on the political prisoners situation in Venezuela.
Sure. I don't have a date for a visit at this time. I know it is something that has been discussed, but no firm plans at this point. As for the release of the political prisoners, the president and this entire White House, and I think the whole country should be very pleased to see that. It's a commitment that Ms. Rodriguez
full
made,
retracement
and she has kept, and we expect her to continue to keep.
Full push lower from Thursday happened. Alright, this is a 135-point move now.
What Bad Bunny said during the Grammy Awards,
I have not spoken with ICE or the Department of Homeland Security or Secretary Noem with respect to
135 points, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, the entire fucking day off. QQQ, the entire day, 3/3.
I'm sorry?
What 3/3 are we talking about? From the pre-market, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's very...
Who remembers? Who was here?
And frankly sad to see celebrities who
3/3 all day.
Gated communities with private security, with millions of dollars to spend protecting themselves,
1/3, 2/3, and 3/3.
Trying to just demonize law enforcement, public servants who work for the United States government to enforce our nation's laws. And
who was here for this shit?
Same type of uproar from celebrities in Hollywood when the previous administration allowed an invasion of our nation's borders and allowed innocent women and girls like Jocelyn Nungaray and Laken Riley to be killed and raped and murdered at the hands of people who should have never been in our country in the first place. And now you have
IWM is down minus 1.21%.
To remove violent predators like those who took the lives of innocent Americans. There was no uproar from Hollywood and the elitist crowd at the Grammys then, but there is now, and I think that speaks to the unfortunate irony that we're seeing in Hollywood.
Huge fucking print missed at 6:15. Holy shit.
Trump approval ratings has went up in the Hispanic community since the Maduro's capture. What do you think about that? Because the legacy media said that the Hispanic community is scared about Trump policies.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, but what the president obviously
they're going for 2.4%, man.
Was a great thing for all Americans, but especially
SPY is down minus
1.58. Illegitimate regime because of the horrors of communism, and I think it's a good lesson for all Americans to learn. Thank you, guys.
They're going for minus 2% on SPY too. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. But Coraline! Oh my god, you did not help, Coraline. What the hell, Coraline? I thought the White House was supposed to help, not push it lower when set up. Oh, I guess they were supposed to do that shit. Coraline! Love you. I love you, Coraline.
Thanks a lot. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum joins me now.
Coraline, Coraline. What a day or today has been. This is pretty crazy. One single intraday. Literally. That's pretty crazy. Holy shit, SpaceX acquired XAI.
Communications platform that continuing some declines after some reporting that there were some.
Oof. Market red today.
By the. So something to keep in mind here, but definitely seeing a mixed picture when it comes to the NASDAQ. Something I want to point out that caught our eye this morning here is a look at the movers within the Dow. I'm going to switch to the market cap look because look, we have a new member of the $1 trillion club. That is Walmart crossing over into a $1 trillion market cap today, a day after its new CEO started first day on the job. So interesting to see that movement here. Year to date, that stock is up about 13%.
They set
Then flipping on over to the sectors and going
Walmart
back to those percentage moves that we're watching here. Materials doing the best day, followed by utilities and energy. We've got tech that is under pressure, as we looked about earlier, and communication services there as well, ahead of those Amazon and Alphabet earnings this week. But now we got to talk about a private company, a very large one. One small step for SpaceX, one giant leap for XAI. SpaceX is merging with Elon Musk's AI startup in a deal valuing that enlarged entity at $1.25 trillion. Elon Musk confirmed the merger in a post on X. It plans to create a space-based communications platform that will require launching 1 million satellites into orbit. We're joined now by Joseph Alagna. He's a founding partner of Buttonwood Funds, which was an early investor in SpaceX. And Buttonwood invests in fast-growing, globally disruptive pre-IPO companies. I think SpaceX fits the bill on that one, Joe.
All I can say about that is that.
What do you make of this combination? What does it do for you as a shareholder, fundamentally for the company?
We happen to be a shareholder in both SpaceX and XAI. So, I do think it's the right move long term. It does cost a lot of money to build a data center in space, but because of the nonstop 24 hours energy from solar and you could cool these data centers much more efficiently in space. So about 3 to 4 year period, you will get back that cost, and at that point going forward, you're operating at a much more efficient cost basis than you would on land.
I mean, so effectively here is SpaceX in the short term
into the void, folks.
A piggy bank for XAI to be spending all of that money?
They want to go gap
I think today. Elon was a little bit late to the game on the AI front. This guy's got a lot going on, obviously, as we all know. But if you look at like where Anthropic and where ChatGPT is, their Chat's obviously the biggest from a revenue standpoint, pushing $20 billion last year, and Anthropic about half of that, around $10 billion. XAI only probably did about $500 million in revenue, and was burning about $1 billion a month. So I think Musk was looking at that burn, wanted to reduce that burn, and is looking a little bit longer term.
This guy just said the right thing. What the fuck is he talking about? And there's too many bulls.
Building these data centers in space, and be one of the first ones to do this.
There's way too many bulls. They want to fucking fuck them all.
Flips, you'll have a lot of data centers that'll be extremely efficient. And I think in 26 into 27, you'll see a very big revenue ramp on XAI. So I think it's the right move by merging.
I mean, a call went from like 6,000 to fucking 0 now, right?
The whole data centers in space thing, I mean, the timelines are wildly divergent here. And, folks who I've talked to who are experienced in the space area say it really is a very, very challenging
every single call lost 95%
engineering
from
feat to make this work. We know Musk, he has a loose relationship with timelines. So, like, when does this need to happen for this to really be viable and make a lot of financial sense?
900 to 7,150, all the way down to 8,000, 6,000.
But can it happen sooner than later? I guess is the question.
I mean, every single put lost 80%.
If anyone can pull it off,
I'm not gonna lie. Every call. Every single call went from $115 to $5.
Quicker than people think. People are now talking about the IPO that he she put a very bold statement out on being public by June of this year, and that was before he announced that he was going to be merging XAI into the company.
How this is happening?
I'm not sure if that June date is still viable. That may have to, move out a little bit because that's a monumental task in itself, getting public by June with these two companies. But as far as putting a data center in space, with that Falcon rocket, if anyone can pull it off, I think Elon will be the first one to do it. Getting fucking caught on the opposite
side of this shit is literally wiping.
If the first one works,
I'm not gonna lie, going up too, but like, imagine, look at how fast we're going up and down right now. Like, this shit is wiping.
Let's talk a little bit more about the IPO, right?
Every other day, people are on the wrong side of this.
We got our space race and then we got our IPO race, because it seems like people are waiting for SpaceX, of course, to go public. OpenAI will be the other big one that people are waiting for this year. Polymarket puts the odds of SpaceX going public first pretty high, 72%. The last time we checked here. Does it matter who goes first? Do you think SpaceX is going to go first, and does it matter who goes first?
I definitely think SpaceX is going to go first.
I can't even describe how crazy it is.
I think
it's
Anthropic
literally
will
probably
go first.
300 million if it is the population of the U.S.
That OpenAI has
2/3 of it.
Everything together in order
at
to
least
probably
at least 4/5 of it.
They got a lot going on. They had a lot
3.5 out of 5 at the minimum.
A lot of people left there.
So
actually
6 out of 10.
We have Anthropic in our portfolio. That's our biggest position. We do believe that Anthropic over the next couple of years
the SPX options chain literally fucking proves it, right? When did we send that SPX options chain?
OpenAI right now is
122.
Very large with the consumer base.
When was 122?
Which is
122. We were at 686.
Can jump from one platform to another very quickly.
We went down to 683.
They really don't have any allegiance to anybody.
All those fucking calls,
to go a different route and really chose to go towards the enterprise customer, and they don't jump that quickly. When they integrate systems into their embed systems into their into their infrastructure, they tend not to jump. So I do think that Anthropic right now is already doing more revenue in the enterprise space than OpenAI. So I do think that the future there's going to be there's not going to be one winner. This is
very scary to go in at the floor because nobody knows where the floor is. But yeah, that is
almost like a new platform, almost like the iPhone.
How every single fucking call went to 95% down. Like,
we don't even know about yet.
I don't even know how anyone's even trying to think of a bounce down here. But I mean,
over the evolution of OpenAI, the same way.
I don't even know how anyone even thought of fucking going lower from 6902.
Smartphone. They couldn't have done it without the smartphone.
So,
and you're going to see a bunch of new businesses.
I think the only thing was QQQ just pink line.
Pink
line. Because that thing is a monthly trend line. That's like a couple of.
It's exciting times. It's a new.
It's like 4 months.
This is a new platform that's going to generate a lot of business across many new businesses.
And Joe, when we talk about these companies going public, I mean, the time. I mean, you know this very well, being in this business. It's unprecedented in terms of the size of these private companies and the number of different shareholders in these private companies, right? So I'm curious.
Everybody make sure to hit the like button. Thank you so much. We are at 92 likes or something last time I checked. We are about to pass 100. Please. If you haven't hit the like button, thank you so much. Hit the like button for the YouTube algorithm.
For quite a while now.
I don't think so. I'm a believer that you're going to see, and I think you're already starting to see some of the smart institutional money starting to rotate
Dow Jones going lower.
What's worked over the last 10 years, right? The Mag 7.
Nvidia
those stocks are under pressure.
QQ bounce showing.
IW going higher with the money's got to come from somewhere. When you talk about the size of these,
well, the Dow Jones is going lower now.
Unprecedented
maybe the market hovers here, but Dow Jones wants to go lower. Nobody looks at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, but I mean, that's literally why I wanted to look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average today.
Really, no
what did they really
years,
do?
1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 days. That's 3 weeks.
So I do think that what you're going to see
on this fucking trend line for 3 weeks on the Dow Jones.
Rotate out
flag like crazy.
Stocks that
was
work
a very important watch today, and I'm very glad I watched it.
Probably going to be very AI.
Very glad I watched
these are the companies that will outperform.
That's what's going on.
Not just at an IPO standpoint and have a pop, but year over year over the next few years, I think you're going to see significant revenue growth and cash flow. And these are the companies that you're going to want to be in.
At the majority.
Unfortunately, the same way it was last decade as far as concentration is concerned, these the Mag 7 was driving the market, and a lot of people saw the market go high, and some people that were not in those stocks didn't have as much appreciation.
5 minutes.
I do think that you need to look at these stocks
the theory
that are
of a
coming public, and the
nuclear
SpaceXs
just
of
because
the
of
world,
the Dow Jones
the
right now.
Anthropics of the world, Databricks. I mean, these are companies that we have in our portfolio that we do believe are going to grow substantially 3 to 5 years, unlike any other public company that's trading today.
We shall see. Joe, thank you so much for joining us with your perspective. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
We mentioned those poly-market odds a moment ago on when these companies are going public. If you're interested in seeing more on what predictions markets have to say, check out the predictions markets.
At least the market cycling, that's what I could say. I mean, seeing it go lower and lower and lower,
Coming
that
up, we'll
shit
dig
was
into
fucking
Palantir
crazy.
results as the stock pops, but it's rich valuation.
The actual cycle happening now, thank God. Maybe that's what I need to think right here. That's funny.
Well, opportunities abound. Right now, the main opportunity is in the U.S. commercial business. That's the business they just grew 137%. And the reason is very simple. They're going to companies and they're telling the CEO, what's your biggest problem? We can solve it with AI. And CEOs are taking them up on it. These are very big contracts they're signing Palantir to, and Palantir is delivering, which makes selling to other CEOs very easy right now. So
this might be the
that's
best way
their
to see it
biggest
right now.
opportunity. It's not that they're not growing in U.S. government 66% or growing internationally. They're growing internationally as well. But U.S. commercial, you have so many companies that have spent 3 years trying to figure out how can AI solve my problems, and nobody's been able to do that for them except for Palantir. And it's what Palantir has been building over 20 years is paying off now. Their abilities to take companies' data and organize it well. They call that ontology. Their ability to deploy that with their own people. They call them forward deployed engineers. These are very unique capabilities they've developed over a long period of time. And in the era of AI, that's paying off. And they're able to do something that no other software company can do. That's why they're so successful, and doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon.
Well, and you hit upon something that I really wanted to ask you about, which is sort of Palantir versus everybody else within software. As you well know, most software stocks have had a very rough go of it for really the past at least 6 months, if not longer. Palantir started to get rough towards the end of that period, but it really hasn't traded like its cohort. And do you think that is justified? Do you think software broadly is going to continue to muddle along even as Palantir continues to grow?
We actually think that software companies are overly maligned right now. They do provide very valuable services to their customers. They're still very good businesses, growing fast, with good margins that can scale well and are hard to switch out of. The software business is still good. We understand concerns about AI. We're in a period of uncertainty. But the answer that includes Palantir is good software companies will execute well as this technology disruption happens and will win. Bad software companies will falter.
Value.
This is like 30 years ago when we started buying things online. Best Buy and Circuit City were in the same boat. And here we are today. Best Buy is a big, thriving business, and Circuit City's been bankrupt for 25 years. Good software companies will succeed in the era of AI, and there's no better software company than Palantir.
So I guess to oversimplify it, what separates a good software company from a bad software company? Is it just what you talked about earlier, that Palantir comes to a company and says, we can solve your problem,
doesn't look bullish
and they actually solve it? And maybe not everyone is doing
bro.
that to the same degree right now.
Shit.
That's right. So a good software company is the company that's market leader that helps their customers solve problems and importantly helps their customers adopt a new solution. So I'll give you a couple of examples that were
this is turning into fucking chicanery.
Top of our list right now.
Coming
Snowflake
on
and
with the 1 minute gap.
Snowflake's the leader in data warehouse, data lake type services. You can't do AI unless your data is all in one place. That's Snowflake. Datadog, the leader in observability of applications and infrastructure. You can't deploy AI solutions without keeping an eye on them. It's the leader and therefore it's also serving the AI natives like OpenAI and Anthropic, et cetera. Companies like that have evolved and are going to continue to evolve well with AI will win. And in fact, they'll win even more than before AI. And so not all software companies are created equal. There are software companies that will fall by the wayside, just like any technology wave. Software life cycles are very short. You either succeed wildly or you get bought by private equity. There's really very few companies that have just been around for a long time. And so the good companies will do well, but there will be victims just like any other technology disruption.
Gil, while I have you, I do want to ask you about a couple of companies that report still this week. That's Amazon and Alphabet. Speaking of companies whose fortunes have diverged over the past year, you can look at these stock prices. Alphabet's up something like 70%, and Amazon hasn't done much of anything. Does that mean the bar is lower for Amazon, or does it still have
that
a
Caroline
lot to prove
speech was
to
delayed,
investors?
Zach. So just because we watched it at the floor doesn't mean
no. Good
anything.
news for Amazon.
That
The fourth
Caroline
quarter was
speech
good
happened
for the
40 minutes
consumer,
before we watched it.
And they, in their retail business, they've been able to adapt well to tariffs and other challenges. So the retail business should do well. Margins should be strong because of how much automation and how much they've invested in their logistics and shipping
like
to reduce costs there. And then on the AWS side, they're growing slower than Google Cloud and Azure.
I'm being brutally real right now.
But they do have an opportunity to accelerate as they deploy more compute for Anthropic. So yes, there's been the laggard, but there's reason to think that if they do better, they'll get more credit for the fact that AWS is still the biggest hyperscaler. It's substantially bigger than Azure and even bigger lead over Google Cloud. So they still have the opportunity to grow in this market. And Anthropic should be helping them right now as they deploy more compute capacity for them.
And Gil, what does Alphabet need to say to keep the party going?
Yeah, so Alphabet's in good shape in the sense that Microsoft Azure's success probably means that Google Cloud is accelerated as well. Meta's success in selling ads probably means that Google advertising businesses around search, YouTube, et cetera, should accelerate. So they're in good shape. Expectations are very high. The multiple in the high 20s is about 10 points higher than it was just 3 or 4 months ago. So expectations are high for Google to win and dominate AI. That may be a little ambitious, but this quarter should be good because their two most important businesses should either stay at nice levels of growth or maybe even accelerate.
Gil, great to see you as always. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, we'll have some of today's top calls on Wall Street, plus what's ahead for PayPal as it announces a major leadership shakeup.
Projection is trying.
All that could lead to better membership trends in 2026. The average price target in the street right now is one.
Let's see when that core line news was. "41 minutes ago, and we watched it 20 minutes ago, so it was 20 minutes after it came out, basically. Yeah, so it was about 20 minutes.
What promises did you make to John Rose to get him TS?
No promises. John is engaged in a tight race for the governorship of Tennessee, and he's thoughtful about that, and he wants a fair fight there, and so that's what we discussed, but no promises.
So did you...
Do you not expect any further issues with the final?
I never even knew Forbes did videos like this.
It should pass fine.
What are the plans? It looks like they are now going to testify this month.
Yeah, they should. I mean, they need to comply with a congressional subpoena. That shouldn't be even newsworthy. I mean,
I can't believe the measured move actually came. That's the most insane fucking shit I've ever seen in my life.
I would say contempt is on pause.
And we have to look at the one-day chart now. I mean,
everybody goes
this is the actual most insane fucking shit
But they
I've
want
ever
to testify
seen in my
publicly.
life.
Will you let them testify publicly?
We have never done some sort of thing like that, like so fucking recent. Like this big ass candle never did. We did break above, we broke down and popped up above it, sure. But I mean, this big candle, not really. There's nothing here, nothing here, nothing here. This is the first time ever that we've ever done something like this from the tippity top of the 130 fucking points all the way down.
And U.S. elections is really important.
I've never seen that in my life.
And so we like
that
to combine
fast.
both of those on the Save America
like
Act.
the day after almost.
The president.
Just for a one-day squeeze.
Republicans, and it should be all Republicans.
It's crazy.
American people,
it's brutal.
If you don't have
rejection tried.
With the way they went in
QQQ went to 221.9%. It is now at minus 2.07% again. Trying. This is bearish.
Of what the DNI.
Today is bearish. They want to go back lower.
It's not a role.
I'm not even in. Time is 2:25. I just know for a fact the shit is not bullish yet. It's just a little pop. Alright, quick little pop. It's dying already. One candle fucking destroyed it halfway. This is a bull trap. Still.
About that, Manu. I'm gonna comment something I don't know about.
What was the president's role here?
Almost.
I know you had told us a couple hours ago. I know you have a tight margin, but that you did.
I mean, this shit could be a chase candle itself for the bears, but I'm saying for right now, right? This shit is a quick fucking pop, and it's reloading for something. I don't know if it means bullish. I don't know if it means cycle. I don't know if it means chop. I don't know if it means bounce here, but it does mean that it's not just a straight run.
No doubt that we have passed this rule.
It's actually just real fucking quick pop, continuation pop.
Speaker, why not have ICE agents
then pull back.
Not wear masks and
220 pulled back to 225.
Because unlike your
there's an algo range at 220 that we never drew, but we drew with the numerical things.
We have evidence of that. Everybody knows that is happening. Tom Homan is in charge of the operation in Minnesota now. He's an excellent person to be in charge of that. He has 40 years experience in the area, and he's been awarded by Democrat presidents and
algo range. We're back.
Republican presidents
algo range is back.
And all this. What he has
market
said,
is finding some sort of a point to cycle upon, or to find some stability on, or to recycle upon.
I think that is an obvious thing. And if you unmask them and you put all their identifying
all calls are down
information
95, fucking 96% already. I mean, why not fucking just bring LOD
probably.
again at this
so
point?
He has to be very judicious in the way he uses that. We want immigration enforcement to be smart and balanced and strategic.
Chop, 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 down,
down,
down, chop, 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 down, down, chop, 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 down.
Many
What
of
do
the
we see on
complaints that some of the
Thursday?
Democrats have had about
Straight
all
down.
this, I think will
Up,
be
straight down.
mooted now.
Up, straight down.
Up, him in charge.
Straight down.
Rejecting a lot of these Democratic demands. These Democratic demands are rejecting. How hard is it going to be to get a deal?
Different type of Thursday, if that makes sense. Today was a drop. Today was a, first of all, cycle, 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 drop. Cycle, 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 pop, drop. Cycle, 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 drop. 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 You get what I'm saying here? Like, this shit different than fucking Thursday. Like, the shit I'm saying sounds fucking comedic, but I'm telling you, this is the shit I was fucking thinking on the way down today. So, this is the shit I was thinking on the way down today. In the fucking 3/3, man. Cycle, 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 drop. Cycle, 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 drop. Cycle, cycle, drop.
Here. We're going to zoom out a good bit and really talk about
tools. Number 20, you can see that. I'm sorry, in 100 years of data for ISM, it's never been below 50 for this long. And then the second is things like gold versus copper ratio, which kind of is a proxy for industrial versus monetary base. Gold, copper
bearish,
has been
not
at
bullish.
a cycle low.
It
Every
did not
Bitcoin
go
high
lower
has
from
actually
that
coincided
pullback.
with
I'll go bouncing, I'll go cycling, whatever it is. There's
peaking
no
relative
volume
to
here
gold.
either. Volume
So I
going
think
bearish. There's no volume
it could be
staying
a Fourier
bullish.
cycle, but then the things that normally link to a Fourier
Candle's the only
cycle
thing
actually
staying
are
bullish.
different.
Does not
So
have to go bullish or
I'm going
bearish.
to be in the
That's all
camp
I'm saying
that I
is
don't
doing
think it's
right
a
now,
Fourier
this
cycle.
moment.
So I'm not trying to disagree with consensus, but I think we've already front-loaded a lot of it.
QQQ looking different than SPY, but I mean SPY is the one
Makes
doing
sense.
absolute no volume right now.
I guess maybe we can dive in a little bit more into sort of what's going on with some of the other
It would be an
dollar
amateur mistake to call this
devaluation,
shit
debasement
bullish
type
or
things that are
bearish.
going on more broadly on
Right
Wall Street,
now,
namely gold, silver, other metals. You hinted on copper a little bit. Do you think there's
no, I
merit
don't.
to
I gotta
that
let them
as being
create
some
shit.
sort of moving away from the very common thing is people call Bitcoin digital gold. We've had a divergence of the behavior of those assets here in the short term? Is that something that you think is?
I mean, these people fucking say bearish.
Has something really changed, or is this just a temporary thing?
Crypto is reflexive of prices. I mean, and I think it's changing because now
coming in wild.
The blockchain, as Dan said, is actually finding a lot of utility. I think there's a lot actually being built on the blockchain. But if we look at historically, crypto drew a lot of its legions of users and actually traders because of price. So when crypto's price isn't working, crypto traders are trying to find things that are working. And I think the biggest trade over the last 6 months, and I can see it from our institutional engagement, and of course, you know, if you could see it on social media, or even just go to Reddit and look at Wall Street Bets, the 2 most traded tickers are gold and silver. By a country mile. Like just Google Wall Street Bets, you know, most active.
Three-third cycle is extending on
it's
IWM
exponentially, 10x anything else. And so I think gold and silver's rise, and there could be fundamental reasons, but the price momentum there has, I think, drawn money away from crypto. That being said, I don't know if it's really a scary signal, because I think a lot of our institutional clients at Fundstrat think that this is a sign that the dollar is about to crash, or there's geopolitical risk, or you know, something's wrong with the plumbing, like that there's going to be some bodies floating, and a lot of people think it's going to be a commodity dealer or a major bank that's short one of these things that's about to have a huge capital call. I personally just think it's more price is creating momentum. But I'd love to hear Dan's take on this.
A little bit.
Thanks. Yeah, I really do think there's a big macro shift happening. The kind of the willingness of all constituents just to print money is just off the charts now. 10, 20, 30 years ago, we had an independent Federal Reserve. We had a Congress that balanced the budget, you know, in the 90s. And it seems like both parties and
so many bears here, I guess,
all the constituents in the U.S. and then often in foreign countries are willing just to print. That is so bullish for crypto.
Back the volume should have went.
And I think, you know, the perspective
I
have is,
look at QQ2,
you know, our current president is negative on Jerome Powell. And we've been very negative on him since 2021 for not hiking rates high enough, and the president's complaining they're not low enough. And paper money is being debased at 3% every year, and that's called stable money now. Over your lifetime, that's 90%, you know, so it's totally rational to invest in something with a fixed quantity like gold or Bitcoin. So, you know, I really think there is a big kind of change in people's mindsets with this new, you know, kind of ease at watching paper money be debased. And we once did a cool graphic that I think is still in our Twitter feed of essentially the price of paper money so it's US dollar priced in bushels of corn,
trading tells you you're drawing too much shit,
gold, Bitcoin. And that's really the story, is paper money's crashing, not that real
That's when you know you're doing too much. When fucking trading tells you, bro, chill the fuck out, you're crashing my shit.
Over the next 10, 20 years, it'll keep going down.
That's how
so
you know.
People keep cycling through, and we do track the gold to Bitcoin ratio. And yeah, gold got way ahead, but they do alternate back and forth.
I see that every other day.
And actually, I think it's
kind
of cool.
I see that shit every other day. They tell me to delete shit. Like, I don't want to delete shit.
For both gold, old school
gold,
gold,
it for me, bro.
And digital gold, Bitcoin,
time expires
over the last
after like 45 days. Just
you know, markets, you know, they kind of get excited about one thing and it goes up a bit more, and then I think it'll cycle back into Bitcoin and it'll catch back up to gold. And 10 years from now, Bitcoin will massively outperform gold. That's very obvious.
So do we think that the new nominee for Fed Chair, Warsh, is going to exacerbate that, continue the current trend? Question mark, to be determined?
That might, I think Dan may know more than me.
Yeah, I've met with him a handful of times over the years. He's definitely super smart, but it is really hard to know, you know, kind of what.
You know, I don't know how people do it not drawing shit. Like,
you know,
that's
obviously
like
the Fed should be independent and should make its own choices.
Yeah, I've seen some people never
countries
ever draw
that have
shit.
governments
It's just candle
get
based.
involved in their
Like, what's
central
the fucking
banks
effort?
end up being
You know what I
denial
mean?
of
Like,
votes.
they just fucking make shit up on candles, bro, like crazy.
With that, let's turn a little bit towards the more institutional side of the question here. I think over the years we've seen institutional adoption of both crypto and tokenization increasing.
SPY, faking.
Certainly the Bitcoin
IWM.
ETF was a major event,
Confusing.
largest ETF launch of all time.
Going lower. Nvidia.
How do you feel
going
about
even lower, 177.
where they're at in
That's a
terms of
full
their
fucking
adoption cycle?
Fucking, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
To
They
some
wiped
extent,
out the
we
fucking
have
bulls
pretty
like
material
crazy on
deregulation. I think if you chat
Crazy.
with major bank executives in a private room or asset managers or really anybody within traditional finance,
You know,
I think
at
they're actually
midday, I wanted
largely
to go in
relatively prepared.
SOXO at around
They've been
2
looking at
p.m.,
this
so I
stuff for
wanna
a
see
while.
what
They've been
happened
doing
in
pet
SOXO.
projects for a while. Do we see that side bet turning into more of a larger scale bet?
Okay, it's not too bad. Somewhere here I wanted to go
What
in on
really does that
SOXO
mean? Is that
with
something
all the
that's
correct-
positive, from a crypto perspective, or is that something where, they're going to try to sort of co-opt the narrative, perhaps?
Down, up, down.
I was on a panel with the heads of a bunch of big, huge publicly listed alt firms. And
So
almost all of them were
Excel
super negative on Bitcoin
coming in
and crypto
fucking
and had no
crazy.
exposure whatsoever. And this
What does
is
the market
within the
say
last 12
now?
months. And it's like, that's why I'm so bullish. Like all these $100 billion crypto or alt firms
Chris was right,
have zero
right?
Bitcoin or
All
crypto.
right, everybody, let's give a congratulations to Chris. Give some claps to him, man. He was right. Bitcoin breaks 73,000 below to the lowest level since November 2024 as heavy selling resumes. Bitcoin dived to 73,000 mark on Tuesday as investors continue to rotate out of risk-on assets amid mounting geopolitical concerns. Wow. The oldest cryptocurrency sank as low as 73,886 at the lowest level. Its lowest level. Oh. Wow. That's Korean. That's crazy news, man. Wow. S&P 500 pulled back as investors dumped the technology stocks and moved into shares, broadly linked to improvements in the economy. Broad market fell, index 1.3% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. More tech shares were in the red, including most of the Mag 700 names that reported earnings so far. Microsoft, Meta, Tesla were down 3, 2, 1 respectively. Nvidia also slumped, 3% drop, adding to its losses for the year. Meanwhile, software stocks continued their 2026 tumult, with shares of falling 7% each. Jeez.
And that's why I'm still so bullish, and that's why I think the next 10 years are so good. And I was on a CNBC thing once, and they were like, hey, Bitcoin's a bubble. I'm like, how can you have a long time volatility?
I only want to hear Tom Lee
There's
talk.
evangelists, like at JP Morgan. Anybody from JP Morgan here? That's my old firm. But I'd say that, there's obviously a blockchain team, but like at the senior level, the top 20 managing directors and executive team members, I don't think there's buy-in into
Why does
crypto.
Tom Lee look
And
like a
reminds me
fucking
of
teddy
like,
bear, bro?
I used to
Just
be
wanna
a wireless
kiss him.
analyst from
Plug him.
1994 to 2007,
Looks
from when
comfy.
wireless was only 75 million users to over 4 billion. And I remember once Bill Harrison asked me to do a Chase board meeting where I talked about wireless. And I think I was like 29 at the time. And I went in and I said, like, see this BlackBerry? This is going to be more important than that phone at people's desks. And Chase is going to spend more money on cellular than landline. And Bill looked at me like, like I kind of like was saying something like heretic because, the telecom companies were big clients at JP Morgan and Chase. And so I never got invited back actually at the board meeting. But that is, like that was the reality because like wireless basically was a better business than landline. And I think that's true today. Like if someone went into a bank and said, blockchain offers finality and speed that your current systems can prevent fraud at scale and speed that your systems can't handle, I think you'd get the same look in a board meeting. But there's already proof because take a company like Tether, which is basically a simple, it's a monoline company. It's a stablecoin issuer, but basically operates as a bank. They only have 180 billion of stable coins, tokenized dollars. It's not even 1% of M1. And their profit this year, okay, and I'm projecting because I don't actually have their numbers, but I think if you look at their GAAP net income in 2026, it might be 20 billion, which would make them a
boring. Tom Lee, you can do better than that. Next. We'll see you next time, Tom Lee. Boring. Yeah, what we need is a presidential live stream to finish it off. U.S. shot down Iranian drone approaching U.S. carrier. Brr.
Congressman Carlos Jimenez, Republican from Florida, joins me now. Congressman, is this meeting with Colombia's president, is it really all about drugs?
It's about drugs, it's about oil, but it's also about, we're getting reports too that a lot of the cartels that were operating out of Venezuela are now going back to Colombia. And what is Petro going to do about it? Frankly, I don't trust Petro. Petro is a former narco-terrorist himself.
Colombia.
Very aligned with Maduro, Sheinbaum, Diaz-Canel, and Ortega. And the good news though is that we only have to deal with them till August because Colombia is going to be electing a new president, in August.
Okay. I wonder what you make of this one, Congressman. A Russian jet, often used to transfer military equipment, touched down at an airport in Cuba Sunday night. I think it was in Havana. It was
Tech said I was into that story. You want to go watch it again? Go watch it again.
Captured.
I cut off Tom Lee.
On here?
I thought people were getting bored by Tom Lee. Like 6 people were leaving.
Flying stuff, either flying people out or flying.
Not a lot of people are fans of Tom Lee. They think he's an industry plant. Right, whether he's an industry plant or not, he's my little pretty plant.
Whatever it is not going to work. President Trump is very clear that he considers Cuba to be a threat to the security of the United States. Cuba has been
my little pretty plant
to the security of the United States for over 65 years.
Always smiling, always happy.
And the Iranians.
Always with his hair curled up.
I think President Trump's taking the right action with Cuba. He is strangling them economically, and it's a failed state. And so we need to push it over, and we need to have a free and democratic Cuba and a friend of the United States, just 90 miles from.
I like that story as well. Okay, we'll go watch that.
How do we push it over?
I think right now.
We'll go watch that. But apparently, the Iranian drone.
Which would make them a top 5 most profitable bank in the world. And just put a, 15 multiple on it, 300 billion or 20 multiple, 400 billion, that would make it top 5 most valuable bank in the world. The thing is they have 300 employees.
Bears are here.
Because they do
one
everything
candle,
else on the
pushing
blockchain.
Up lower. Let's see if the candle's stack in 5 seconds.
The
Time
largest
is
bank in the world has
2:45.
330,000 employees. So to me, like it's, crypto isn't accepted. Things are changing, as Justin said, but I think Wall Street wants to
maybe they're showing bearish on purpose,
but I think native blockchain companies,
even if they go a little bit lower, it's 330.
They may end up being better businesses.
225 breaks.
Can you go into that a little bit more? What do you mean hijack?
Maybe bear trap everybody near 2 or 2% or 2% lower again.
Actually, I don't want a target on my back or on my front or my forehead.
All right, we can come back to that next year then.
Yeah.
So speaking of the, especially the more regulated institutions of the world, regulatory landscape obviously always is a part of the conversation. We have potentially new legislation coming through, for example, the Clarity Act. Will passing this be meaningful? What is this, like how are we thinking about this from the side of, more crypto native people looking at this regulation versus, say, banks looking at this regulation? Maybe Dan, if you want to take that.
Yeah, I would say that, people in our industry basically have Stockholm syndrome. We've been tortured by the government for so long that we don't remember how crazy it is that the Securities and Exchange Commission was suing two of the best companies in this space, Coinbase and Ripple Labs, right? How's an institution like you're a public pension plan in some state, you're going to run it up to your
bottom
state
of the
legislature?
algo range.
Hey, how about crypto? This is not going to work.
Is testing.
And so it is night and day to have clarity on what is a security, what's not a security.
245 is 3/3 bearish.
And so I think that you
3/3
really
bearish.
can't emphasize how big that is, because we're going from such an incredibly negative point to now I would call it neutral. Like most countries are neutral on crypto.
We're preparing for
hopefully
power
the
hour.
United States will soon be neutral. And one of the important points is
power hour,
all
3
of the crypto
p.m.
entities were fleeing the United States of America. I was on a panel with a CEO of crypto, and the moderator asked a question that I didn't even consciously know. He's like, 19 out of the top 20 protocols are based outside the United States. And that's bad. That's the opposite of the
Small
internet,
cycle,
right? All the
3/3.
major internet companies in the world, or in the free world, or in the United States. So
3/3 spike.
I think this is massive.
Spike. Trap.
Tom, any thoughts?
Again, I'm like,
AM EST
I am a little confused because I agree with Dan. Like, I think it's positive in the sense that
I'm not chasing. I'm just watching.
Legislation is passing that's pro-crypto.
They're building an American flag. God bless America. I guess I'm about to do a patriotic American duty to say,
oh,
say, can you see
legislation
the dawn's early light?
Deep tentacles into
All
Washington
proud
to
to
create
be
structure that favored them over as an incumbent over new entrants. So the wireless industry was constantly handicapped and shopped at the knee because the telecom industry used regulatory arbitrage. And there were simple things, sorry for too much detail, but like, these trunk lines, they were called T1s back then. Like in New York City, you connect today with, your fiber line to New York 9X at the time or whatever. That would cost you $20 a month if you were a doctor's office. If you were a cellular company, you were paying $1,000 a month because that was.
I was about to say that Pledge of Allegiance, but I started singing.
A competitor, and I think
I started singing.
Crypto regulation it has a risk of being crafted that way, which would handicap the new entrants, but really create favorable terms for existing companies. And I think part of that is why there's, of course, a big battle taking place with the Clarity Act.
Look at Candle just fighting for its life right now. Bears are trying to push it lower.
In my opinion, I'm just expressing what I've seen in the past.
Fair enough. So potentially regulation is a catalyst that we see. Are there other catalysts that we're looking at
now
in addition to regulation, perhaps say IPOs, other things that are going on? What are you guys seeing looking forward for 2026 in terms of
still bearish?
What could be catalyzing change
still bearish
in the upcoming year?
I see a lot of potential catalysts. One of the things that I think people forget is that crypto benefits from adoption. Like more people that use crypto wallets or end up using crypto as a settlement layer, the more the network effects take place. And that's why certain crypto projects are doing so well.
God bless.
In 2026, do I think crypto starts to become invisibly more part of everyone's lives? Yeah, I think that's 100% happening because tokenization of dollars is now making money a digital good that becomes harder to differentiate between like what a dollar is versus a digital good versus what people ascribe value to. In other words, like as we start to tokenize
cycle
more
is
things,
building.
then people just start to think everything is a form of money. And that actually grows crypto adoption. I can see that happening in a lot of ways. Tokenized stocks, trading on-chain, tokenized credit. This is all creating that invisible adoption of crypto and blockchain as a settlement layer. I think there's a lot of mainstream folks that are also going to be launching financial services products from neobanks to well-known content creators. They're going to funnel millions and millions of people that may actually start to use crypto without realizing they're actually using crypto. And I think that that's a big catalyst. And I think that's some of the stuff you'll see in 2026.
Justin, I would agree. IPOs are so big. Palantir's had 5 companies go public recently. That
I hope
recycles all that
IWM
capital,
bounced by
right?
now.
Those companies were being held back by
I
the
hope
SEC
this shit
for a long
overnight
time.
goes to 263 and then just wipes his
The
entire
investors
shit.
that
No, I'm
invested,
kidding.
10, 12 years ago
It'll be
can
near
then reinvest
possible.
in new
but,
companies in the crypto space, and it really keeps the
I
flywheel
can't ask more
turning.
today.
And I would say, well, my one very
Jesus
out of
Christ, I should
consensus
ask more
view is
today.
I think there will be a global arms race for Bitcoin within the next 2 or 3 years. Countries like the United States are establishing strategic Bitcoin reserves. Countries that are aligned with us, like the UAE,
this shit would have printed me fucking 25K plus.
Cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin. The big one, though, is I think within only a few years, a couple, 3 years,
SPX
countries that
1DT
are
would have printed like
antagonistic to the United
125K.
States
Like, what the
will
fuck is
realize,
this shit?
like China, super crazy to have 1,000 years of your life savings stored in an asset.
That's the most
that's got
craziest
benefit
fucking
can
shit I've
cancel.
ever seen on
That
Nvidia.
is crazy. It's way smarter to buy
That is
Bitcoin.
crazy
And
for
so
me
I
to
think
say,
within
but
2 or 3 years, there will be an arms race with 3 or 4 groups, regions, each
so
trying to buy 1 million
nuts,
Bitcoins. And you just want to be long before that happens.
176.
Sorry, and there's one more thing I want to add that is possible catalyst.
196.
One of the things that
They're down $20.
I'm sure
in 2
you guys
days.
and your analysts who write about AI are talking about is that
Bearish.
as we start to have
Time
real
is
world
250.
AI like robots and different things operating in the, what they call the wild, that you're going to want fidelity of sovereignty or proof that these instructions are correct, because otherwise someone will just hack into these things and drive your car into your neighbor's house. And a lot of that is probably going to end up on some sort of blockchain. If it's an open source project, it'll end up on a public blockchain. So to me, that's another use of blockchain and crypto that hasn't existed in any time in the last 4 cycles, and I think that's another potential catalyst as well.
This is dumb.
We almost made it the entire time without talking about AI.
Breaking
That's
this
good.
bottom of the low candle gone. This shit gone.
We're coming up on our time almost. We got a few more minutes left here. Maybe a few last comments about any long-term view on things, or
historical shit is happening
we've
right
already
now.
had a couple
in
hot
front of
takes here
our
already,
eyes,
but any
historical shit is happening right now in
contrarian
front of our
points that
eyes.
you think
We don't even know it.
should be worth mentioning at this point?
Right, the majority of the people don't even fucking know it, man. I'm telling you, the fucking historical
I mean,
shit is
one,
happening
I'd
in
love
front of our
to
fucking
get
eyes.
Dan's
The
take
candles
on
are just
quant
fucking blocking it!
Because, people, I think some of the reasons I found some institutions are kind of wary of Bitcoin is that there's a lot of talk about quantum capabilities accelerating, and of course that can break the encryption, potentially affecting a lot of the many legacy Bitcoin wallets. I don't know if it's 25% of Bitcoin wallets are sitting as bounty for quantum.
That's wow.
But just keep
That's
in mind,
just wow,
precious
speechless.
metals has its own, quote, quantum risk, okay?
Head
And
and
I'm a
shoulders.
fan of gold. I'm not trying to knock gold, but keep in mind, gold is not scarce. There's a lot of gold underground. All gold is extraterrestrial. So
This shit is so dumb.
When SpaceX does their
Oh my
IPO and then
God.
they have money to launch to Mars, Elon Musk
Look
might
at the
find
1
a
month.
gold asteroid. And again, he owns it.
That's secretly what he's doing all along.
Yeah, he'll have his own store of value, but he'll not only be the richest man on earth, he
176.
also
I
is
had
the new
180
central
fucking
bank,
puts, and I thought
and
they
he's
were
going to
never
just
gonna hit.
have this cable towing this asteroid into orbit. But of course, another risk of gold is alchemy, because someone may have already discovered a way to knock whatever an atom
alchemy.
off to make gold, and those
What are
are
they talking about?
quantum risks to a precious metal. So I mean, to me, if I was looking at it, and I'd love Dan's take on this, I think Bitcoin is I agree with him. It is a great way to transfer value, and that is more important than the fact that some wallets are at quantum risk.
Tom, I'd say your time in wireless is so applicable here because this is wireless money, right? Like, people didn't need landlines. Not obviously need a bank, right? When the regional banks were exploding, 3 summers ago, they were 13-to-1 levered in offering people instant access with one click on their smartphone of all of their capital back that same day. If you try to issue a stable coin, if you go on Twitter and say you're going to do that, where you're going to raise 13-to-1 leverage and buy a bunch of super long dated risky assets, and if they go up, I'm going to keep the money, and if it goes down, I'm going to stiff the taxpayer, it'd break the internet. People would be so pissed. And so that'd be my kind of non-consensus view, is that 4 billion people, like Tom said, do have a wireless device. That device is going to have crypto on it within not too many years, 3-4 years. And that will take at least, I would say at least half of all banking deposits over the next 10 years are going to go to stablecoins because they are superior.
Excellent. Well, with that, I think we need to wrap it up. Please, everybody, join me in thanking Tom and Dan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Nvidia is absolutely a wow. Literally, like, jaw drop. Absolutely a jaw drop. $185s are at fucking $800 each. They were $1.50 yesterday. A motherfucking jaw drop. Crazy. They 10-bagged this bitch on Nvidia. They really did 10-bag this bitch on Nvidia in 2 days. 10-bagger. Wow. That's crazy work. That is crazy work, man. IWM is all sorts of wild out right here. This shit is not even normal. Holy fuck. My life would have changed, bro. What about a fucking motherfucker? I would have rented a Bugatti for a day. I really would have rented a fucking nice ass sports car for a day and just went fucking wasting money. Nah, stupid shit talking. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Unbelievable in one day. Power hour starting in 3 minutes. Just like yesterday when everybody gone, the majority leaving. Do they do something? That's crazy. Got earnings today. What are the earnings? Probably really boring. SMCI, AMD. Fuck. Screw you. I mean, this shit is wedge contained, right? Is Tesla bearish? Is it not? Nobody knows. But I mean, Nvidia for sure is fucking bearish as fuck. The volume. Look at the Nvidia volume for one day. That is a crazy trend line breakout and fake out. Crazy trend line breakout and fake out. Now where is it gonna still find support? 180s? I don't even know. I don't even have a line drawn for 180 anymore. I do here. Man, who the fuck knows? I hope to God it finds support at 180 so I can fucking go in again. But who knows at this point? QQQ rising. IWM at the highs, 3 p.m. Highs of this small cycle. It's coming in very volatile right now. IWM broke out, so this isn't some sort of a knife up for now. Right? Something happening. IWM. What's the market doing? SPX. What line do we have? 1030. 930 highs. Alright, there may be something coming. There's actually maybe something coming upwards. Okay, I drew the wrong line. Something's building. Better than nothing. IWM 1 minute gap. I don't like it, but something building. Better than nothing. QQQ. Probably breaking out of the knife as well here. Very, very sharp down on QQQ. Look at QQQ, right? And look at SPX. You see this? QQQ has a way more volatile dip in the morning. Right, this is what I meant by QQQ leading today and QQQ very bearish today. Right now, IWM trying. Gotta give it to the bulls. They're trying since about 2:55 for 5 minutes. For 5 minutes. I want to draw the trend line on SPY too. I hope it's not too late. I don't want them to do something while I'm drawing it, but I guess they're doing something already while I'm drawing it. Damn, this shit nasty as fuck. This shit nasty as fuck. It's not even like it's fully easy bullish or bearish. It's actually just perfectly fucking chopping. The triple algo range is what you call this bitch. When did we draw it? After it happened or before it happened? After it happened. Or actually before it happened. Or while it was happening. When did I draw it? The spike candle at 2:55. So you call this bitch a triple algo range American hamburger. Triple algo range American hamburger. This is why we drew the American flag. Right, we don't just draw these emojis to fucking troll. They actually mean something. Great American patriots and an American flag. Deep as shit life is, man.
Into more of the broader blockchain and crypto conversation, I'd now like to welcome in Rebecca Liao, CEO of Saga. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us today. And I know that you've argued in the past that blockchain infrastructure cannot be centrally controlled. But now we know that Kevin Warsh has signaled a more centralized stance on CBDCs as well as stablecoins. So what does then this mean for the outlook and really your feelings and conviction on the crypto space as we move forward?
Well, Jenny, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be with you guys. Kevin Warsh would not have gotten this nomination if President Trump did not know almost for sure that Kevin Warsh would execute on his particular agenda. And that means, first and foremost, lowering interest rates once again in order to get as close as possible to the president's target inflation rate. And on crypto in particular, Trump himself, we have asserted many times in the broader industry, does not really know about crypto and doesn't truly care about it, but he understands that there's a great deal of money here and a great deal of historical support here. And therefore, he will do what he can for the industry. And this industry has been against CBDCs from the beginning. We believe that any sort of crypto asset should be decentralized and not centrally controlled, especially not by any governments, and that we want broader adoption of stablecoins. And so for Kevin Warsh, I think he understands what the assignment is as the nominee for Fed chair, and he will follow through.
Okay, so if we take that as face value and kind of play this out, then what's the most important factor as you look ahead for this industry to start hitting some of those goals and getting some of that more widespread adoption? Is it continued regulatory clarity? Is it stabilization of something like Bitcoin, which of course has been in a bit of a swoon lately? What's most important, Rebecca?
I do think that regulatory clarity always helps. Having said that, as much as we have touted the public policy wins under the Trump administration, there actually haven't been too many in substance. And so we had the Genius Act pass, which is wonderful, but it does not get at the heart of the stablecoin question, which is whether stablecoins should offer yield. Stablecoins without yield are a really nice payment solution. Stablecoins with yield are a challenge to banks. And that's why we see so much pushback from the banking industry. They have been successful in their lobbying efforts to really halt progress on the Clarity Act. And so even though regulatory clarity would be nice, I think we should be realistic that it's not going to come in a meaningful way anytime soon. What is really bullish for the entire sector is the adoption of blockchain technology by traditional finance. And so banks themselves are starting to use this technology. The exchanges are starting to use this technology as well. And the more tokenization that we see of traditional assets, the more that blockchain becomes indispensable as a tech stack. And then all the technology that has been built for decentralized assets is going to become inevitable as well. So tale as old as time in technology, it is not about the government or any sort of regulatory regime helping you out. It is about the market blessing you with product market fit, and then you can scale from there.
Okay, and given this current environment, and I mean, given I think like the mass enterprise spend we see across the board, do you think that this is a realistic narrative you could start to see play out in real time this year? I mean, of course, we've seen it in some degree already play out, but I know that there's also the skepticism that many say, you know, why isn't this a readily used product that we see on a day-to-day basis in our everyday lives? So will this then help aid some of that gap that we're still seeing in the broad adoption of crypto?
I do think that we have a ways to go in crypto as a consumer product. And the reason for that is in terms of consumer, crypto has not found product market fit other than as a high risk asset bordering on gambling. And the fact of the matter is not everyone in the population has the risk profile that is necessary to participate in crypto. Where we have found better adoption is in enterprise. Again, I mentioned the exchanges, NASDAQ, NYSE coming up with their own chains to trade stocks. They're using firms like Securitize to further tokenize securities.
So tiny.
We also see all the banks asserting their own L1s, so their own networks in blockchain as well. And so we're seeing a lot more adoption among enterprise. That is honestly a slower cycle. And I think that is some of the volatility that you are seeing in the crypto markets right now. With crypto, there is no friction with trading. And so you're seeing traders and retail and anyone who's touching
Bearish.
expecting results any day now. But the truth of the matter is enterprise sales cycles are going to be a lot longer, and that's contributing to a lot of the volatility.
Rebecca, my question is someone who's building a business in this space and some of the hurdles as you look at sort of mass adoption down the line. You know, I think one of the things about traditional finance that gets pushed back upon is the jargon. It sounds super complicated, even though it's not. But I gotta say, even though the concepts of much of the blockchain seems very, very straightforward and simple, there's a lot of jargon and confusing aspects, even for someone like me who's trying to understand it. How do you get through those hurdles, taking these really complex ideas and make them a little bit more accessible for the masses?
I think it's twofold. One is that we frankly need different figureheads in crypto. And so crypto started off as a cypherpunk movement, and really a lot of the jargon that you're hearing from the industry is that legacy. And it is people who have been steeped in code. They are looking to form decentralized networks that can evade any sort of centralized governance. They tend to stick to hardcore technical principles. This is not what someone who uses blockchain needs to hear. But you need different figureheads in the crypto industry to carry us forward so that there isn't such emphasis on the jargon. Second part is the product. You would argue that AI, for instance, is an incredibly complex product, but you don't need to know how LLMs work in order to use ChatGPT every single day. And so I think the simpler the products get, the more they will be able to speak for themselves.
Yeah, and I could not agree more. I was very enthusiastic about your point. I think that that's a very major hurdle and something that we'll see, of course, play out in real time over the next year, as it does seem like we have been busy from a policy perspective, but also in the broader world of crypto. So we appreciate your time today and all of that breakdown. Rebecca Liao, CEO
IWM
of
and
Saga.
SPY is bouncing looking like, except QQQ now. Lot of confusion.
This Friday, White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Iran's foreign minister are expected to discuss, they're going to have a meeting, expected to discuss a nuclear deal. Tammy Bruce is the deputy representative for the U.S. mission to the United Nations and joins me now. What is the Iran deal? Is it no enrichment of uranium and free and open inspections by us? Is that what we're pushing for?
Well, of course, as you might imagine, we are not going to have discussions or negotiate in public or on television, no matter how great the show. But obviously, it's going to be what the president wants. President Donald Trump brings everyone to the table one way or another. What he's been clear about from the start is that there'll be no nuclear weapon. There'll be no
It's all up to NVIDIA.
And of course now, with the protests and the treatment of those individuals, the president has remained committed and is being committed to the condition of the lives of the Iranian people and is with them and is by their side. So this is about the Middle East. It's about stability. However the president is going to achieve that, it is going to be done. This is why Iran is at the table, because they understand who's in charge, and whatever the president wants, he is the guiding hand of this administration, certainly of the State Department and of the U.S. mission to the UN. We're going to get it done.
Is Steve Witkoff going to lay down the law to Iran's foreign minister and say, do this or else?
Well, I won't speak on the style of other people's negotiating frameworks.
But it'd be something like that,
But what I know he'll do, and I think what Americans know he'll do, is he'll be conveying what President Trump wants. He's going to be conveying the nature of what Donald Trump sees as important for the United States. Yes, it's another country, obviously, but we're on a globe now that whatever happens in any other area directly affects us. His concern is the national security of the United States, but he's also a peacemaker. He knows that we're more secure when the world is secure, and he cares about how people are living their lives. Americans first, absolutely. But of course, if we can make a difference, and we are and can, with the lives of everyone in the Middle East, we're going to do it.
Okay. The United Nations is warning that it's in danger of financial collapse. President Trump told Politico he can solve the problem very easily. As I understand it, Tammy, this is a problem of members not paying their dues. Have we paid
AMD puts for 5.5K now.
When you've got someone you love who's in some trouble, and they've been sleeping on your couch perhaps, and you've been helping them financially, and then you find out that they've been misusing that money. You want to keep assisting them, but you want some proof that they're not going to waste the money. They're not going to be engaging in fraud or abuse or waste. In 2024, the UN spent $340 million on meetings and conferences. We also have had some terrific success in just the few months that we've been there at this point. We, in fact, have cut the budget for the first time in modern history through budget negotiations by over $500 million. We also have made sure that we've got about 2,900 bureaucratic slots of workers that has been cut. We're giving it a haircut. We've only just begun. But the president also in that interview noted that the UN has potential. It's not going to leave New York. The UN matters. We believe that at the U.S. mission to the UN. We want to help it survive and to continue. That is our commitment, and the only way you're going to be able to do that is when you're operating on a smaller budget, a more nimble entity, so that you can move quickly in this modern world.
The next round of Ukraine peace talks, or Ukraine talks, I should really say, that's going to begin tomorrow. The UN, United Nations, doesn't seem to be doing much in these negotiations. It doesn't seem to be part of the Russia-Ukraine talks.
Well, this is part of, I think, why President Trump wants the UN to become better. He noted quite some time ago that he cares about making peace, about ending conflicts, et cetera, but he said he shouldn't be doing it alone. We want the UN to be functional, to be able to participate in this system. We know, of course, that President Trump is a leader who has finally a leader who has the vision and the intent to stop these things.
What the fuck
in many ways,
freezing on?
Kind of an industrial complex for the status quo around the world. The president said, starting with Gaza, with Ukraine, Russia, and multiple other conflicts around the world, that there has to be new ideas, that the old way of doing things doesn't work. The UN, I believe, recognizes that, having now been there, worked with these individuals. They care about the future, but they need guidance and leadership about how best to do it. So when it comes to Ukraine, the UN cares absolutely. Can they get as much done as President Trump? No, but in working with us, they'll be able to find a way that they can participate and help make a difference, and that's what we hope happens.
Tammy Bruce, great to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
Do not be a stranger.
Oh, not at all.
See you later.
Thank you.
I break my fucking computer.
Last week that funds the 5 appropriation bills that were included in that package, and now we have fully 96% of the federal government funded. So that's a good win, a good day for the appropriations process, a process which enabled a lot of our members who in past years had not been able to participate because many of these things were negotiated behind closed doors in the leader's office, an opportunity to be heard and in a regular order when it comes to actually funding the government. So very appreciative of what the House did today. That bill will be headed to the President, and we will have fully 96% of the federal government funded. What that means is there's still another 4% that's not funded and is operating on a 2-week continuing resolution, which I had argued at the time was way too short to allow anything consequential to happen when it comes to resolving the issues around DHS. But that being said, the Democrats insisted on it. So those discussions will get underway. Katie Britt will lead that on our side, but ultimately that's going to be a conversation between the President of the United States and the Democrats here in the Senate. What I hope it doesn't devolve into is something that makes it harder, not easier, to deport and detain dangerous illegal aliens in this country. And I also hope that it focuses on protecting and ensuring that the law enforcement officers in this country are safe in their jobs, and that a lot of the tumult that we've experienced in some of our cities around the country starts to dissipate as they are able to effectively function and do what the American people expect them to do. So that's what's going to be happening, at least with respect to DHS. This week, as you know, we're going to be dealing with confirming judges, and then we'll be off to the next challenge. But a good accomplishment, I think, today in terms of ensuring that 96% of the federal government will be funded. And I think that's something for which the American people can be grateful. No federal employee should be taken hostage by a government shutdown, something I've said before and something that the House reiterated with their action today. Yeah.
Will you commit to putting a
IWM is nuking right now.
Well, we will get a vote on the SAVE Act at some point, and I'm not sure exactly what that context will be. It might be, maybe it's in the context of voting on the DHS bill if something's agreed upon. But there will be at some point a vote on the SAVE Act. With respect to the filibuster, I think we all know where the votes are on that.
Do you agree with President Trump saying that we should nationalize some of the federal elections in the country? And also, do you have any concerns about D&I Gabbard's presence at that Fulton County operation in Georgia?
I don't know what she was doing in Fulton County. You'll have to ask her about that, but with respect to nationalizing elections, I think the president has clarified what he meant by that, and that is that he supports the SAVE Act. So with respect to whether or not
Fulton County
that signifies ensuring that only citizens of this country vote in our elections, that's something I think we all agree with. There are other views probably when it comes to nationalizing or federalizing elections, but I think at least on that narrow issue,
on SPY and RWM.
I think that's what the president was addressing.
Senator, your Republican colleagues have called on you to use a standing filibuster to try to outlast the Democratic minority under current rules. Do you have any expectation that you can succeed with that, given the enormous difficulty of doing that? In fact, the previous majority has not been able to.
Right. Well, you know, I guess, and I would just remind people that the coin in the realm in the Senate is floor time. There's a finite amount of it, and we have a lot of things we have to do. There's a housing bill that's awaiting action, hopefully a market structure bill, possibly permitting reform, farm bill.
Created a bigger cycle.
You can go right down the list. Russia sanctions, there are a whole bunch of things that could be teed up for action on the floor of the Senate. And so you have to make some judgments, and the conference will have a conversation about that. I've committed to that we will talk about that idea and determine whether or not what the conference's views are about it. As I said, we will vote on the SAVE Act, but exercising or triggering a talking filibuster has ramifications, implications that I think everybody needs to be aware of. So we will have those discussions, but that's obviously ties the floor up for an indefinite amount of time with not only unlimited debate, but also unlimited amendments, all of which can reset the clock.
There's our chart.
8:20.
There's 25 minutes left. AMD is moving right now.
A tremendous amount of effort, work, and cooperation, and at the expense of the other things we might be doing in the Senate. But we're going to have a discussion about it and see where our conference is.
After meeting at the NRS,
Market moving right now. IWM gapped up twice and gap filled all of them.
I think we feel really good about where our Senate races are. The Democrats are targeting a number of our incumbents, and so we've got some races that are going to be expensive and hard fought in places like Maine and North Carolina. The Democrats are in other states like Ohio and Alaska.
Ohio.
But, we also have some really good opportunities, we think, in states for
Ohio.
But the one thing I can tell you is the people that are running as incumbents in our conference are seasoned veterans who will outwork any of their opponents. And, I'm confident that when, with the right resources and the ability to get their message out, that we are going to be well positioned not only to preserve and protect, but hopefully to expand our Senate majority. But I don't take any of these elections lightly. I think what happened in Texas should be it's something that ought to capture our attention and help us remind us that we need to up our game and do a better job of not only putting up a record of accomplishment for the American people, but then being able to deliver that message. And I think if you look at what we've accomplished in this last year, it's a terrific record of accomplishment for our candidates to run on. The Working Families Tax Cuts had over 100 pieces of legislation included in it, which address many of the issues that working families in this country are dealing with. But we've got to get out and tell that story. And I think over the course of the next several months, we'll do that.
On the Gabbard question, do you want to get briefed on her role in Fulton County and Senator Cotton as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee? Do you have any concerns about her presence there?
I let Senator Cotton speak for himself. As the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I'm not aware of what she was doing down there, and so maybe that's a question that she can answer for the Intelligence Committee or others who have questions about her involvement there. Thank you all.
Senator Cotton, any comment? No comment at all.
Joining us now is Walter Isaacson, an advisory partner at Perella Weinberg, professor at Tulane, and a CNBC contributor. He's also the author of Elon Musk, the authorized biography of the Tesla and SpaceX founder. Walter, it's really great to have you here. And what's your reaction to the deal?
It's amazing how Elon loves to blur the distinctions between his different companies. People move back and forth between them. And now it's good he's eliminating some of the distinctions, especially the distinction between SpaceX, which has an enormous business especially in recreating the internet in outer space. But also, he wants to use his new Starship, which will launch again. Flight 12 will be in mid-March, to make 1 million satellites in low Earth orbit. And that will be able to create the type of data centers and energy that you need. So it makes a lot of sense for him to have that vertically integrated. Secondly, which nobody's really commented on, he now has 2 types of AI companies. The first is a company like SpaceX and XAI. And XAI, by the way, is very good now as a chatbot, and Grokpedia is good. But it's a digital AI company. On the other side, you have with Tesla and other things, Optimus, real-world AI, cars that can drive, robots that can move, and that type of thing is a way to keep those 2 companies connected, but yet distinct.
So you're a fan, I mean, not like I'm trying to turn you into a, give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, but you think that there's a strategy, because the criticism, Walter, is he's taking XAI, stuffing it into SpaceX, and it's a little strange because just I think last week we were told that SpaceX was going to be worth $1.5 trillion when it IPO'd. Now we're told that the combined company is going to be worth $1.25 trillion, so less. So, I'm not quite sure if these trial balloons are telling us that there's more pressure behind the scenes than maybe we're picking up on. I'm fine with the grand vision, but it sounds like maybe a little bit more complicated behind the scenes.
But look at all these AI companies, whether it's OpenAI or Gemini, Google, spending huge amounts of money, right, doing data centers and everything else. Well, the best way for Musk to sustain that is to have it tied to a company like SpaceX that really is generating money like crazy, and will do more so when everybody is using, Starlink and other internet services to connect. So I think this is his only way to grow an AI company. And I know you're talking about a IPO you think's going to happen, and it'll be, $1.25 trillion. I wouldn't be surprised if he delays that a little bit, because I'm not sure he's in favor of going public. He likes staying private.
Well, I was going to say, why take XAI? Why do it at all?
Exactly.
Access to capital.
What this does is it gives him the option of not doing an IPO.
Interesting. These companies would thus remain private, and perhaps you're saying that XAI can do so in a more sustainable way, drawing on SpaceX cash flows.
will remember when he promised to take Tesla private.
Yeah, he will. I think we do. This is sort of jogging our minds in that sense. I guess all I would say is if there's a chance that the SpaceX cash flows are reinvested in XAI instead of in SpaceX, is that a good outcome?
Well, I think what you're going to have, if he can get over the next 5-10 years 1 million satellites in orbit, you will have the best energy generating and the best data centers there are. And it's maybe a problem if you have shareholders in one company who did.
I want to see if there's any videos on AMD before earnings. There is, so I want to see their options flow. Fuck is options?
Premium reduced the net cost. About 2.6, couple really good earnings. So I think AMD might challenge that kind of upper resistance level, that 265 area. Certainly big overhead resistance. Stock did bounce nicely off of 200 a couple times, kind of a neutral on a technical basis. So I'm just playing slightly bullishly, more capturing vol with a call calendar spread trade going out, selling this week's 265 calls, buying the traditional February 265 calls, paying just a little bit more than $3. More importantly, Sam, selling over 100 IV now, hedging with a mid 60 IV. So big term structure vol edge, options pricing in about an 8% earnings move, which puts you right at that kind of 265 strike price as well. So as you talked about, even if you told me earnings right now, we're not sure what the reaction would be. So I kind of favor maybe a slightly move higher or more of a muted reaction here, more just being able to sell vol this week, and then if needed, be able to hedge vol next week to further bring in premium, reduce the net cost.
You know what, Tim? They say that the traditional symbolism for pineapples, one of those is wealth. So let's see if you bring AMD some good luck today. But I'm just wondering, you know, Marley made a really interesting point about the divergence we've seen off the back of these report cards. I mean, you know, the interesting moves, stocks getting punished on good news and then not getting punished on bad news. I mean, as far as a tone setter, what do you make of this? I mean, you know, when you look at the overall broad market today, could this move the needle? I mean, could this change the narrative? Because it certainly didn't seem to be the case with Palantir. It's just sort of stuck out there rallying on its own.
Yeah, and I think we'll kind of see that as well with AMD, which certainly is a big chip maker, but not one of the biggest out there. So I think it can kind of support, you know, a bullish narrative or kind of support a bearish narrative overall, but it's not going to be the needle mover, certainly like an Nvidia or even Broadcom might be, or Taiwan Semi on the chip front here. So AMD has, you know, caught up here. I think it'll have further difficulty starting to beat its competitors going forward. So I think the market probably in a muted sort of stance here. We've been in it for a while. It may stay there for a very long while, this trade-off between valuations, right, and interest rates, as you talked about. Now the 10-year poking towards that 4.3%, so that provides a little headwind as well. Might be tough sledding for stocks over the next quarter or so.
Tim, love your work. Thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate the insights and the example trade for us today. Tim Bigham there, options strategist at Pilot AI.
$50 difference. This is fucking crazy. 241. We are at 243. This is higher than yesterday's close. No. They are going bullish for now on AMD. 330. Rising into earnings. Rising and rising into earnings. Advanced money destroyer. Motherfucking advanced.
Yeah, they
money
exceeded
destroyer.
very high expectations. Their growth accelerated from more than 60% to more than 70%.
What is that camera? I need that
There's
camera.
no other software company even close. If you look at software companies 2 through 10, they're happy to grow somewhere between 20 and 30%, and they're usually decelerating. So what Palantir is doing is remarkable. We're running out of superlatives. It's remarkable, and it exceeds very high expectations that came in, which is what is implied by the valuation. That's why the valuation is so high on Palantir, is because there's no other company like it.
Yeah, I mean, the company said we are an N of 1. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The more work we do, and we cover 40-something other software companies, there's nobody that's even close to what Palantir can do. It's a very unique combination of skills.
Damn, AMD is rocketing now.
Absolute ownership of their customers' data in terms of the ability to organize it in a useful way. They have an army of 4 deployed engineers that help companies solve problems. They have direct relationships with CEOs. They have a strong mission and sense of purpose. There's no other software company like it. And the reason that's important is that they are actually solving problems for their customers.
Market has risen.
All these companies for the last 3 years have been trying to figure out, what can I do with AI? How can AI make my business better? And most have not really made much of a difference, apart from Palantir's customers that said, Palantir, hey, I'll hand you the keys and about $40 million a year, and you help me make my mission critical systems better with AI. And they're getting results.
Has a $9 expected
why they
move,
keep
9% expected
growing the business, especially the commercial business, at an increasingly fast rate. So it sounds arrogant to say you're an N1, but they're delivering behind that promise.
Got to give them props on some level. But having said that, I mean, one of the things that investors have been concerned about is that more than half of their revenues, you talk about the customer base, more than half of their revenues comes from the government. And some might say that's overexposure. How do you see it?
Insane.
Yeah, but that won't be for long, right? The commercial business is growing so much faster than the government. Mind you, The U.S. government business just grew 66% year over year.
Man, does it should get all-time high test
grew
like
a
that?
lot faster than that. So within a few quarters, the commercial business will be bigger than the government business in a good way, because it's doubling every year now, and the government business is growing, quote unquote, just
earnings
66%.
will fucking either send this shit to all-time highs, or
can you explain some more of like
wow, look at the
just
market
translate
though,
for us a little bit? We were talking with Romain earlier, and you know, typically I would go to a press release to try to get information.
Oh my God,
but
what's going on right now?
I don't understand what Alex Karp is saying here. He's the co-founder and
SPX
CEO
1
of
minute
Palantir.
gap
He
up.
says, quote, Palantir's rule of 40 score
right
is now an incredible 127%. What does that mean?
Oh, he's adding revenue growth with operating margin. And
that's
if
crazy.
you think about most companies, the term rule of 40 was coined as the trade-off between revenue growth and profitability.
Nuclear
and most
bulls
software companies hover somewhere around that. If they're growing 10%, they have 30% profitability, that's 40. If they're growing 30% and have 10% operating margins, that's 40. So that's the yardstick that the industry has created for itself. And this is the yardstick that Dr. Karp likes to measure, because it shows how much farther ahead the Palantir is ahead of any software company. Again, the second highest company is probably half their rate. So they are growing faster than any software company at a higher margin than any software company. They are more profitable than even the largest software companies, Microsoft, Adobe, Oracle, Salesforce. They're more profitable than those companies, and they're growing 3 or 4 times faster than those companies. So I think that's what Dr. Karp enjoys pointing out to everybody else.
Is this one quarter, or is there enough there that says to you that commercial revenue growing 137% year over year, that is something that's a significant shift and something that we can assume will continue, or that's what's got to be grilled, you know, with the C-suite on the call?
Well, we think it'll continue, but realistically speaking, we thought 20% would continue, and then 30%, and then 40, and then 50, and then 60. And here we are, they're growing 70%. So we think that, you know, we'd expect that to continue, but it may actually even be higher next quarter. Again, this is when you deliver results at the level they deliver to their customers, customer acquisition becomes a no-brainer, because one CEO and CFO tell another CEO, CFO, you know what, we just handed the keys to Palantir, and they made our business better. And that seems to be working really well right now. So it looks like they should be able to grow at least that fast for the rest of the year.
Is there political risk long-term with this company? This was seen last year as part of the Trump trade. And certainly the DNA of this company shares elements with this Trump administration, certain people moving back and forth, certain people in power, certainly. And no question that, you know, this administration supports the work that Palantir is doing. What happens when or if this administration changes?
That is a risk, because to your point, there's an ideological alignment. I would say that it's probably not about personalities, because the personalities have changed a lot year to date in terms of who's involved in the administration. Mr. Musk is out of the administration, for instance. But the company, again, I talked about a very clear mission. They believe their mission is to help defend Western civilization. That resonates very well. That's very ideologically aligned with this administration. But to your point, we may have a different president 3 years from now who may have different ideology and may see Palantir as linked to this administration. And that would be a risk 3 years from now if there was to be a change in the U.S. government.
Hey, listen, one of the things, and forgive me, I'm going to spring this on you. You are head of technology research, so forgive me if this isn't, you know, one of the companies that you cover, but I'm sure you have some thoughts.
He's a software guy.
He is. We did get a story that broke across the Bloomberg that Elon does plan to merge SpaceX with XAI. That's according to people familiar with the matter. And this has been, you know, kind of hovering around, I feel like, late last week, and then, of course, this morning. So I'm just curious, it's a deal that could encompass Elon's ambitions to dominate AI and space exploration. Do you have any thoughts on this?
I have a lot of thoughts on it. So we always looked at it as Elon Inc. Elon has different commercial entities right now but a really unified set of principles and goals that he is pursuing. And at some points, it made more sense for him for Tesla to be public and for other companies not to be public. The capital demands of the XAI business are very substantial.
I'm doubling on AMD right now.
He needs to build data centers as fast as Google and Meta and Amazon and Microsoft are doing, and he doesn't have the cash flow that those companies have. So he needs more capital. SpaceX right now is a much better situation to raise capital. So is Tesla. I would think of the end game as having one Elon Inc. So XAI and SpaceX merging would actually lay the groundwork for him to merge that into Tesla as well. Because again, the goals are the same goals. We want to send Optimus robots to Mars so our Neuralinks can control them and we can do the searches on Grok. That's Elon's plan. Right now, it's several commercial entities, but long term, he has the one vision.
Yeah.
And it makes more sense for him to just fold that into one entity, the entity that can get him the capital to pursue those opportunities.
Which really kind of fits into a conversation we had with Ross Gerber earlier. He had put out something on of Gerber Kawasaki, owns these companies, the private Elon entities as well as the public, but he said X was out of money.
He just said this on X, by the way.
Yeah, he said this on X, and he said
we should note.
X was out of money, merged with XAI. XAI was out of money, merged with SpaceX. SpaceX out of money, merged with Tesla. When they're all out of money, and then it's like ... But it's interesting how you say that SpaceX, we constantly talk about the value in this company, right? And Tesla, increasingly, everyone's saying, well, the value will be in the future, whether it's robotics or autonomous driving and autonomous systems, if you will. And so how you're saying Tesla's where the value, SpaceX is the value, so you can raise money off of it and then eventually fold it all into one, into that Elon Inc. That's what this is, in your view.
That's what it looks like to us. Again, for him, commercial entities are just a way to get to the goal. And he'll keep them as separate as long as that's the best way to pursue the goals. But right now, SpaceX is the most valuable property in the sense that there's nobody that does what they do, and there isn't going to be anybody that does what they do.
No one that does what that do.
So that creates a tremendous amount of economic value that they can raise capital with. And on the Tesla side, the stock is still very well priced, considering, again, the car business. You just talked about this earlier. The car business is a declining business.
Yes.
Yeah. We're done with that business.
Time
now
is
we're
3:40.
doing self-driving and we're doing robots.
3:40
Again, it's the same
pulling
thing.
back from
All
right
this
below
information that you're capturing through self-driving won't just make a great business.
Bulls had their turn.
Will also help Optimus
3:40.
robots function in the world because they'll have those billions and billions of hours of video to analyze in order to help those robots function in the real world. So
Bears are here.
Again, a business where he's at least multiple years ahead of anybody else, at least in the West, at least outside of China. So there's a capability to raise capital there.
Is here.
He's just going to go where
Robin
he can raise
Hood will
capital to stay competitive in AI.
3:45.
Because again, that still feeds into Optimus robot functioning in the world, because the Optimus robot will need the best AI model in order to do that. It's all one thing to him.
15 minutes to go until market close. Oh, I see my shadow.
President Trump hosting Colombia's president at the White House, the first meeting between two leaders with a history of feuding over the future of the Western Hemisphere. Welcome to the Big Money Show. I'm Brian Brenberg, along with my co-hosts Taylor Riggs, Jerry Willis, Jackie DeAngelis, and with us for the hour, Barron's Investor Circle newsletter editor, Josh Schaefer. Josh, good to have you on the show. Welcome here.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me.
All right. The president vowing strict penalties for countries deepening trade ties with Beijing, and Colombia is in the hot seat.
Somehow after the Venezuelan raid, he became very nice. He changed his attitude very much. So, no, I look forward to seeing him. He's coming in. We're going to be talking about drugs because tremendous amounts of drugs come out of his country. And I look forward to seeing. We're going to have a good meeting.
These talks come after a separate agreement involving Venezuelan oil and a potential boost for U.S. producers. President Trump is using tariffs, trade access, and energy to reshape alliances in the Western Hemisphere, but will economic leverage be
He's
enough?
what they call
Josh,
Roosevelt.
let me deal you in on
Carry
this
a big
one.
stick.
There's a lot going on in Latin America. You got Colombia today. You had Venezuela.
Trump.
And you got Cuba
Carry
hanging
a
out
big
there,
stick.
too. We're talking a lot about economic moves here. Of course, Venezuela was not really an economic move. That was more of a police or military move. What do you think it's going to take to keep pursuing the Don Road doctrine in the Western Hemisphere?
Don Road doctrine. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
And then maybe
Don Road doctrine. Oh, that's a fucking new one.
Talks, right? It sounds a little more nice to some extent, right? And I think that's been sort of, I watch the market action a lot sort of to tell us what's going on with whether the market's getting more worried or less worried about where the talks are. And I think the theme over the last week or so has been a little bit of de-escalation, right? You haven't seen continuous worries about what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint that you saw maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. The market sort of relaxed in terms of that. You know, you've seen the dollar come back down, or sorry, dollar start to rise again. That volatility, you were seeing gold prices, right? We were talking about gold every single day, and it was all of this uncertainty, all of this uncertainty. Oh no, there goes gold. Well, gold's taking a breather too, right? So I think what you're seeing is less aggressive action, so to speak. And it seems like, at least from a market perspective, the market's liked it.
That's interesting to me, Jackie, because you do have an armada heading kind of in Iran's direction. And you've got the president, you know, huge tariffs on anyone who sells oil to Cuba. Yes, the Colombia president's here to talk, but it's been a lot of action too. And I agree with Josh. I think the market kind of pulled back maybe from some of those worries. But I just wonder, at the end of the day, if Trump really wants to push U.S. interests in the Western Hemisphere, is economics alone going to do it? Or do Americans have to be more prepared for more of what we saw in Venezuela, do you think?
Oh, Western Hemisphere-wise, I don't think so. I mean, if there's going to be any aggression, I think it's going to occur in the Middle East, and we'll wait to see how these talks go. Sending the Armada is certainly positioning the United States because, you know, Trump has said if you don't do certain things, Iran already crossed certain red lines, but he's also saying if you don't do certain things in these negotiations, it's going to be very bad. He said that yesterday. So I think he means what he says. But over here, I think this is part of the chess game that he envisioned as he was planning all of this in his, you know, evil little mind. Venezuela, you had to do what you had to do there, but he's using Venezuela as a tool to get all these other players to come to the table. Don't forget yesterday, breaking on this show, we talked about the trade deal with India, where tariffs were reduced. And new trading terms were also outlined, which would mean that part of that Venezuelan oil would go to India, nudging India to get away from our foes like China, Iran, and Russia. And that's what all of this is a part of. Now, if he can do enough of that and use the Venezuela oil along with our oil supplies to get more players to get away, and he even offered the olive branch offer out to China, saying, you know, you can get in on this probably a little bit too, because they also buy from the Middle East, and they've been fueling the Russia-Ukraine war, and they've been sort of fueling the unrest that we've seen in the Middle East as well. So he's just playing every economic.
I have no idea what's going on with my internet. Either my internet's fucked up or my Robin is fucked up because my options are freezing.
I just imagine it would be with that one country that is completely unreasonable. And you know, we've had problems with them for quite some time. My last thought on that is that President Trump likes to go through some of the motions, even if he knows that they won't be fruitful. So you sit down and you have talks with Iran, even though you know they don't negotiate really, and it's difficult to negotiate with terrorists, just so he can say to the American public, listen, I checked all the boxes. I did this. We went through the motions. We did the process. It didn't work that way. And therefore, you know, we'll see what comes out.
13 minutes left until market
you know, I think
close.
about the folks in Iran. They don't seem like the kind of guys you can have a good faith negotiation with. So it's sort of like, what exactly are we negotiating here? Unless it's you guys need to leave Iran and a new regime needs to come. But Jerry, I come your direction on this. Okay, not on Iran necessarily. You go wherever you want, but let me just throw an idea at you.
Okay.
You got a lot going on the international stage. You got Iran going on. We just talked about that. You got Colombia's president here. We just did the Venezuela thing. Talking about Cuba. It's a lot outside of the U.S. borders.
Yeah, you know, I'm getting one of those big globes for my office.
You need a globe. We're going to get you a globe and you can spin it in your office. But do you think it's too much international for an American electorate who seems to kind of be saying, fix my pocketbook, work on domestic economic issues? Or do they like the activity on the global stage?
Well, I think consumers are going to think it's too much international. Absolutely. They're so focused on housing prices, focused on beef prices, what they're having to pay for everything. Absolutely true. But I see
All right,
this
guys, here comes the
international
poll.
policy ultimately rebounding to lower prices for a lot
AMD.
of things, including oil, gas in your tank.
Earnings.
So I think there are a lot of benefits with the president's really long-range vision on
bullish?
these topics, and I think they'll rebound
Bearish.
positively to consumers' wallets. I'm not sure voters are going to see that by November.
So the economic time frame might be different than the electoral time
Yes.
frame. I think that's a real risk here. But Taylor, okay, talk to me about the economics of all this global activity. You've got the energy dimension. You're always bringing up commodities. I used to never check commodities until we started doing this show. Now I check them. I know where metals are at all times.
Really?
Yeah, well, not today, actually. But so tell me what the implications
What was the question you asked in your introduction? Is economic leverage
Yes,
enough?
that was a good question.
What if I were to tell you it is enough? Because in this sort of Don Rowe doctrine, Western Hemisphere world, the U.S. is not alone. Did you see what Costa Rica just did? Elected a
the market
hard-right,
moving with AMD?
hardliner, take down the criminal president. Let me bring you what she said. She is a draconian crackdown on criminals that have appealed to voters in a nation roiled by soaring drug violence. They opened up a port in 2019, which helped their exports, it helped their economy. The U.S. loves it because it's sandy, beautiful beaches, but it's also meant a huge Central American island, not quite island, but territory of illicit drug use. And so she just was elected, and she said, listen to this, my future government will have one purpose only, to strengthen the rule of law. She wants to suspend constitutional rights in high crime neighborhoods to make it easier for police to conduct searches. She wants to do judicial reform and term limits on judges who she says are too soft on criminals. She wants longer sentences for gangsters. Why do we care about Costa Rica? Because we're talking about the Western Hemisphere, Brian, and the Don Rowe doctrine, not just the Monroe doctrine. And so you could argue the Latin American countries, Venezuela, Costa Rica, you name it, maybe they're doing it enough. Maybe they are wakening up to an idea of a new U.S. in charge with Trump and how they want to respond economically and then politically and how they want to maybe embrace this idea of capitalism. We'll see. What's interesting is Morgan Stanley came out with their top 10 themes for this year. Here is one of them, the politics of energy. There is going to be policy support for the lowest cost of energy, even if such energy supply strategies have higher carbon emissions profile. Basically saying we support oil regardless of what it looks like. We support all kinds of energy regardless of the carbon emissions profile because energy is changing the way we're doing everything, AI included, and it's changing politics.
I mean, energy, yeah, go ahead, finish up.
One more thing, and I don't want to monopolize my time. Another thing that they were predicting
I'm going to leave
for this
50%
year
AMD
is
today.
in Latin America,
When they break
change.
320
We
low.
talked about Venezuela. We're talking about Costa
added
Rica, right? Change about
315 and
maybe
I added
going
at
to
the top
capitalism, how they're
330-ish.
rethinking their economy. They say policy shifts, changing geopolitical interests are driving Latin America towards a new investment cycle, driven by investment rather than consumption. This region's importance within this multipolar world is showing through multiple different channels, Brian. Financial, trade, political, military. We've talked about Argentina, Chile, Mexico. They've shifted from populism to different
Holy
degrees
shit.
as these regions' policymakers
doing
are adjusting to a new reality of the United States. So maybe this is all coming together, and economics alone is going to do it.
Josh, is Taylor looking at all this through too rosy of glasses here?
Well, I was going to agree with Taylor to some extent, at least in the sense of look at the stock market again and what's been working. Energy is your top performing sector this year.
shit
Right?
crazy.
It's up 13%.
Don't remind me about it because Dagan picked energy for the stock.
I saw that on the show.
She's killing
Yeah.
me right now.
But it's a move back to domestic energy, right? And so that has worked. It seems, at least in terms of demand. I mean, one stock that we had picked at the Barron's Investor Circle was Peabody Energy. That's a coal producer. That's a pure play, old
Stressful as
school
fuck.
coal
350
energy.
rejection,
And that's
355.
something that's working right now, right? Because you're seeing energy demand picking up in the U.S. and production picking up in the U.S. So I think that part of the story does make some sense, and that's why while gas prices are low, right? You're looking at national gas prices under $3 a gallon. I mean, I think you're getting a decent trade-off there overall.
Really quickly, Jackie, though, I want to raise this again. Economic leverage. You saw what happened to Maduro, right? That wasn't economic leverage. That was might.
Back turning bearish on AMD, trying on the 1 minute.
I think that's what's changing the
chess one candle
table here right now. Is that the last move like that America's going to have to make, do you think?
I'm not going to say it's the last move globally. Again, I told you what I think about Iran, so I'm sort of waiting for that situation to play out. But I think that it says a lot, and I think that it makes other leaders look at this president and understand that when he says something, he means it, and that, you know, America isn't on its heels anymore. America's moving forward, setting the pace and the tone for everybody else. And I think that's really important. And sometimes all you need is one example, like Maduro, to kind of set everybody straight.
It casts a long shadow, I would say that for sure. Okay.
The fuck is this? Heart attack sandwich.
You're fresh off the conference call this morning, and you said that, quote, pain is part of the ethos of this whole industry.
Unfortunately,
I mean,
that's true.
How much more?
I'm scared. I'm 10 days out, but still.
Listen, you never actually know where markets bottom. Right?
All right,
Crypto,
I'm leaving half on AMD
when
right
Bitcoin
now.
went through 100,000. That was
Come
a
on,
major
one more
level it
candle.
broke down on, and so, you know,
All right, fuck it, I'm leaving half on AMD right now.
70 to 100
The shit I got at the
is
top
probably
at
the new
least.
range, and you know, we're at 76, so I think we're towards the bottom end of the range.
320.
There's a lot of pessimism out there. A lot of leverage has been taken out of the system. Bitcoin was not supposed to act like this, right? You had gold prices higher, the NASDAQ higher, rates going lower. This was the Trump administration was
10
very
minutes
pro crypto,
until AMD earnings.
and so you know something went wrong. You know, the crypto market is still less than 20 years old, right? Right. I think Bitcoin 09, so we're 16 years old, and it's immature. We had a huge
IWM is flying.
From, you know, where people bought it at 50, 100, 1,000,
beautiful,
2,000,
I left
10,000,
somewhere here in
all the way to
IW.
130,000.
I don't even remember.
And I
This shit
think
beautiful.
what ended up happening was
what the fuck?
100, it felt like the community had
Holy
won.
shit! Did
And it was a
SPX go
sigh of
back to
relief
the
as we
levels
did it.
earlier?
We created
Oh,
this
I'm so happy.
amazing ecosystem. This amazing asset.
I don't even remember what the fuck
There's
happened
been
today,
kind of
bro.
a
But like, oh
seller's
my
virus that
god.
got into the market.
Oh my
People
god.
blamed it on quantum. I don't think quantum in the
What
long
a
run
recovery.
is really the reason. I think
AMD.
there was selling, and that selling is getting
3 minutes left.
executed in the market. There was buying, sure, lots of new institutions are coming in, but prices are set on the margin, and there have been more sellers than buyers. I think we're getting close to the bottom, but we'll see. You always know a bottom after you see it. And listen, there's a couple things that could help, right? Market structure bill passing would be a big deal. You know, people are really pessimistic on it right now. I actually am a little more optimistic that things get done because I think both sides want it done, but we'll see.
So what is the catalyst that turns the tide right now? You mentioned a market structure bill. Maybe that will bring some
683 to
optimism.
689 is
I don't know,
incredible.
is there anything else that could turn around this trade?
The fuck?
Yeah, listen, part of this acceleration recently downwards is
bravo.
the thought that
It went below and tested it.
Kevin Warsh is going to be very hawkish.
Broke down below and came back.
Listen, what I think Kevin did is he took out the tail risks for inflation. Right, he's a man of integrity. He has worked alongside Stan Druckenmiller for a long time, literally since he left the Fed.
Just say Stanley Druckenmiller.
You don't think he's going to do whatever Trump wants him to do?
Baby.
That said, he's pretty dovish right now, and I think once he gets in and starts talking, you know, looking at the environment that we see today, he wants rates lower, and I think once that market kind of rewrites him as a dove, at least a dove. Given the current environment, that also could help. You know, there's probably been an overreaction on how hawkish he's going to be. But I do think, listen, he took out the tail risk, which is a good thing for America and not necessarily a good thing for gold, silver, or Bitcoin.
I appreciate you making the connection back to the macro environment overall. I'm curious, with this softness that we're seeing in crypto, in Bitcoin, how does that change what Galaxy is doing? Do you still plan to launch this $100 million hedge fund?
America.
Yeah, so
how you're thinking about it?
Yeah, the great thing about this hedge fund is really a fintech fund, and it's the broader ecosystem. So I said on our call, this is a tale of two cities, or really three cities, because we have this data center business which is booming. Thank God.
There's 1 minute left. 40.
Like, you know, if I didn't have the data center business, I'd feel a lot worse. But our data center business is now, you know, worth more than our crypto business. But within crypto, there's still a bull market, and there's a bull market in infrastructure, right? The traditional banks and finance companies are moving into this space quickly, and we're seeing lots of opportunities to partner with them around building wallets, around staking, and around really thinking about how tokenized real-world assets, you know, move into the world. And so I think I haven't seen more excitement since I started from the traditional players to get engaged in digital assets. And we've got the old version of crypto, the tokens that exist today that just don't seem to have the same support, the same appreciation, the same energy in them right now. And so some of that energy is shifted, and you see things like, you know, perpetual swaps on equities booming all of a sudden. So using the crypto infrastructure for real world assets, the crypto leverage system for real world assets. And so that part of the business is really exciting. We're leaning into it, both in hiring and more, and, you know, utilizing our engineering team to help others get in this game. The other part is moving things more on chain, and that is happening quickly.
Right.
So you're going to see credit on chain, and you already see the boom of stable coins. I mean, you look at the volume of stable coins in the first month of the year, it's explosive. And so we are moving into a digital world, and it's going to run on crypto, you know, blockchain rails.
Yeah.
That's just not correlating with the price of Bitcoin, the price of Ethereum, the price of Solana, Ripple, you name it.
So, Mike, with this excitement with the data center business, would you consider a spinoff to separate your crypto and AI data center businesses? Would you be open, perhaps, to selling your data center unit to any of the hyperscalers should they come knocking on the door?
Listen, we're in the build mode on the data center business. We just got 530 megawatts of power approved down in Texas. That's probably the largest new power approval in the United States for a while. And so I couldn't be more excited about that. We're engaging now with, you know, potential tenants. You can guess who they are. And so I think we're going to run this data center business, and we're going to grow this data center business ourselves. The capital structure at Galaxy is something we think about a lot. And I said before, if, you know, A plus B is a bigger number than A plus B, we should stay together. And if it looks like we're getting penalized, we'll figure a way to, you know, maximize shareholder value. And so right now, you know, in this short term, our stock seems to trade, you know, very cheap relative to what I think the data center business is worth, let alone the value of our book and our crypto business. And so, yeah, we're certainly looking at it.
Hey, Mike, very briefly, and then we're going to do some news and come back to you in just a few minutes. You've seen a lot of cycles. You have the tattoos to prove it. Are we in a crypto winter right now?
Yeah, listen, we were at 130,000 and we're now at 76,000. And so that is what, a 45 odd % drop. If I did my math right, or maybe it's 40% drop.
405 is there in 25 seconds.
That's way through bear market, and that feels awfully chilly. My question is, when is spring coming? And I think we're closer to spring than we are to the start of winter.
This is it. I don't even want to look at the screen. Fuck. I'm like turning my eye away from it. I don't even want to look at the screen right now. Fuck. God damn, it's so much anticipation. Come on, baby. Give me fucking $30 down. Come on, baby. Is that fucking crazy? Oh my fucking god. This shit is scary as fuck. Mm. Nvidia closed at 180, it says. Time is 4:05. Is it out? Here it is. Wow, 176. $4. 137. $7. It's like as if 179. It's like waiting for fucking hot potato to go off. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Come on. Move, you fuck. Man, look at the market. What the actual shit are we doing? Does anyone know what time this shit comes out? Fuck. I don't have time for this shit. Why are they scaring me? Why are they scaring me right now? Send this bitch down to fucking $2 so I don't have to worry about it. Come on. Where's $5? Break out low D. Fuck. AMD earnings crazy, man. This shit crazy. SOXL on the line too. Nvidia 180. It's back to the yellow line though. That's crazy. They bear trapped into. Oh my god. Now there's so many bears trapped on Nvidia and AMD. That's fucking crazy. I'm scared. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't even see that shit, bro. At 2. Oh my god. Look at Nvidia fucking rally crazy off the fucking floor at 2. Sorry, I'm getting fucking watery in my mouth, man. Fuck. Oh my god. SOXL coming in, volume into close. Nvidia too. Creating a W too. Volume into close. Shit. What is this? my god. Well, time is 4:15. This shit needs to stick on the 5-minute. Oh shit! Burn it. Oh my god. People are probably like, what the fuck are all this shit right now? People are probably like, what the fuck is all this shit right now? Come on, man. Alright. Do me nice. Fuck me. What do I need to put? Where's the fire emoji? Where's the fire emoji? This shit looks dumb as fuck. This shit looks dumb as fuck. Open down here, bro. I'm about to fucking print so crazy tomorrow. Come on, open down here tomorrow. Oh my god. Alright, let's watch this bigger. Hold up. Fuck me. Santa Clara. For the full year 2025, AMD reported record revenue of $34.6 billion, gross margin of 50%, income of 3.7 billion, net income of 4.3 billion, 229 record revenue with earnings driven. Man, market, goodbye. Do you guys want me to tell you the price I have on AMD? 225 puts. I have 5.5K on it, man. God bless America. 225 puts, man. I'm about to print fucking crazy tomorrow. Tomorrow about to be a great day. God bless America. God bless America. God bless America. Tomorrow's about to be a great day. Oh, please open like this tomorrow. Oh my God. Cute. SPY heading lower. Right. Market is open till 5 though. That's the thing on SPX. Wow, this shit needs to hold, man. Please, I hope to God. I hope to God. My projected open on my puts tomorrow is at $1,000 each. All right, my simulated open is at $924 and $946 each. I hope to fucking God it opens here because I have so fucking many. I hope to God it opens here because I have so fucking many. I have so many right now. Oh my God. Nah, dude. I'm actually about a 100% this bitch if it actually opens down here. I hope to God. Oh my God. Tomorrow open has to be good. Has to be good. It has to be good. It has to be good. It has to be good. Please. Please open like this. Do not revert up. Please, SOXO. I know you could do it, baby girl. Just go lower, baby girl. Baby girl, what you doing? Go on down lower. I know you could do it overnight. Alright, have a good night, SOXO. Have a good night, SOXO. Alright, I'll see you later when I'm off work. Alright, SOXO. See ya, SOXO. American flag, NVIDIA, folks. American flag, NVIDIA, folks. I'm about to be fucking huge tomorrow. Let's go. What the fuck happened on AMD, huh? What the fuck happened? Something bad. Wow. Man, 220s tomorrow? No way. No way. Dude, what the fuck happened on AMD, man? If this shit fucking reverts up overnight, I will cry. I would be so pissed off because I'm so happy right now, but like, nah. Nah, right? Wow. Nah, this shit is bear confirmed. This shit is... Ah! Let's go! Ah! 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 I'm fucking feeling it. Let's go! Holy shit. Into next Tuesday. This is great. Today's amazing. This is great. Oh, this is great, man. This is great. Alright, guys. I gotta go. I love you all. See you tomorrow. This is great, man. This shit has to hold in the 5-minute, 15, 30-minute. Fucking let's see tomorrow. Wow, please. What was that spike up? Dude, you know the crazy part is the spike up touched the 930 candle. I didn't even fucking mark it, but it really did. It touched right here. What the fuck is this? That's why I do this! What the fuck is this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at the AMD poll. 10 people bullish. 5 people were bearish. Look at the poll. Look at the poll. Yo, they're so fucking good with it, bro. They're so fucking good with it. They just pumped this bitch into market close and earnings. Ah, shit is beautiful. It's beautiful. What the I did not think 180 was gonna regain after fucking busted down that floor that fucking easily. But I mean, that shit's a recharge and a half. Like, that's fucking oversold as a motherfucker. It had to bounce at some point, right? But I mean, it went beyond my mind on the video. Beyond my mind on the video. 230 already, though. Oh my. 220. So fucking scary. Holy shit. It's terrifying. Dude, if this shit bounces up, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. This shit somehow bounces up. I'm already starting to cry. Fuck. Here, let me put that right there. Look at all the euphoria. Where's all the euphoria? Where's the craziness? The 3/3. Where's the euphoria? Happiness? 1/3, 2/3. Where is the crying? The 3/3. No, I'm kidding, bro. Nah, what a fucking good day, man. Fuck me. This cannot be better. This means something. This cannot be better. I don't know. This shit is no way. No way. It's fucking reversing. It's 1, 2, 3. It's okay. First of all, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days they trapped on AMD. They trapped 10 to 12 days on AMD. Alright? They trapped 10 to 12 days. That's what they did. Alright, have a good day, guys. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys later.